Hello. Okay, my camera or my mic is working. Camera's working. All right. Let me get out of this. Oh, that's my other slide. Okay. Yeah, so we got our lovely live stream slides right here. Let me see if I can pop out the chat so I can actually look at it. Oh, Val, nice to see you here. Yeah, it just starts now, basically, I guess. So, yeah. I don't know how long you sent that exactly, but yeah. Um, but yeah, I'm basically just going to be watching Jasper Woodard videos today, basically, because he made some good videos on Canada. So just want to finish the Canada practice this stream, basically. This could genuinely take hours to finish these videos, not gonna lie, because there's like 6 of them or something. Yeah, part 6. Yeah. I think I've watched these before, but I didn't really like take notes on them or anything, and I don't remember like anything about them. So, um, yeah, but Geoguessr Canada guide. But yeah, I'll probably also put these on 1.5x speed here. Um, Me personally, when I like to watch videos like at pretty fast speeds, not gonna lie, like I like to watch all my videos at like 2x speed. Um, but 1.5 just to make it a little more digestible, probably. Let me see. I'm gonna get my notepad too, so I can take notes as well. Okay, there we go. Got my lovely, lovely notepad here. So let me see. I'm just going to see where my Canada stuff is here. Yeah. Probably won't be the most interesting stream just because I'm going to be watching all these videos. Just obviously, I think these streams like get myself practicing and everything, and you guys can just chill, talk in the chat and everything, while I just learn Canada to the best I can, basically. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of me watching these videos, taking notes, that kind of stuff. So, not gonna lie, I bet this intro video I'll probably know a lot of stuff from this, but yeah. And I actually, well, for copyright and just to show support for this channel here, because these I've watched a few of his videos and they're really, really good. I will even just leave this in the chat and basically tell you guys, give it a like, stuff like that. Why can't I click on the chat? What is going on? I cannot click on the chat. Okay, now I can. Jesus. All right. But yeah, go give that video a like. It's a very, very good video. And of course, for copyright reasons, I will have to pause this every, 30 seconds. So, yeah, but let's just get started. Okay, yeah, it's already 30 seconds, so that's going to be kind of wild. Yeah, honestly, we could probably even just skip this part here. But yeah, he makes really good videos on like Mongolia and Botswana as well, which are very memorizable types of countries. Like you can just memorize all the roads practically, which is pretty cool. I haven't seen those two actually, or I've seen the one on Botswana, not the one on Kyrgyzstan and Mongolia, that kind of stuff. So, yep. Okay, a lot of this is just, yeah, probably. I wonder why he's highlighting this part. Is it just the planes? Oh, he's just going over like an overview of, okay. Yeah. I was literally just thinking that. I was like, is he gonna say like Argentina with this kind of like flat landscape here? That's funny. Um, yeah, I'm almost even wondering if this video, if we can just skip this one even, because, oh, I guess, some of this might be useful actually. Yeah, Canada, these things have less text on them generally speaking, so that's definitely a useful thing here. Um, but yeah, let's just watch this part a little bit. Yeah, maximum. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. I already wrote it down kind of, but why not write it down again, right? So Canadian signs have less text. In fact, usually no text. Less text on signs. Perfect. Why not just write it down again? Because that's a very important tip, I feel like. Oh, less text on signs than US. I should do that. I've also thought of something, guys. I want to do a stream where I just start memorizing all the US phone codes. That's going to be an absolute nightmare, of course. But, like, why not, right? Honestly. I think that might actually be pretty useful. I also just... Is the stream, like, displaying only half of my video, by the way? Is that what's going on right now? Because it's kind of what it looks like on my screen. Let me make sure that that's good, actually, because the thing is I'm crunching my tab right now, sort of. So let me see what my video is doing right now exactly, because yeah. Oh yeah, that looks weird. That looks very, very weird. Okay, I don't need to hear myself again. Okay. Well, let me think about how I can fix that. I don't know if I can actually, without not having the chat on my right. That's not amazing. That is not amazing. I genuinely don't know what to do about that, because I don't think I can have chat on my phone for some reason. I don't think that works out. So, I wonder if there's a way to have this tab always over my current tab. I wonder if that's possible. No, I don't think so. Very annoying, to be honest. That is very, very annoying. Because if I could just do it on my phone, then it would be fine, but yeah, I don't know. Let me see if that's actually possible. I'm not really sure. Have YouTube chat on your phone. We'll just watch this a little bit while I look at this. Maximum is pretty obvious here. We can skip this part. Okay, Canada has the orange flags. I actually didn't know about this, so okay. Canada has orange flags. Orange flags instead of white and orange bollards like the US, basically. So white and orange bollards like the US. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I kind of knew about this, but I'll write it down as well. Metal signposts are more likely in US. I kind of knew that, I think, but it's okay. Metal signposts are more likely in the US. All right. Let's see. I'm really trying to fix this like chat problem. I just don't know. I'm not sure, honestly. Like if I go to my own stream on my phone, I'm just gonna try to figure this out. I'll play the video though. Okay, rumble strips. I kind of knew that as well. But yeah, we'll just type rumble strips. More likely in US. Why not? Just to make sure I remember it and everything, but I kind of knew that, I guess, but it's okay. Also a good tip. More nationalistic in the US, I suppose. Yeah, no, I can't see the chat on my phone, which is unfortunate. Okay. I wonder if I can do it with the YouTube app. I actually don't use the YouTube app because there's like often like ads on the YouTube app, and I've noticed that if you do it on browser, there's like no ads. That's why I'm confused when everyone like uses the YouTube app on their phone. I'm like, dude, like, 'cause I swear people will use the app and I swear they get ads, but I don't get ads when I'm on browser, so I'm not really sure why, but uh, yeah, YouTube app, because then maybe I can see my chat on my phone, because that'd be optimal, honestly. So maybe there would be a reason in that case to get the YouTube app, I suppose. Best of luck, I get ads on both. Really, I don't know why. I never get ads on browser. It's so weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange. Okay, yeah, I do want to look at this a little bit. So we got Atlantic Maritime here. I'm really interested on like this Newfoundland region because I feel like I am the type of person who would blunder this kind of area for like this kind of area, which is terrifying. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think I'd have to visualize them more like in real life instead of just their biomes, I guess. But let me see. So we got architecture next. Let's go to this section here. Okay. I've also noticed there's a lot of like those horizontal wood homes kind of in the east, although I'm sure you can find that everywhere. But um, yeah. Okay, also pretty useful. More densely packed trees. Kind of makes sense. Guess there's a lot of plains over here. So let me see if the chat will work on my. Oh, it does work on the YouTube app. Perfect. Okay. Such an easy solution. I just needed the app. So okay. Perfect. Now I can full screen this. Perfect. YouTube app W. True. Wait, he said more mailboxes this way? That's really interesting. The mailbox meta. Hold on, I'm gonna write that down. More mailboxes in East Canada. In East Canada. Hooray. I love the funny metas. Like I actually I think the funniest meta I've ever seen is there's an Indonesia meta where there's like I think it's literally like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle septic truck meta. I'm not even joking. That's a real thing. Um, I think I can show you guys the road actually. It's really interesting. It's like, oh God, it's like this road or something. It's like this road. Might be the other road, but no, maybe it isn't this road. There's a road in Indonesia where you see a septic truck. Yeah, TMNT truck goes hard. I agree. Yeah, I didn't understand it at first. I was like, why Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? And then I figured it out. I was like, oh wait, because it's like, they're, um, I think they're in the sewers and stuff like that a lot. So I don't know. Man, where is it? I feel like it was this road, but I don't know. I'm probably getting it wrong to be honest. I'm probably getting the road wrong, but it does exist, guys. It does exist. So very interesting. Anyways. Next bus versus TMNT truck. Who wins? Oh, jeez. I gotta pick the next bus, I think. I gotta pick the next bus. I think the next bus is such an amazing show, but TMNT septic truck goes hard for sure though. So wait, that's weird. Okay, so almost like lighter wooden poles at east. Wow. Valid. Next bus is iconic. I agree. Oh, I really want to watch that show, by the way. Like, I actually want to watch like actual episodes of Next. I think that'd be really funny. Like, but I don't know if they really have it anywhere. I saw season 6 of it or something on HBO Max. So Actually, I guess if you have HBO Max, like, it's doable, but I don't know anyone that has HBO Max. That's the problem. Like, do pirating sites have it? I don't know. I'm actually not sure. Um, I hope so. I'd love to watch it, but yeah. Let's see. Okay, whiter uh wooden poles, typically east. Let's see, typically east Canada. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess these have the little holes in them too. Uh, with holes, I'll say. That'll work. Wow. This is dedication right here. Like literally going on every road and looking at the poles that they have. Like that's crazy. Like I don't even know, dude. That's nuts. Um, yeah. Again, like this channel is really great. So I did leave this video in the chat if you guys would like, because yeah, I do recommend just giving it a like or whatever. It's good stuff for sure. So, and you know he did all this work here as we can see. Um, yeah. Literally, Jake Lyons just like I need to memorize every city in whatever country he studies. Like, it's crazy. Okay, Canadian license plates. So Alberta, we've got. I thought Alberta had some greener plates actually. Why are they red in this? I just realized my camera might be blocking the view of the Alberta plate, but it's like red and white basically, which is weird. Because normally it should be green, I think, but okay, weird. Saskatchewan's is obviously green here, when blurred out, of course. Um, Quebec, I mean, it dark blue, black almost. I have to head out now, but I hope the rest of the stream goes well. Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks so much for being on the stream and everything. It's really cool. All right. Nova Scotia, made kind of a blue plate. I actually have noticed that. I think I've noticed that Nova Scotia has blue plates, kind of, when blurred out. So that's nice. PEI, Prince Edward Islands. I don't know what that's gonna look like when blurred out. I have no idea. Nunavut, kind of blue, I guess. Weird. Yukon, it's his video's blocking it, but it's fine. When are you looking at Yukon plates, honestly? Manitoba has these green edges here. Oh, maybe I was thinking of Manitoba and Saskatchewan plates. Maybe I wasn't thinking of Alberta. That's actually possible. British Columbia, just got kind of a white plate. Ontario, it's a little blue. How did I just notice that he has the pictures of these blurred? I just noticed that. Like, no joke. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Um, okay, Ontario kind of looks white when blurred, I guess. New Brunswick, slight red tinge to it. So, okay, awesome. We did find that out recently from the Plunkett guide, which is pretty nice. So, yes, okay. Just gotta pause it every 30 seconds or whatever. So, helpful for 50/50s there. Okay, yeah. Just pausing it every 30 seconds. Definitely don't want to break copyright or whatever. So, but yeah, definitely pretty distinct there and there. So, let's go on to this. Man, I don't know if I want to learn these, even though it's not hard. Um, it's not hard to learn them, but it's like I'm trying to think of the last time again that I saw like a phone code in Canada. Like I don't even know, honestly. So, I think I'll skip this honestly. And then we got the flags here. I think these are just directly from Plunkett. I think I have both of these here, like literally, or not the phone code one, but a lot of these other ones here. Okay, that's the wrong slide. Okay, yeah. I think we're done with the first video here, so that's very nice. So we got BC and the North. Oh, we got Zigzag and Mate Potato in the comments here. That's really cool. Okay, where's Wetzlar even? Wow. Okay, interesting. Okay. Oh, and let me put this one in the chat as well, because I just want to make it clear that like um, you know, I am putting this content on my stream in a way, but I'm learning from it and whatever, and you know, I don't want to be disrespectful to Jasper Woodard here. He makes amazing videos, so let me put this in the chat, and you guys should definitely give it a like and do whatever you want, basically. But yeah. Okay, so this is. Okay, so this is BC and the North, basically. So Jasper Woodard's BC and North. Actually, I just realized I don't think I've even been liking these videos. Hold on. Let me there we go. Perfect. Makes sense, makes sense. Okay, just gonna pause a bit. I don't have too much commentary to add there, I guess. Just I guess I agree. It's very, very beautiful, obviously. Yeah, I don't know. I tend to like a lot of like mountain landscapes, so I think BC is definitely one of the cooler places in Canada. I also kind of like these like almost like modern city kind of landscapes, and even on that front, like I think Vancouver really cool as well. So, yeah, makes sense. There's so many times where I've gotten Vancouver Island like rounds, and obviously I don't know it's on Vancouver Island, so I just do some like safe like hedge near Vancouver or something. And like it's not like it's many loss of points. I'm just surprised how many cities are down there, to be honest. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's like I don't have much commentary to add here. It's more of just me learning, I guess, here. So, uh, yeah, just pausing it for copyright, but. What does this road look like? Actually, I might figure that out maybe. Uh, Maybe I should just have maps open. That might make more sense here. Let me see where, because I've never noticed the Nunavut coverage or whatever. Like, oh, did he not show that? Was that the Northwest Territories? Was it like one of these roads here? Yeah. What is this road? I don't think I've seen this. Okay, very short trees, decent enough road quality with kind of gravel. Not the lowest sun actually, which is interesting. And then it has this road angle. Okay. Yeah, I mean, when are you ever getting that in a duel? Who knows? But, yeah, okay. I was actually looking at some of the roads earlier, and I think this road's unpaved. I'd have to check that. I think this one was unpaved up here because I need to like kind of memorize these roads in a way. Like, um, yeah, this isn't a paved road. Yeah, no, it's not. And obviously, it looks very cold. We have Gen 2 here. So this is like 5Kable in a way. Not actually, yeah, it kind of is with this river here, probably. But yeah, I mean, it's got that road angle and everything. So yeah, hopefully, if I were to get that in a duel, it'd be pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I've been practicing Canada, obviously, since the last stream where I just, you know, learned all the Canada meta and stuff. Um, and I literally, I would still blunder like east and west because sometimes there's mountains in the east, and I just, it's really bad. Um, wait, Cutlass, how you doing? Thank you for joining the stream here. We're just practicing some Canada. I'm gonna watch these Jasper Woodard videos, making sure to pause it every 30 seconds and stuff like that. So, um, but yeah, I also, I don't know if you could see the chat, but I sent the links to all these in the chat as well so that, you know, you guys can go like the video and stuff because Jasper Woodard makes some really good Geoguessr meta content. So yeah, but I could play this. Oh, and I'm taking notes on it, I guess, as well. So 604 area code. I don't think that was the BC area code. No, I don't think so. I guess we have Canada Plunkett here. If I just looked up phone. No, no phone. What? Okay, there it is. Is 604 one of those? No. That's weird. Oh no, 604 is down here. Okay, that's just Vancouver then. Interesting. Okay. Okay, we do have that in our from our Plunkett guide as well. Are we supposed to be able to hear the video? Oh my god, has that not been playing the entire time? Oh my god, thank you for pointing that out. I literally... Oh, yeah, I need to turn on my desktop audio. Of course you guys can't hear the video. What am I doing? Thank you. Which one is that? Display... Desktop audio 1 or 2? I don't know. I'll try 2. I don't know why, but...
Heard of this meta?
Oh, yeah,
and
that
I think
works.
he cites his sources better for it. He heard about it. But the only other province that does this with any reliability is New Brunswick.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Yeah.
If we zoom in on the pole
Let me
further,
test
you can
what this
see a
sounds
very
like too
thick
from my
metal
end.
guard, and it flares at the bottom.
Let me test what this sounds like too from my end. It's a little loud. So I think it's a little loud. So I think I'm gonna turn that volume down a little bit here. We'll try that. That should hopefully be good.
That's very specific.
Actually, Cutlass, could you let me know if that sounds good? The audio on that.
But the next clue is risky.
I'll turn it down a little bit if you think it's better.
Same pole, third meta for the same pole. You can see this tiny metal rectangle that's affixed to it. I certainly don't have all of the little metal numbers and metal markers figured out for all of the poles in North America.
Wait, what was it about this pole here? Actually, might need to rewind it a little bit here. Let me see.
Everywhere. But the next clue is risky, which is also visible on exactly the same pole.
Is it this like slant here? That'd be crazy, right?
You can see this tiny metal rectangle that's affixed to it. I certainly don't have all of the little metal numbers and metal markers figured out for all of the poles in North America because they love putting metal things there. But this particular dimension of the rectangle, which can be either yellow or gray in this...
Oh, it's just this little rectangle thing. That's so ridiculous. Okay, sure. So it has rectangular stickers. Let's see, rectangular stickers on BC poles. That is so silly, but okay, we'll take it. We'll take it.
Very specific to BC, and I haven't seen it anywhere else, so you can try to remember that. Then for more pole things, we have this pole with a perpendicular line that's asymmetrical on the top. This is in the picture if you really zoomed in. And this is common not common. It's possible in a couple of countries.
Perpendicular line, is it this?
I'll just mention it. And then finally something that you can see in BC, not in this picture.
Dude, these look exactly like the Ontario poles. That's so ridiculous. Because this is like, no. Where is this? There's some like Ontario pole. I know there is. It's this. It looks like this. That's so troll, literally. Okay. That's, yeah, that's really, really troll. Jeez, I can't click on the right thing. Yeah, what's even the difference between that? Like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Sure.
Is these cup-shaped metal joiners, but they're much more common in either the U.S. or Ontario. I'll just mention
Okay,
them
he
Canada
said
and BC.
Ontario. Yeah, there we go.
That's the power line meta. Enough about poles. Let's talk about license plates. Now, we can't see any front license plates in this image. No image is perfect. It takes a while to find a good one. But British Columbia does use front plates, and that makes it the same as Washington, the same as Oregon, and there's similar mountain states, unfortunately. It also makes it the same as Ontario, and that can be confusing in the cities. So
Yeah, I think for front plates, it's what, like BC, kind of New Brunswick, at least up until 2019. And then what else uses front plates? Like, I don't even know, honestly. I feel like I often see front plates in Ontario, even though I'm not sure if that's technically supposed to be the case, but I have noticed it. So, yeah.
some advanced meta, which I mentioned in part one, is that if you zoom in on the rear plates, you can sometimes see this colored registration sticker that's in the bottom of a BC rear plate. And that is not in Ontario. It's not in any other province. It can be red, it can be blue, it can be green, colors like that often. So that can help. Are there other clues? Well, a pretty obvious one
So
is
there's a
on
little
this
yellow
side.
thing there, I
The area
guess.
code for Greater Vancouver is 604. Well,
Okay, rest of BC is usually 250. I'm trying to think if I really want to write down the phone codes, though. I just don't see them that often.
the
But
rest of British Columbia
probably
uses
won't do that.
250. There are only two numbers, so it's definitely worth remembering.
Too much effort for too little reward,
Now, in
honestly.
random order of BC meta, it's not the biggest province on bollards, but they do use them fairly frequently, and there's a wide variety. The most common is the white square on a metal post, which we see on the left.
Okay.
But there are rarer bollards as
BC.
well. So mostly featuring.
I'm gonna type or write this in. Rectangular square bollard, I guess. On, is that a metal pole? Yeah, it is a metal pole. On metal pole, basically. Sure.
A white reflector on some kind of plastic bollard.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
greenbacked
these bollards
signs.
they
We
don't look
learned that
anything
from
like
the
other provinces
Plonket
in
here,
Canada,
so
but they can look a lot
pretty
like
cool.
bollards used in some of the western states, so be careful. BC likes to use greenback signs a lot, although it's not 100%, but I haven't seen greenback signs anywhere else. I might be forgetting where else you could find them. And these hanging signs can appear especially in mountain passes, where all of the signs are hanging down from an upper bar. I don't think you can see that anywhere else, but this is where it's frustrating, because, for example, a really good clue is that BC...
Hanging signs, that was also in the Plonket guide. Oh, I think I know what this is going to be too. This is going to be, these things are more common than the metal, like, guardrails, basically. It's the, I don't know, are these, like, concrete guardrails, I guess? Kind of. Yeah, we can probably skip this section. I think I know what he's going to say for that.
Pretty specific to BC. And then I'll give a quick shout out to totem poles. These are traditional monuments for coastal First Nations.
This is
I've
kind
seen
of
them a
cool.
few times playing Geoguessr, especially on trekker coverage, and you'll especially see them around Vancouver, Victoria. These are coastal First Nations, so all of Vancouver Island, that kind of idea. Now returning to this picture, we know that we're in BC because of the poles and because of the license plate, if we're able to zoom anyway on the license plate. We know we're around Vancouver specifically because of the area code. Can we get even more specific? There's one perfect clue that you can just barely see if you know what you're looking for.
Oh no, is he gonna mention like? He's gonna mention like fire hydrants. I don't even see a fire hydrant in here. Also, I don't know why this isn't full screened. Because there is a painful like Canada fire hydrant meta that I know about. Yeah, you can like memorize like every city's like fire hydrants and stuff. It's really dumb. Yeah, I don't know. I'm never gonna do that, I don't think, but we'll see.
And I'll leave that as a cliffhanger for the city-specific meta, which we'll get to. Instead,
yeah, it's got to be fire hydrants. There's no way.
First. So here's a topographical map on the left, and I'm going to be correlating it with cities and regions that are outlined on the right. So first, there are a few areas in BC that are fairly flat. So the Fraser Valley.
See the valley here with Prince George.
Vancouver, it's kind of the breadbasket of BC, I think. And it looks hot and lush. It's got good precipitation, so you could see a lot of flat farms, orchards, vineyards, and there's either cities and mountains, but the mountains will be visible to the north. It itself is quite flat. And the other flat region is in the northeast, in and around the town of Dawson Creek. So this is going to be the only part of northern BC with Gen 3 coverage, and now there's brand new Gen 4 coverage I just saw in Dawson Creek, and all up the...
That's the funny thing, this is probably kind of outdated, where a lot of this has probably already been replaced with Gen 4 coverage, like I would imagine, so... Yeah, I would not trust a lot of these, like, oh, this is Gen 3 kind of stuff, because I think a lot of the Northern Territory and Yukon coverage used to be, like, Gen 2, basically, and now it's, like, most of it's Gen 4, except that, like, really northern road, basically. So, yeah.
East Highway here that loops back into Alberta, and just barely through Northwest Territories. So the landscape is very different from most of BC, and it looks a lot more like the prairies just over the border in Alberta. The rest of BC is covered with mountains, and can be pretty hard to region guess in. In general, the mountains are usually a bit lower in the northern coverage for most of the Yellowhead Highway. So in the south, the mountains do change a bit from west coast to east coast. So parts of...
Just pausing for copyright here, but I guess there was one thing I wanted to tell you guys. Just not even relating to the video at all. I do want to do a streaming schedule. I'm probably not gonna do that job at Starbucks, honestly. In fact, I need to probably tell them that. I can't. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I've worked at a fast food place before, and it's really, it kind of sucks. Not gonna lie. And like, I also just want to enjoy my summer. Um, Not even to mention, I'm like moderately busy anyway, right? Like even besides like YouTube and like studying Geoguessr and stuff, it's like I'm taking like two summer classes, and they're both like those like kind of like 6 week like intensive courses or whatever. Like yeah, I don't know. I'm probably just going to stick to streaming and doing YouTube for the summer basically, which means I'll be able to have a schedule. And once I figure out what that schedule is, I'll make it available. Um, I probably want to make it like Monday, Wednesday, Friday is what I'm thinking. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm not gonna say anything like definitively, but uh, Cutlass says happy to hear that. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's the problem. It's like a lot of life sometimes is just like you know do something that makes you unhappy but gives you money. Like fast food jobs, or actually enjoy your life. And it's like you can't really, definitely not all the time. You can't just pick like one or the other. You have to, yeah, I don't know. You can't always choose the happiness part because you can't just have no money, which is really kind of unfortunate. So yeah, but yeah. Anyways, we can continue this.
Vancouver
Learn
Island
more about
or a temperate
BC.
rainforest, and it might feature denser tree coverage or larger trees. It can still be surprisingly difficult to tell Vancouver Island apart from the mainland sometimes, though. As you move just east of Vancouver, we enter some of the hottest regions in Canada. So it's lower elevation still.
If we have time at the end of these videos, by the way, we can play some games and everything, and I'll start a party up. But again, we do have how many videos to get through? Like, yeah, like 6 more or 5 more. Yeah, so yeah, it'll be a little while, but we have this on 1.5x speed at least. So yeah, just to make things a little faster here.
But it's dry over that first mountain range. It's a popular tourist
I have noticed that it's
destination.
dry
The
over
landscape can
here.
even look a little
Yeah,
Mediterranean sometimes. So think vineyards, orchards, and lots of cottages.
it's also in the Plonky
So
guide, so
this
that
region
helps too.
starts
So
around the town of Hope, and it goes out towards Lake Okanagan, including cities like Kelowna, Penticton, and even similar coverage in Kamloops. As you go further and further east, you eventually hit the Rocky Mountains. And as the name suggests, you
oh,
should
not gonna
expect to
lie,
see
I looked at
trees
this and
on
was
tops
like,
of some
oh,
of
it
the
might be
tallest
western.
mountains.
It's
So another
not.
very rough and extremely inaccurate cheat code would be to say that mountains are larger the further you go south, at least in a lot of the highway that's covered. And then you have fewer trees on top of the mountains the further you go east. That's not accurate overall, but it's pretty accurate to the Google coverage.
Okay,
So
interesting.
let's go to city-specific meta, and we'll start with one of the most important city meta. Congratulations.
See, mountains are taller south. Taller south. Less trees as you go east. Less trees as you go east. Okay, perfect.
To anyone who was able to spot it without zooming, but you can just barely make out the Burnaby fire hydrant in this photo. Fire hydrants in North America are the
Oh wait,
ideal
yeah, I
focus
knew
point.
it. I knew he was gonna bring this up. Dude, I was looking for this fire hydrant and I couldn't find it. Like I was looking around. Where even is this right now? Like, is it that right there? That's unbelievably hard to see. That is so crazy. Okay, sure.
Usually mandated to be on every block, painted colors that are easy to see, and with special laws that make them easy to see from a car, like a Geoguessr car camera.
So I guess
So, for
Vancouver
example, it's
has
illegal to park in
white
front of a
fire
car.
hydrants or something
Cities usually
with like
buy them in
red
bulk, and they
things
use them
on
as
them.
needed, so there's usually a specific color to a particular city or region. Now, we've already seen that the Burnaby fire hydrant, it's an extremely recognizable Christmas tree, and it's only found in Burnaby, BC, which is a suburb of Vancouver. The other unique hydrant in
What is this, dude? Are you telling me that this town has 6 fire hydrants? And is he saying like, oh, you could memorize like the 6 Abbotsford like fire hydrants, and then oh, here's Vancouver or whatever, and you can memorize the 6 fire hydrants here or whatever? That's crazy. Okay, sure.
BC is found just east of Vancouver in Abbotsford.
I mean, it's good
and
the
it's white
information's
with blue.
available. I'm not.
Now, either fortunately or
Yeah.
unfortunately, because you don't want to memorize a million fire hydrants, but most fire hydrants are not nearly as specific. The vast majority of Canada uses either red body fire hydrants or yellow body fire hydrants. When it comes to hydrants, the color of the body is much more reliable than the color of the nozzles, which are sometimes changed to reflect
Okay,
the flow rate
but
for
that's
that hydrant,
helpful.
or just changed randomly for all I can tell. But the nozzle color can also sometimes help you pick a city as well. Now, you can't remember the color of fire hydrant for every single city and town, but luckily most in BC follow a very easy pattern. Yellow fire hydrants on the inside, including cities like Prince George, Kamloops, and Kelowna.
Wait, this is more useful than I thought actually. Okay, you know what? Okay, we're getting the hang of it. Okay, I was really worried about this fire hydrant meta, but you know what? maybe it's learnable, you know. BC fire hydrants on the sides basically are red, and in the middle they're yellow. Okay, you know what? We'll take it. Fire hydrants are red on the sides of BC. Oh my god, I can't write anything. Jeez. Fire hydrants are red on the sides of BC and yellow in the center, generally speaking. He's going to go in a more specific direction, I think, though. I think he's going to say, like, oh, well, this city is an exception, which, I mean, there probably are exceptions, I'm sure. So, yeah.
And red fire hydrants on the extremes, so the eastern border with Alberta or the west coast. So Vancouver, Victoria, Prince Rupert, and many small towns in the Rockies. Coming all the way into, I think Castlegar still has red fire hydrants, if you know where Castlegar is. It's not a perfect trend. There are some towns that buck that trend. There'll always be a small town that bucks the trend, but it's a very useful heuristic. Now let's start with Vancouver city meta.
Oh, no, dude, no. What is the... Who's region guessing Vancouver? Why? Oh, no. I mean, these three are red, though, and then this is red, too. I think these are red. They kind of look... Wait, yeah, they're... Oh, these are all the same picture. Okay, so most of them just use the red ones. And then Burnaby just has a white and red one, I guess. Okay, that's fine.
So first, remember that Vancouver uses red fire hydrants, other than Burnaby. To get even more specific, Vancouver proper, so that's...
Not even going to write that down, by the way. Like,
area, uses all red fire
we're talking
hydrants, and the suburbs tend to
minimum of like, or maximum of like
Vancouver is also
50
much wetter
points
than the rest of the
probably
states.
within
The ground
Vancouver.
often looks recently rained, and the sky is often
So,
overcast.
whatever.
I've also noticed that the license plates often have a different grainy quality to them than other coverage, and it's fairly specific, at least to Canada coverage.
I'm really curious. How would I know this is BC if I played Geoguessr right now and this was the round and NPZ? How would I know? Well, front plates kind of has that Seattle feel with a lot of like pine trees maybe and stuff or whatever. I think these are pine trees. Yeah, besides that, I'm not really sure, honestly. Maybe I'm missing something, but something with the Transformers maybe or yeah, no, I don't think so. Honestly.
It's a general wet Gen 4 vibe that I feel reminds me of Vancouver. Now, I've talked about how not to confuse Vancouver with somewhere like Toronto, license plates, power poles, and more. And you shouldn't confuse Vancouver with other cities further east because of fire hydrants, general lushness.
Let's see. So we got red fire hydrant, red fire hydrant. Why am I blanking on where Victoria, Canada is? Surely I know what that is, right? Am I insane? Victoria. No, I don't think I knew what that was. Okay, sure. Why not? More knowledge for me. Okay, so this is Victoria apparently, and this is Vancouver. I wonder why, or how you would know really. I mean, yeah, I don't know honestly, but not sure.
Further east in BC, I mean. And you shouldn't confuse it with other U.S. cities because none of the big West Coast cities in the States use a red fire hydrant, which is very fortunate.
Okay, that's really nice. Of course,
there is hopefully country meta that you can also use to determine between U.S. cities and Vancouver. By far the most vexing comparison for me is then Vancouver and Victoria, which to confuse non-Canadians even more, in case you weren't sure, Victoria is located on Vancouver Island.
Yeah, these look very similar to me, like, to be honest.
First,
like...
a general vibe check between the two. Vancouver is much larger and an economic hub, and Victoria is a smaller city, which is a very popular place to retire. So Vancouver also has a bit more Generation 4 coverage, and more specifically, there are some things that separate Vancouver from...
Okay, I doubt this is even true anymore. Like, Victoria probably has a lot of Gen 4 coverage, I would imagine. Like, I'm not going to go check because it's not really worth it, but, like, probably. Like, this video is 1 or 2 years old. They've done a lot of coverage now for that, so, yeah.
Every other city in BC, including Victoria. Vancouver uses its own transit system, and bus stops are marked with this T here on the left on a blue background. Every other city mostly uses BC Transit, which have the same bus stop sign.
I'm not gonna lie, this is like really like niche. I don't even. I'm not gonna write this down. Like,
the best way to tell it
not this part at least.
Vancouver is also 10 times larger than Victoria, so it's almost certainly a safer bet if you're confused. Now let's zoom back out to our map of BC.
Oh God, what is this?
Your best bet is to combine fire hydrant color with general temperature and landscape. For example, Prince George. While it's far north, so it's going to be cold, smaller mountains, yellow fire hydrants. Prince Rupert, far north, cold, smaller mountains, red fire hydrants. The only remaining cities I want to compare directly are Kamloops and Kelowna, and in the process talk more about the Okanagan region. So, first of all...
Dude, this is like an impossible 50-50 probably, right? Like, this is yellow... Oh, but this is a blue top, I guess. Maybe that's what he's going to say here, among other things. Like, this mountain is taller in Kamloops than what looks to be here, so Yeah, maybe that's
Kelowna
what
on
it
the
is
left
too.
and Kamloops on the right. We can again become more specific with the fire hydrants if we want. Kelowna almost always uses blue nozzles on the top and the sides with yellow.
Is it really pronounced Kamloops, by the way? I thought it was. I thought the P was like somehow silent, almost like Kamlu or something. I kind of felt like that was the case, but I might just be nuts, honestly. I don't know. I feel like I've heard it pronounced like Kamlu or something. I don't know. I might be crazy.
And black on the front. Kamloops uses just a white cap on top of the yellow. I know some of you might be panicking right now, just how many fire hydrants am I going to have to remember in Canada? I've already said nozzle color isn't as reliable, and the nozzles are bound to be different colors in nearly all.
You know, it's not overwhelming yet, but just wait until he goes over the fire hydrant meta of other provinces, and then it's just gonna be like, oh no, like, not good. Uh, you know what? We'll write this down. Why not? It's if I can remember it, it'd be kind of fun, I guess. Um, okay, so Kelowna has yellow fire hydrant with blue top. Fire hydrant with blue top. While Kamlu, I'm gonna say Kamlu. I don't know. Maybe it's wrong. While Kamlu is yellow with white top. Okay. Actually, no. I'm not gonna mispronounce it. We're gonna figure it out actually, because I don't want to be disrespectful to the citizens, the great citizens of Kamlu. Maybe I don't even know. What am I doing? Why am I just looking that up? Pronunciation. That was the worst spelling ever. We don't need to talk about that.
Kamloops.
Oh, Kamloops. Okay. For real though. I'm like, I don't know why this is so crazy to me. I feel like I've heard Kamlu. I don't know. Okay.
Kamloops.
Okay. I think it is just Kamloops. Okay, I'm wrong. Rip.
All the smaller cities like Vernon, Penticton, etc., etc. Still, these are the next biggest cities.
We'll call it Kamloops
with yellow hydrants. So
we'll stick with that.
But the other things I want to say relate to the landscapes. Kelowna is directly on Lake Okanagan, and most of the coverage there was taken during the summer. So the summer coverage means that things are often hazy and occasionally quite smoky from wildfires. There's a lot of tourists, and it's very common to see things like cottages on the hills from a distance. This is also true of towns all the way up and down Lake Okanagan.
Okay, this was smokier coverage, I think. Interesting.
Which can get quite confusing. Kamloops is slightly smaller, and most of the coverage was taken in the fall. So although things are still pretty green, Kamloops is one example in BC where it can become really useful to just memorize one of the mountains or hills that are near the town. So this hill in front of us here in Kamloops is visible, it seems to me, from 90% of Kamloops when you can pan around. So it's exactly the type of hill that you could get to guess this part of the world. It's dry, covered with some trees, but not many trees. It's not that big of a hill. But if you want to remember this exact hill.
Okay, so Kamloops fall coverage, Kelowna smoky coverage. I guess, yeah, you can memorize the hills. Okay, pretty cool. I don't think I'm gonna write that down. It feels, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna really notice that in a game, honestly.
You can tell Kamloops apart from Kelowna. And if you practice BC enough, that becomes useful. This is true of a lot of smaller towns too. They'll have like a ski.
Not to mention, when are you really doing that in a duels game? You're like, it's either Kamloops or Kelowna. It's like, I don't know, dude. You click in BC, and if you see yellow fire hydrants, you go middle, right? Like, I don't know. It's, yeah.
Hill that's really recognizable. You could decide to remember the Fernie ski hill, but it's not always nearly as useful. Now, as we go through Canada, I will sometimes use some garbage bins when I think they're particularly easy to remember.
Okay. Well, I mean, to be fair, a lot of them have the thing on them. Like, we got Surrey, we got Richmond. P. George? Is that really a city name? P. George? Okay. Victoria, Abbotsford, Kamloops, Kelowna, Vancouver. Cool.
Useful? I don't think that's usually true in BC. Garbage bins are often a good way to remember which city you're in.
Yeah, if he's saying they're not even useful, I'm not going to write this down. Like, no way.
Close enough, many of these bins just say the city name on them, like Vancouver, Surrey, Richmond. And if you're far away, now we're talking about how different are the bins really. So just imagine you decide to memorize Vancouver bins. That might mean at least 5 or 6 suburbs with different bins. Some of them look almost exactly identical to nearby cities from a distance. I'm trying to focus on easy to remember meta.
Just not worth learning these at all, to be honest.
So next, let's get to some rural meta. And as a disclaimer, I often get BC region guessing very wrong when all I have to go on is mountains. But let's start with smoky meta. So I already talked about wildfire smoke in and around. Okay,
smoky meta is on this road here. Is this the one? What is this? It's going to Prince Rupert. It's like Williams Lake to Prince Rupert. Let me take a look at that real quick. Where is that exactly? Prince Rupert to some kind of lake. Is it this? Like Fraser Lake or something? So this is the 16. Is this still Smoky Meadow here? Let's figure that out. Oh, it is. Look at that. Wow. That is really distinct, actually. Wow. This is weirdly useful. Hold on. I'm gonna write this down. Smoky roads, or road, I guess. The 16 in BC from, I think it was like Fraser Lake or something. Fraser Lake to Prince Rupert. At first I was like P Rupert. I was like, surely that's a like shortening the phrase or whatever, right? And like, yeah, it is, I guess. Imagine a city named P Rupert. Like, bro, pretty lame. Okay, or actually pretty awesome in a way. Like, it really defies the laws of tradition, I guess, you know, as Primus would say. But I'm just memeing. Okay.
On Kelowna. The other main culprit is the highway from Kamloops to Prince George, and then it goes along to Prince Rupert along the Yellowhead Highway. So I hate wildfire smoke. I am glad to finally find one thing that has done useful in my life. Most of the rural tips I have for BC are actually related to trees.
I don't know what I'm doing making a Primus reference, by the way. I don't know. they're like a metal band. I don't know if anyone knows that, but yeah.
Allow me to present you with a map of trembling aspen distribution. Aspen are one of the easiest trees to recognize due to their handy feature of not being an evergreen tree, like most other things, and their white bark. So the most important thing to note is that there are relatively few aspens close to the coast, so it can help.
Okay, so I don't know how I'm gonna memorize like what this tree looks like here. Like, they're just. I'm not gonna lie, guys. To me, like, I see a tree and I'm like, ah, it's maybe a birch tree. Like, I don't know. I'm not very good with vegetation most of the time, but okay. Yeah, I don't know what to say about it. I don't think I'm gonna write it down, honestly. I'm not really sure.
Differentiate, say, a region as not being on Vancouver Island.
Yeah, I'll write it down, actually.
On
Why
a
not?
related note, even though aspens aren't particularly common in
So
southeastern
the trembling
BC,
birch or something? Trembling aspen?
even though aspens aren't particularly common in southeastern BC, this is where I tend to notice them the most because there's a lot of fall coverage. And aspens are really beautiful and, more importantly, distinctive in the fall. And they create this green and yellow patchwork with the evergreen trees. So this is a really common in coverage around towns like Nelson, Creston, etc. Now, Vancouver Island is another place with...
Vancouver Island. Oh no. Like, what could you possibly say this or for this? Like, if I saw this round, guys, I don't even know if I'm sending not only BC here. I don't even know if I'm going West Coast here. Like, maybe, but maybe. Like,
distinctive trees if you get to know them. Although the trees vary a lot across the island due to climate and probably due to logging. Generally expect a lot of evergreen trees, Douglas fir, I think.
I mean,
and they're very green and
yeah,
bushy
the evergreen
compared to
trees
other
make
parts of
sense,
BC. It's
but
more humid, more wet.
yeah.
So you may also see some very, very large trees, mossy trees, ferns, other types of flora that aren't common anywhere else in Canada and certainly nowhere else in BC. So, crap, I thought I was done, but we still have half of Canada to cover in about 5 minutes. I don't know how important this is on most maps of the world, but if you play the...
Is he really going to mention the phone code? There's no way you're getting phone codes on, like, a lot of these northern roads, right? Maybe the cities, possibly, like, a little bit, but I don't know. Not sure about this.
Canada map, the official one, they love giving you coverage up north. So I threw the area code on this map. Good. But you're very unlikely to actually see the area code written.
God, guys, I've been playing the world map a little bit recently, just because I've been playing a lot of team duels, just because it's not very, like, stressful to play team duels because it's unranked. And it is, like, I think it uses the world map instead of a community world. It is so much worse. The world map is so bad. Like, yeah, for one, it does give you these troll locations that, like, if you don't know them, then you're just done for, basically. Which, like, I can understand getting those locations sometimes, but they come up so much. And it's so dumb. Because sometimes I'll just lose to some random island in the middle of nowhere, and I'm just like, how am I supposed to know this, dude? But even worse with the world map, it literally has like 80% European locations, I swear. It's like 80% Europe. We never get like the US, we never get Canada, on the world map at least. I don't know why I'm saying we, I guess, because I played it like off camera, but yeah. I remember you arguing about this earlier. Oh, well, that's the thing, is that's on a community world. So a community world actually is a little better with this. I think there probably still is a little too much Europe on a community world, but it's not terrible. The world map is much worse. Oh wait, no. I know what you're saying actually. No, it was when we, yeah, it was when we called or whatever. Yeah, okay. Yeah, team duels is just actually ridiculous, but.
Now, due to either not seeing phone numbers or you don't need to put the...
Or I just mean the map is ridiculous for team duels. I like the concept of team duels. I think it's cool, but the map really, if it really is the world map, which I think it is, it's terrible. Like,
area code if everybody knows they're in Northwest Territories. Let's pick apart the regions instead, starting with this purple section. The first thing to recognize about Northwest Territories and Yukon is the character.
I think I know what road this is. I think I know what road this is. I think this is, let me see. I think it's, hold on. Let me look at the coverage up here. It's like this or something, or like one of these up here. It's like, maybe it's like right here. This, yeah, it's kind of close. I'm not totally sure if that's exactly right, but I think it's close.
Characteristic Generation 2 coverage. So a wide blur with a hint of blue, usually, and very faded, slightly tinted image, oftentimes. So these first images here are in Whitehorse, the capital of Yukon, the furthest west.
Oh, these are in
It's
Whitehorse.
surrounded
How close was I? How close was I? Whitehorse is where exactly? Whitehorse. Oh yeah, I was just north of it. Where did I place this down? Like here or something? So I was too far north, but it wouldn't have been a horrible guess. Okay. Yeah, I just remember that this road's Gen 2 and it goes like this road angle and then this road angle. And obviously it looks really northern, so helps a lot here. So
mountains with notable white patches of rock, and they're almost always visible from
oh,
anywhere.
white patches of
so
rock
even a
from
little practice, I think
in
Whitehorse
Whitehorse.
should be an
Okay.
immediate send on NMPZ for most of you. There aren't really any other cities in the world with a combination of Generation 2 and these rocky low mountains. Now the next area for me to note is Kluane Lake, which is
Ooh.
right here on a map of Yukon. So this lake is usually
Wait, did you guys see that? It's near Destruction Bay. Destruction Bay? That's the coolest name in the world. Wait, where is that? I don't even see it when I look at it. Is this it? Kluane Lake. Yeah, Destruction Bay. Oh my god, that's so cool. Imagine having your city be Destruction Bay. You're just like, yeah, I'm from Destruction Bay. Be so freaking awesome. Okay, anyways.
easily distinguishable because if you can't see the lake, you can at least see a big valley ahead of you before the mountains return again. It has the same old Generation 2 coverage and a lot of these pink flowers up there somewhere, and they're called fireweed. So they grow like crazy right after forest fire.
Okay.
You can find fireweed all over the world and in the northern hemisphere at least, but it's very common here near Kluane Lake. Now, although I thought this region was easy, as I went to prepare the slides, surprise, there's new Generation 4 coverage from only like 2 months ago, and it's just been updated on the official
Oh my god, he's literally in Destruction Bay too. That's sick.
Canada map. So it hasn't.
LMAO, that goes
Canada map,
hard.
so I hadn't seen
It does.
But it is there.
It really does.
So everything I said still stands. Kluane Lake is recognizable and has lots of fireweed, although this is later in the season, so now this pink fireweed just doesn't look as pretty. But Whitehorse is still surrounded by White Rock Mountains, but the region is definitely about to make Canada harder to guess because now you have Generation 4 in the Yukon.
Also, I was just thinking about camera generations and everything. I don't know why. I think a long time ago I had this take where I was like, I don't really care about the quality of the camera that much. And now it's like, my view is completely flipped on this. I feel like Gen 4 is like so awesome, honestly. Like, it is so annoying when I get like Gen 3 coverage or below and I can't see like US license plates because like the colors just don't pop as much. And it's just kind of infuriating a little bit, like honestly. Like, and then in Gen 4, you just see like, you look at the license plates and like the colors are just popping on the screen and it's like, yeah, it's so much better, honestly. Like, yeah, literally Gen 4 is like pretty goated, to be honest. So, yeah.
Next, let's move on to orange and green regions, which are both in Northwest Territories, and most definitely.
And yeah, Geoguessr, or I guess Google, keeps releasing countries and like the poop cam or whatever, the bad cam, whatever you want to call it. There's another word for it, but yeah, it's just, why? Like, you have Gen 4. You don't need to be releasing this in like the worst footage possible. Like, this is 2024, you know, it's not like 2012, you know, like, I don't know.
We do not have Gen 4 coverage. Let's start with the orange circle, which is the Dempster Highway to Inuvik. Now, the further north you go, the shorter the trees get. This coverage also has a distinctly bad Generation 2 camera, which is strongly tinted, something like red, and often has blurs in it. I always know that I'm near Inuvik instantaneously.
Where is that exactly? So it's YT, it says YT5 on it. Weird, okay. I'm just trying to think like exactly where this would be, but I don't know. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Inuvik itself is the most common location to get. Most of the houses are on stilts, and the trees are the same height as their houses. So this picture gives you a good indication of the road quality and density.
Inuvik?
It seems like Inuvik starts to experience fall in August, so I'm sorry. Anyway, Yellowknife is the capital of Northwest Territory.
Inuvik. Where's that actually? Inuvik? Northern Territory? Oh my god, that's far north. That's crazy. So it's Gen 2. It's like a Gen 2 area here. That's pretty helpful, I guess. So Gen 2 looks really cold in northern, obviously. Okay. What the heck does that even say? See, this is what I mean. Like, how do you not have Gen 4 here? It's like, okay, Chook campgrounds. I'm not blaming them for not like having Gen 4 like actually up here or whatever. I know it takes like time and effort to do all this, but I just mean that it's hard to read signs without it, you know? It's really quite rough. Oh, wait, these are the Northern Territory bollards here, actually, that we learned from the last stream, so that's very cool. Okay.
And it's located on Greater Slave Lake. I generally just remember it as White Horse without the mountains, and the same blurry Generation 2 coverage that
White
you get in
Horse
White
without
Horse,
the
for example.
mountains.
Now, I would definitely forgive you
Kind of
for
makes sense.
mistaking Yellowknife with another town in northern BC that has Generation 2 coverage, or even northern Ontario that can look similar. But the big hint is with the license plates, which are
Oh, this
shaped
is
like
for
polar bear.
Yellowknife, though, I
So
see.
that's true in both Yellowknife
Okay.
and Inuvik, because even though Inuvik can only be reached through the Yukon, again, it is part of the Northwest Territories. Finally, it's time to do a boss rush through some of the other regions in northern Canada, and we'll go west to east along this map here. Number 1, Cambridge Bay. It screams Nunavut because it has 0 trees and only gravel roads.
Oh god, we went through some of these trekkers last stream. These are so annoying. Like that there's just random cities in like northernmost Canada basically that's just like oh, hope you memorize this little town here. It's like, okay, dude.
It's the flattest settlement with coverage in Nunavut, and the other defining feature are these white spheres near the airport here. If anybody knows what they are in the comments, you can tell me. Churchill, Manitoba is in the wrong video because, well, it's part of Manitoba, but it's cold.
Okay, so Churchill has a lot of snow coverage. It has this antenna here. I bet you could see it on the town or the street signs, I'd imagine, because those are pretty distinct looking street signs. Those are the kinds that probably would have the city on it, but who knows?
Coverage that seems most similar with Nunavut, so everything you need is in this picture. It's all snowy Gen 3, and it's got a big antenna here on the side. I can't think of anywhere else in the world that you can confuse with Churchill, but maybe I'm wrong. Qikiqtarjuaq, I hope I said that. Qikiqtarjuaq should never be confused with anywhere else.
Oh, wait. No. I know where this is. Hold on. This we practiced in some of the games, I think. This is like such a stupid location. It's like somewhere up here. It's like really, I think it's like really far north or something. Oh god. Yeah, I literally might not be able to find this thing. Yeah, I literally might not be able to find it actually. I don't even know how to spell it either. Oh, it's this. It's this. Qikiqtarjuaq or whatever. Yeah, that's what he said. Like, like, I don't know. It's just this random town with like red soil almost. It's just really weird. Yeah. And there are a lot of these kind of things in Canada too. I mean, good if you memorize them, I guess. If you somehow get this in a duel, then I guess you win, probably, because I don't know if your opponent's going to know this, but...
in Canada.
Yeah.
Because obviously, it should be confused with Greenland. It's trekker coverage that looks exactly like Greenland. It's right next to Greenland.
It kind of does look like
very
Greenland,
similar to
yeah.
Greenland. You should remember it if you ever think, I'm in Greenland.
I will say the houses aren't colorful enough, maybe, though, to be Greenland. I feel like this is way uglier than Greenland. So, yeah.
Greenland. Why does that sign have English?
I don't know why I'm being so
Although
mean
the
to
first
the
language
sound,
will
but...
actually be Inuit,
Yeah.
written in syllabics, so that's cool. And that brings us to the final location in Nunavut, which is Iqaluit. And that's the capital
Oh,
city of Nunavut.
Iqaluit, okay.
It's very snowy, but
So also snow coverage, just no antenna, I guess? If you see antenna, you go Churchill, I guess?
a lot of things, from the power poles to the vehicles, look a lot more Canadian than Greenlandic. So I think it's a very gettable location. I'm pretty sure the first time I landed in Iqaluit,
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like this looks more like Greenland than the last one, personally, but I might also just be insane, but the more colorful, like, buildings kind of comes off to me as more Greenland-esque, but...
when I just started playing
Don't know.
Geoguessr, I got it right away, because it just looks like the capital of Canada's coldest territory. Unlike Churchill, Manitoba, it doesn't have an antenna on
see
the
it,
car,
yeah.
and the houses are a bit more northern, always on stilts and probably constructed elsewhere and then shipped over. Up until 2012, Nunavut plates also featured a polar bear like Northwest Territories, which you see here on the right. But this
that's
coverage
cool.
is 2013, so you also see a mix with the new rectangular plates that have a touch of blue on the bottom, as with this red truck here on the left.
Very cool.
And the last thing I'll leave you with is links to a few maps, which will be in the description if you want to practice these tips.
Okay, maybe another time. I think we should get through these videos as quick as we can. Might even put it on 2x speed even. Because I don't think...
Hello, it's Jasper.
I'll do that actually.
Part 3 of the Geoguessr
2x speed here.
I'm still trying to figure
Why
out
not?
the optimal length for these guides, since the BC video is a bit longer than I planned. Let me know in the comments what you think. I still feel like 20 to 30 minutes is a reasonable length, but I'm definitely open to feedback. And there are always some tips and tricks that are right on the margin in terms of how useful they are, right? So longer, shorter, it really is doable. But today we're going to talk.
Like a lot of the 50/50s here will be either resolved through license plates or probably road signs. Like Alberta has a specific like road system that they use. I know Saskatchewan has specific poles. Manitoba has specific poles as well. So yeah, and there's definitely some differences. I feel like Manitoba just has more birch trees and stuff too. So just stuff like that.
With Canadian prairies. We're going to cover the provinces of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. Now, Alberta, the furthest west of the three, is sometimes thought of as being full of mean-spirited people who think they're better than everyone else, and that's totally unfair. But in any case, you'll come to understand that Alberta is full of beautiful landscape and large houses because of the strong economy. Meanwhile, Saskatchewan is known for jokes about how flat it is, and one good sitcom that ended in 2009, and Manitoba is mostly known for freezing winters and black floods. In case any of you were wondering,
yeah, the hatred towards Alberta, pretty funny. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm from Alberta. Now, I'm gonna start with 3 still.
Oh wait, he said he's from Alberta. Wait, did I mishear that or something? I don't know. Or maybe he was saying that's what people say about Alberta, but it's unjustified. I think that's what he was saying actually. Okay. So you said this is Alberta, right? I think, isn't blue street signs more of an Alberta thing? I feel like that might have been a thing. Because I think Saskatchewans are green usually, something like that.
3 provinces, and we'll come back to them right again. Each of these images have at least 3 major meta clues that allow you to region guess or even city guess the exact location. Now, feel free to pause if you want, see how many clues you can pick up on already. But for the record, I'm not counting license plates in these meta because they're pretty hard to see without zooming in on the pictures.
Was that isn't this a Manitoba thing? This green stuff here? I think it is.
Not counting license plates in these meta because they're pretty hard.
Actually, this is the most Manitoba location ever. You've got the green and white sticker thing. You got the trident poles. Front plate's kind of weird for Manitoba, actually, I think, but I don't know.
Without zooming in on the pictures. Now, first, let's look at the coverage in the prairies. So again, as with BC, it's almost all in the southern half. And let's just note the coverage that does go to the north. So
interesting. Okay.
Northern Manitoba, ending in Flin Flon on the left, and Thompson.
Very little northern coverage, yeah.
Saskatchewan goes to La Ronge, which is on the map, and Clearwater River, which isn't labeled here. And then Alberta has some more further north roads. They lead to cities like Fort McMurray, Grande Prairie, and High Level, and then even all the way up into the Northwest Territories. Alberta has a few specific meta clues to recognize, some of which are well known and some less so. The Alberta bollard is pretty well known in the Geoguessr community. It's shown in the top left. And despite its name, the Alberta bollard can be found in Saskatchewan, but it's much more rare.
Oh, that's terrifying. Actually, I didn't know it could be found in Saskatchewan.
Now, to the right, we have
horrifying.
Alberta marks almost every dinky gravel road with its own road sign. And that's not true in the States. It's not.
Yeah, there's like the township roads and then the range roads or something, I think, for Alberta. I think so.
True in Saskatchewan or Manitoba. They're nearly always blue. These rural intersections usually also have bollards at them, so the blue signs can be redundant, but it's still helpful in a lot of circumstances. I will quickly remind you of the Alberta license plate and area codes. Alberta does not use front plates, and all of their plates are tinted with red. The 780
Okay, yeah, Alberta plates tinted with red. Yeah, we did see that earlier, I think. Okay. I'll just have to remember that, I guess. I'll probably look at the plates on a... I think I have a picture of it somewhere. Or, no, I don't. I can just look at it another time, though. It's fine.
Area code is used up north, including the city of Edmonton, while 403 down south includes cities like Calgary, Red Deer, and Lethbridge. Now,
780 and 403. I'm not going to write that down, but if I remember it, good for me.
That's for Alberta. Alberta guardrails also often have white reflectors on them or yellow divided highways in the center.
Oh.
Finally, Alberta utility poles, when they have 3 cables, they'll always look like this, with the center cable going directly over the main pole. You'll see why.
Okay, so the wire goes over the thing, basically. Okay, the insulator. Yeah. Okay. I'm also going to write down that thing about white reflectors, actually. Alberta has white reflectors on top of the guardrails. White reflectors on top of the guardrails. Okay. Nice. And then wires on pole. Wait, wires on poles, I guess. Go over middle insulator. Perfect. All right.
This is useful when we contrast it to the other prairie provinces. Now, Saskatchewan has relatively fewer meta clues, in my opinion. Saskatchewan rarely uses bollards, but when they do, they're the same as Alberta.
Oh, he's going to mention the alternating poles here, right? Yeah, the white thing here as well. White triangle.
How major the road is that you're going to turn onto. The most important clue for Saskatchewan is probably the license plate, though, to differentiate it from Alberta. It's got the faint green lettering that's otherwise
it's got the green.
Metal guardrails in Saskatchewan typically end with this.
Very green plates.
And the area code for Saskatchewan is 306. And then finally, let's talk about
306 area code.
Utility poles in every province in Canada, they can resemble the same as Alberta, where the center cable goes directly over the main beam, and that can happen.
I've never seen this circular, like, ending here. I guess I'll write that down. Why not? Circular ending to guardrails, I guess. Circular ending to guardrails. Okay, perfect. And I already wrote down the alternating poles here in the last stream, so.
Now, most of the time, this pattern alternates in Saskatchewan. So it goes inside, outside, and keeps alternating. You can see that alternating pattern in some other provinces as well, but never in Alberta, so it's perfect if you're stuck between those two. And then finally, let's look at Manitoba meta. Manitoba bollards are similar to Alberta bollards here, but they lack the extra white reflector. This
was another thing we learned in the last stream as well, so let's see. Actually, how many of these do I know? Oh, God. Oh, no, are there concrete guardrails in Manitoba sometimes? That's kind of annoying. Well, rip.
At the top. And they also often have bits of orange somewhere on the bollard. Now, Manitoba uses bollards less than Alberta, but more than Saskatchewan, which is just good to know. Manitoba occasionally uses cement guardrails in the center of the highway. It seems to always have these
Ah,
reflectors,
rip.
but I'm sure I'm wrong. Their metal guardrails are very similar to Saskatchewan, but if you are right next to one, you can see that the end slightly differently. They've got this metal donut hole in the center of the circle end that Saskatchewan doesn't have. Now,
Oh, so the Manitoba donut hole meta. That is really awesome. Hold on. Manitoba. Oh, I forgot to section off like in my notes like that this is not BC anymore. Oh no. That's a rip. Alberta, Sask, BC. Or not BC. Oh my god. Manitoba. Okay, there we go. Fix that in my notes. So Manitoba has a quote donut hole at the end of guardrails. Very fun. The end of guardrails. Okay, perfect.
Guardrails are common all over the world, and there'll always be exceptions and twins to the guardrails I'm showing here. But I will say by far the most common way for metal guardrails to end is by just slowly sloping towards the ground, and that can happen in all 3 provinces, and you can't tell the difference. But these 3 ends I've shown seem to be unique to each province and a good way to tell them apart. Manitoba area code is 204. If you're having a hard time
204 area code, okay.
I recommend going back to my episode 1 with the Canada series.
Yeah, these are like green on the sides here, so that's pretty different from Sask, I think.
So you'll see the cable directly over the middle on one side, alternating, and you'll often see all 3 kind of right up against each other. They flip a coin each time they put up a utility pole.
Wait, these are not alternating though. I'm kind of confused actually. What does he mean by that?
Cable directly over the middle on one side, alternating, and you'll often see all 3 kind of right up against each other. They flip a coin each time they put up a utility pole. So that's one way to kind of tell
weird.
Apart, but it's
okay.
not consistent in every format.
Does he just mean they're like completely inconsistent almost with their pulls? That's weird.
With very straight, very tall little cables holding up or coils holding up the cables. This one's kind of doing a root regression, and you see a lot less of that in the other great provinces at least, but I'm sure you'll see versions of this everywhere.
Then obviously we got the green sticker and everything, so yeah, we can skip to the next section here.
East off the Pacific, or east off the Atlantic, I'm pretty sure. So fun science is behind that, but what it means for us is the warm ocean.
Out of region guessing everything, I feel like this region is maybe the more distinct. I mean, it's flat plains, right? Like it's flat plains. It varies in dryness, you know. Like Manitoba has a lot more birch trees and fall coverage and whatnot. Like, yeah, this part isn't quite as bad, I feel like, for me, which is good. I'm pretty awful at Canada, so. I'm getting better though. I am getting better, but only through watching these videos and stuff. So. Also, I completely forgot. I want to do this for every video I watch. I'm going to put this in chat, and I encourage you guys to go give it a like. This is some really good content. I don't want to just leech off the content here because, you know, obviously I'm watching these to learn, but I don't want to just use this content on my stream without saying like, go like the video, you know, because it's genuinely like great stuff. Like he made a really great series. He also made some good series on Mongolia and Kyrgyzstan and Botswana, if you guys ever wanted to check those out. So yeah, but Jasper Woodard, the GOAT.
Joke about Saskatchewan in the comments, because the last time I drove through Saskatchewan, I was sitting there for 30 minutes before I realized I ran out of gas. It's flat, it's grass, it's not.
Actually, I think I forgot to like it, but
Alberta,
yeah, there we go. Perfect.
And it slowly transitions into foothills, which is kind of the coverage I've shown here. And then after the foothills, I just want to note some surprising areas that aren't flat in this coverage. The Badlands around Drumheller, which is dinosaur country in Alberta, it's definitely an outlier. It doesn't look anything like.
Oh yeah, that's the hillier area. Yeah.
And then sometimes you'll find a few random hills around southern Alberta or southern Saskatchewan, and it's otherwise some of the flattest regions in the whole bunch. With particular note.
You know, it's funny because the day that I watched, or no, the day that I found out about that Drumheller town or whatever, that has all the kind of like mountain hill weird things, right? I think I was watching Jake Lyons and Zigzag's series. What is it? Skill Swap or whatever. Really great series. And I think Jake Lyons mentioned it. He was like, "Oh, it's almost like Drumheller or something." And I was like, "Wait, I just learned that like a few hours ago." I was like, "That's crazy." Or maybe it was a day ago when I watched it, but yeah, it's fine.
From miles away from far south of Alberta,
really, really cool.
And then a few more hilly regions exist, especially where you won't see so many blue lines here because there's fewer farm coverage there. You'll see more.
Yeah, kind of drier hills near kind of the Dakotas and north of Montana.
Next,
makes sense.
Favorite from the BC video, which is the trembling aspen. Now, a transitionary zone between Canadian.
Oh, trembling aspen, yeah. Those weird birch trees.
This map here provides a general sense of where you might find such geography. It's generally flat, but with more trees than we saw in southern Alberta or Saskatchewan. And among these trees, there's a lot of this white bark aspen. Same thing we covered in BC. There's also some birch, which is kind of looks similar, but you should be fairly recognizable. ISO C8 aspen grows most strongly with Manitoba. But again, we see this kind of diagonal line across the prairies in which the terrain will stay somewhat similar, varying with elevation, latitude, and.
Okay, so a lot of the aspens. Wait, that totally makes sense actually. These are the birch trees I'm seeing in Manitoba. That's what I'm talking about, I think, when I see birch trees. I just didn't know there were aspen, trembling aspens necessarily. Okay, so trembling aspen. I'm gonna write this down. Trembling aspen in Manitoba mainly. Manitoba mainly, but also in, I guess we call that like middle Saskatchewan, sort of like in middle of Sask, and then I'd say, yeah, like kind of middle of Alberta, or yeah, middle of Alberta as well. Middle of Alberta. Perfect. Incredible.
All of these things kind of combining to make that diagonal line. And this is why the northwestern Alberta, which is known as the Peace region, can be such a frustrating region to guess. I'll try my best to give tips for differentiating it from regions further south during the rural meta, because it can look very similar.
Yeah, this is pain because it's far away from everything else. It's the only part where you actually lose a lot of points, pretty much.
Starred cities, going Alberta and then Saskatchewan and then Manitoba, from the largest city to the smallest in each province. The cities with circles will only be referenced if necessary. Now, the best way to learn these cities will be to play the Prairie Cities map.
Wait. No. Guys, the fire hydrant meta is back. I think I see what's going on, right? These are green fire hydrants. These are yellow. Oh no, dude, no. Why? Okay.
We'll start with the biggest city in Alberta, which is Calgary. Calgary is usually easy to guess. It doesn't look like any other cities in the world, really, to me. It's the only city in this group in the foothills, so everything's hilly. But Alberta just doesn't look much like other provinces that could have hilly cities like this.
You know, he says that. He's like, Alberta looks like no other city or whatever. It's like, I mean, he literally said he was from Alberta, so I'm just like, okay. No bias there.
Note how many spruce trees there are, because we're at higher elevations. That's the evergreens here. And Calgary loves to have spruce trees right up against people's homes. Even with all these trees,
okay.
You find that you just see further in Calgary than you normally would in out east, where trees get a lot denser. So that's another kind of
interesting to know, I guess. Don't know how useful that is, but
if you've ever seen a fire hydrant like this before, here, this light green fire hydrant with black
light
nozzles,
green,
and I'll be surprised. This is exclusive to Calgary, and we're back to my favorite fire hydrant meta. Or it was until 2018, when Brandon, Manitoba decided to start installing exactly the same fire hydrants.
No, no, Brandon, Manitoba. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Dang. Okay. Actually, it was funny because I remember the first time I watched this video, because I watched the video without taking notes a long time ago, like many months ago, and it was funny because I watched this video, and I remembered the town Brandon, just because of the fire hydrant thing, and then I went into duels, and I see Brandon Health Center or something weird like that. It was like something like that, and I was like, no way. I was like, no way, and I just insta-click Brandon, and I won the duel because of it. It was so cool. Thrive Fan Central, you put something in the chat, but retracted it. Okay, fair enough. Oh, the city planners in Brandon need a talking to by the Global Geoguessr lobby. Oh yeah, so we made this meme, right? Where what if governments had lobby groups that worked for or against Geoguessr? And that was kind of, it's just a stupid meme. So it'd be like, you have these pro Geoguessr lobbyists who like try to control other countries into making their countries more recognizable so that they're easier to guess in on Geoguessr. And then the anti-lobbyist groups actually do the opposite. They try to make every country look more similar so that it's really hard to guess in Geoguessr. It's just a really dumb meme. Like, it's really funny to think about, though, for sure.
Every color on this map corresponds to that city's fire hydrants, the body of the fire hydrant. Hopefully you notice a bit of a pattern that helps you to kind of remember where the general... I
think it's pretty clear that the anti-Geoguessr lobbyists are behind this, obviously. Like, they probably... Like, how much did they pay the Brandon city mayor to install those green fire hydrants? You know, we got to know. Honestly, we got to know, quite frankly.
Regions are in the prairies, so you don't have to remember for each city. Really, you should never confuse Brandon and Calgary, though. Calgary's much bigger, hillier, and has Alberta license plates and Alberta meta.
Yeah, Calgary would be hillier. Okay, that's pretty helpful.
And they use red buses, which is odd that they have different colored buses and bus stops. Most cities might have similar colors. The larger and richer the city, I will also say, the more likely they are to use standalone streetlights, which you can see trailing off in this road to the distance. Smaller cities and towns usually attach streetlights directly to their utility poles, but lots of overlap there. The next largest city in Alberta is Edmonton. I live here, so maybe that's why I feel like I have the most clues to pinpoint it. Edmonton is an...
I don't know why my mouse just double clicked. Like, I didn't want to unfull screen the video there, but okay. It's painful, guys, but it might be worth it to really quickly just write down these city fire hydrant colors. Like, it's a little annoying, but honestly, I'm thinking it might be worth it, maybe. So green fire hydrants are in, and I'll just write a list, so that's a little quicker in a way. Green fire hydrants, and then colon, Red Deer, Calgary, and Brandon. So we'll just write that down. Red Deer, Calgary, and Brandon. And then we're going to have yellow fire hydrants in Oh god, I can't write. Yellow fire hydrants in Grand Prairie. I don't like that that's that far up there, by the way. It really irks me, to be honest. Grand Prairie, Edmonton, and... Oh, there's a lot more, actually. North Battleford. Okay, sure, dude. What a cringe name. North Battleford? Like, okay. Saskatoon, Regina, and Portage la Prairie. So, Saskatoon, Regina. I think it's actually pronounced Regina, I think. I don't know. That just sounds weird, though. Like, not gonna lie. Portage la Prairie. Nice. Oh, that's it, actually, isn't it? Prairie. Yeah, that's it. Okay. That's it for yellow hydrants. Now we got the red. Last but not least, the red fire hydrants. And that is in Fort McMurray. Okay. Sure, dude. Fort McMurray. We got Medicine Hat, Lethbridge. Lethbridge? Like, that's also a weird name for a city, I feel like, but fine. Lethbridge. Medicine Hat. Classic city there. And then we've got... Oh god, I gotta get more pencil on this mechanical pencil thing. Push the button or whatever that pushes it, I guess. Swift Current. Man, some of these city names are so weird. Swift Current? Like, would you ever know that's a city? Like, it's so weird. Moose Jaw. Like, that's also pretty interesting. And then... Okay, Dauphin, I think. Maybe that's how it's pronounced. And then, lastly, but not leastly, Winnipeg, a classic. All right, there we go.
This is classic Edmonton coverage. It's flat, like every city we're going to cover other than Calgary. The classic yellow and blue fire hydrant. Actually, right now in December, the classic color is snow white. But yellow and blue is a pretty common color combination in North America for hydrants. But when you combine the fact that every nozzle, top and sides, is blue, and the general landscape, the fire hydrant usually makes it a very easy Edmonton guess. About 10% of fire hydrants...
Actually, I'm trying to think. This fire hydrant meta isn't useful most of the time, probably. But I guess if you know you're in Manitoba, and then you see a red fire hydrant, odds are you're probably in Winnipeg. Probably. I mean, you could be in Dauphin, I guess, as well, but yeah, whatever.
Use different nozzle colors, but they will be on both the top and the sides, which isn't true in most cities, honestly. And in those cases, it might be harder.
Like, this is a yellow, that was a yellow fire hydrant, right? So is that like Edmonton? I think it was, but yeah.
But we have more. The streetlights in Edmonton have two unique clues. About 60% of streetlights have this red sticker, which you can just make out if you're watching on the big screen. It's above the electric box. It says "Warning: High voltage." And if you see the red sticker, you are 100% in Edmonton. After 5 years, these stickers
that's
tend to fade
kind of
and
interesting.
light, and white stickers are easily confused with some other stuff on a streetlight, but it's still a really good.
So Edmonton,
the other Edmonton streetlight, it sits on top of a metal box, something like what's shown here. And this might be about
has a red sticker on the poles, on the bottom of the poles, basically. Bottom of the poles. Perfect. Okay.
20% of the streetlights, which has a remaining 20%, which just look like a streetlight from any other city. But not every coverage can be perfect. Also, I will say, whether you see this red sticker, it'll always be on the left side of the road for where you're looking. So if you have the wrong view, you shouldn't expect to see it anyway. It's only on one side.
It's weird.
Edmonton Transit is all fairly rich blue.
I mean, yeah, Edmonton Transit. Yeah, okay. We don't
I find that in most cities
need to know that it says Edmonton on it. If we see a bus, I mean, we just read it, right? Like,
coverage, which tends to be from 2015 or earlier, you'll only see the random plastic or metal bins that people bought at Canadian Tire, I suppose. And I actually think this would be a very safe NMPZ guess for all of North America if I got this round. I would say almost certainly Edmonton. Now let's jump to Red Deer.
Weird.
It's located between the last two cities. It's very easy to confuse with Edmonton or Calgary, naturally. The main thing to note is the lime green fire hydrant. Like Calgary, but without the black nozzles. And this color is unique to Red Deer and some surrounding.
So this is Red Deer. It has a light green fire hydrant. I mean, we kind of wrote that down already. In the green fire hydrants, Red Deer. Guys, just remember it's light, I guess.
Finally,
don't know.
Lethbridge in Alberta. Lethbridge has red fire hydrants, and it's the first big city we've covered with red fire hydrants. You could
Lethbridge or Lethbridge. Yeah, that's what it says.
Or you could confuse it with Fort McMurray, along with a lot of other small towns near these cities. And Fort McMurray.
I mean, yeah, he's just gonna go over all the cities, right? So
street signs were very inconsistent in BC, which is why I mostly just ignore them. They can be very useful in the prairies. Most cities use green street signs, as we see here, compared to the blue street signs you see in the rural coverage. But Fort McMurray is one exception for Alberta. It uses blue street signs, and you should also pay attention if you want to these.
Okay, wait, this is useful because look how far Fort McMurray is from like everything, like right, like. Yeah, that's okay. We're writing that down for sure. Fort McMurray. Fort McMurray has blue street signs. Hooray. There we go.
cardinal directions after the street name. Because I live in Edmonton and I can easily recognize the Edmonton font, I might be able to take better advantage of this than some of you.
Dude,
but
what?
You can start to learn.
I mean, dude, the font meta, unbelievable. I mean, it happens. Like, it works sometimes. It's just, geez, dude, what?
Let's say Calgary and Medicine Hat always use northwest, southwest, northeast, etc. Whereas cities like Lethbridge and there are some other cities.
Only in the Geoguessr community will you get this level of detail. You know,
so
like
seeing a green street sign that looks like this that doesn't have a northwest or a north after it is also usually a really good clue in Edmonton if I have the general prairie vibe. Lethbridge also has a lot.
I think it's really funny that you get these people who watch Geoguessr but aren't really involved much in the community, and they look at Geoguessr players and they're like, oh yeah, like people like Rainbow are cheating or whatever. Like they'll say that, right? And then if you're actually in the Geoguessr community, you're like, oh, well he's not. Obviously, like he just knows what he's doing, right? He sees clues that, you know, a lot of other players see, and obviously he knows more than probably most players. So, I just think it's funny because it's like you only think those kind of people are cheating unless you see the level of detail that goes into this stuff. It's like oh yes, this font is like Edmonton, Alberta. It's like it's just hilarious, honestly.
Alleyway coverage, but this is just a reminder in comparison. If I'm in an alleyway like this, I don't think I'm in Edmonton because we have the garbage bin, and so this would be a good Lethbridge guess. Could be a good Calgary guess. I'm not saying it's only Lethbridge, but that's the idea. Moving on to Saskatchewan.
I'm sorry, I'm not doing garbage bin meta. It's no, no, no thanks.
I think. But I wasn't joking when I said that Alberta does have a stronger economy, and now that we're in Saskatchewan, you should expect to see smaller houses, more streetlights attached to the wooden utility poles, and that's even
okay. So Saskatchewan smaller houses, I guess, but
okay. Saskatchewan uses a lot of different yellow fire hydrants. So
yellow fire hydrants. So that's Saskatoon.
So it can imitate a lot of different cities.
Yeah, I did write that down. Perfect.
The biggest challenge is differentiating Saskatoon from Regina. Regina is a lot easier to recognize than Saskatoon, though. So for one, it's not just the fire hydrants. They use almost exactly.
Probably is pronounced Regina, honestly. I guess just sounds cringe a little bit.
I think it's the only large prairie city that uses blue street signs, and notably for Saskatchewan, it's almost.
Hold on. Did he say Saskatoon uses blue street signs or Regina or something? Is that what he said? Well, yeah, he's in Regina, and I think he was talking about that. So, yeah, I'm just gonna assume he said that. Okay, Regina uses blue street signs as well. So I guess if you know that you're in Saskatchewan and you're in a city and you see blue street signs, you can then send Regina. So ridiculous, but yeah, sure.
If you know you're in Saskatchewan and you see a blue street sign, you can go directly to Regina. Now, we also have these brown garbage bins, and you'll see these brown bins all over Regina. Can you guess the only other region that uses brown bins in the entire world that I know? That's right, California's Central Valley. I am going to ask you to tell the difference between Regina and cities around Fresno.
Okay.
Now, from transit service for smaller cities,
bold task. Not really, though.
They're both based on a blue or light blue theme, so it quickly becomes hard to remember.
Yeah, I don't care about the bus meta stuff. Okay.
So Edmonton is special.
Regina uses
moving on to Winnipeg, which is the capital of Manitoba. Winnipeg is an easy one to guess. So
brown trash
they use a red
bins,
fire hydrant,
basically.
The orange pole is important. This is the first fire hydrant pole that we've seen. They actually get more common further east, because I believe they're in case the fire hydrant gets entirely covered in snow. However, for this part of the country, the fire hydrant is very distinctive. I once managed a Winnipeg guess just because I saw a bit of an orange pole poking out behind a tree. Winnipeg has two other.
Wait, what about an orange pole? What? Oh, the orange pole coming out of the fire hydrant. Where is this at? This is at Winnipeg. Weird. Okay, sure. Winnipeg has. How do you spell Winnipeg, actually? It's with an I think? Winnipeg? Or, I don't know, something like that. Winnipeg has orange, like, stick, sort of. Orange stick next to fire hydrant. Or fire hydrants. Perfect.
This is the first fire hydrant pole that we've seen. They actually get more common for these, because I believe they're in case the fire hydrant gets entirely covered in snow. However, for this part of the country, the fire hydrant is very distinct.
Oh, that makes sense, because it gets like more snow. Yeah, okay.
Winnipeg has two other guineas. The Manitoba license plate on front of every car. It's got the white street signs. Now, white is a very rare color for this part of North America, so it can make Winnipeg a very easy guess. Winnipeg also, due to...
Also, what Canadian plates, or what states have front plates in Canada again? What states have front plates in Canada? Just quickly figure that out. Oh, Manitoba is one of them. You see, I knew Ontario and British Columbia basically, but yeah, I wasn't sure for the other ones here. Well, New Brunswick until 2019. So, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I didn't know Manitoba there. That was the only one, I think, pretty much.
History is a little bit more like bilingual signs, so
good to clear that up.
You might see a French and English road marking in Winnipeg, which you wouldn't see in other cities. And it would be an easy guess in Winnipeg if not for Dauphin. So I'm going to mention one.
Oh no, dude.
Dauphin has the exact same fire hydrants, same street signs, similar architecture, everything to Winnipeg, but it's only like 10,000 people, so Winnipeg will always be the safer guess.
I'm not gonna lie, are these ever gonna be used? Like these tips? I mean, hopefully, right?
Bus shelters,
You would hope so.
transit system symbol here with a T, and these fairly generic white buses as well. Last, let's cover Brandon, which is the second largest city in Manitoba, but still a lot smaller than Winnipeg. Now,
dude, the green fire hydrant's so annoying. Like without that, you could safely send Alberta, but no, of course Brandon had to be like, oh, we're gonna get green fire hydrants. So sad.
They are replaced, and they look exactly like powdery hydrants, as we already said. Now let's recap our knowledge on this map before we go on to the rural stuff. It includes garbage bins for every major city.
I am not learning garbage bins. No thanks. That sounds really annoying. Fire hydrants are a little better. I don't know why. Just maybe a little bit better.
And a lot of the older coverage doesn't have any bins at all. They just have whatever metal bins people happen to have. Most of these large cities are easy to identify with a little practice. If you combine the city size, street signs, the garbage bins, and the fire hydrants, there's almost no overlap, no guessing. One of those things is often sufficient, and if I can judge two of them, I feel like I always hit the city. The best way for you to join me on that is with a little practice. So I've linked 2 maps in the video.
Okay, well, we might do that later. Let me see what he has here. Rule meta.
I'll start with a reminder of
Oh yeah, we know these. We do know these from the last stream.
Let's start with Alberta. The first target is finding some way to differentiate the Peace region of the Northwest, and then the rest you can often guess a lot based on the geography. So this region in the Peace is perfect for growing canola.
Hold on. I want to see... I want to try to guess where this is, but like... I think... Yeah, I guess I only see Spirit River Highway. I can't really see anything else there. I don't know. It just kind of looks like Sask or something. I don't know.
Oil, canola, grain is grown in these yellow fields.
Could be Alberta, actually.
I think later in the growing
season. I don't think it's Manitoba, though.
Fields elsewhere for sure. But canola loves the long summer days and it doesn't mind the shorter growing season. So this is one of the best canola.
Oh, it is Alberta. Okay.
If you see these yellow fields, at least
yeah, honestly, I started to prefer Alberta. It's just a little too green almost for Saskatchewan. It's not dry enough.
Consider northwestern Alberta.
But it could have been Sask anyway.
It's a normal Alberta intersection.
Okay, this is definitely Alberta.
That's common in a few areas up in the Peace region and really nowhere else. It's not everything in the Peace region. A lot of it's
oh, he's just looking at this area. Okay. That makes sense for the level of like greenness that was kind of.
More about these rural signs in Alberta. They refer to either Township Road or Range Road. You can see TWP is Township Road, RGE Range Road. You can barely see it there. The Township roads run east-west, horizontal, and the Range roads run north-south down Alberta. And the numbering system is actually extremely consistent. It increases by 1 every. Yeah,
this is interesting. I like I feel like moving games are only fun with like really intuitive like road systems. I feel like anytime I get a moving game in the US, I'm like, wow, I don't mind this because like the highway system's super intuitive. You know what I mean? Like there are signs everywhere for cities that, you know, you can just learn or whatever, as long as you know the capital city of like every state and maybe a few more cities, you know, you'll be fine. I feel like with other countries that's just not true. Like France is a nightmare in moving games. Like even the moving players don't like to move in France because they're just like there are all these D roads that I'm never gonna find. Basically, it's like it's ridiculous, honestly. And I feel like Alberta, props for the road system. It actually is pretty cool, honestly. Like it's very intuitive and very cool. So.
To help, I've written down the minimum numbers and maximum numbers on this map, either on the top for the range roads or kind of down the middle for the township roads. So the only catch is that the range roads reset at every longitude marker. So let's use these signs as examples. If you have time, you can scroll into the map and find exactly what road you're on based on that numbering system. But even if you don't have time or you don't want to do the time, if you can learn the general numbers.
So township roads are vertical, range roads are horizontal. Okay,
to the left, let's say,
makes sense.
It says we're on Township Road 201. So the border with USA is 10 down here, and Grand Prairie is roughly 715. I chose Grand Prairie because there aren't really that many township roads north there. So 201 might lie somewhere just south of Calgary, something around here. And we don't know how far east or west. On the right, we have Township Road 102, you can read it, and Range Road 190. Don't worry about the dashes. Township Road 102 is pretty far south, so that'd be just above Lethbridge. And then Range Road 190 could be in 2 places in Alberta, but not this far south. You couldn't have a 190.
Yeah, actually I'm a little confused about something. Why is this 10 to 291? This is 10 to 265. Why doesn't it just continue, actually? That's maybe a little unintuitive. That's kind of weird. I don't know. It's not really that important, though, but I mean, if you want to get like a 5K, I guess you can, you know, figure it out, but yeah, I don't know.
So this far south, you can see my laser pointer, because that would be over in BC, if you cross that 1-2 kilometer. So we know we must be about 2/3 of the way between the 2 meridians, close to Lethbridge, in any case. Now, rural Saskatchewan can be really hard to region guess in. I'll be straight up. The main thing to remember is that there are more trees the further you go north. That said, roads in Saskatchewan, they tend to be a bit lower quality.
More trees, more north. Makes sense. I kind of knew that already. I feel like it's too dry, like really dry near the south. Kind of starts to look a lot like the Dakotas and like eastern Montana.
With this cone of usually orange on top. The most common color is orange in every province, but in Saskatchewan, sometimes it'll have yellow or white. And that can
okay.
Now, my main rural tip for Manitoba relates to snow meta, but I'll combine that with some rural snow coverage in Alberta as well.
Okay. Snow meta, pretty cool. It's like northwest of Winnipeg. I'll write that down, actually.
But last and maybe least, I want to briefly mention soil.
So snow meta northwest of Winnipeg. So northwest of Winnipeg. Perfect.
Because I definitely get vibes from soil color. But in trying to present this, I realize just how impossible it is to make any firm rules. The soil colors look different, whether there's sunlight or clouds, whether it's wet or dry. The only advice I can give you is that parts of Manitoba are outside of the prairies proper, and as such, they can sometimes demonstrate different soil properties, either very white soil or kind of a reddish.
Yeah, I've noticed this actually. There's like a lot of like white sand almost, or like white rocks, kind of like up near northern Manitoba here, like around the lakes.
The prairies tend to look somewhat similar, even though the soil color is hard to cope. You might start to get a feel for it.
Kind of interesting.
So we return to our original free images.
Wait, hold on. An NPC. We're not even gonna look at where this is. So blue signs. Okay, so blue signs are gonna be typically Alberta, but I think also aren't they in like Regina? I think as well. I think it's also in Regina. I think. We got yellow fire hydrants. I don't think Regina has yellow fire hydrants. I don't know. This could be it's probably Edmonton or Alberta, to be honest. Let me figure out what has the blue signs again. So, oh, it says Fort McMurray does. I actually can't remember where that is, to be honest, not gonna lie. Does it have yellow whatevers? No, Fort McMurray does not. But Edmonton does. So maybe you go Edmonton here. Let's see if this is Edmonton, probably.
So immediately, I see an urban landscape with an all-yellow fire hydrant, a beige garbage bin, and a blue street sign. This is the easiest Regina NMPZ of your life. Lock in. The next picture, we've got...
RIP. Okay, so it's Regina because... Oh, the brown bin. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even see the brown bin, to be fair. Okay. I was right about Regina having blue street signs. And then yellow... Did I even check for that? Like, I literally put Regina on the yellow thing. Okay, I guess I just didn't check that. Okay. Makes sense.
NMPZ of your life. Lock in. The next picture, we've got Alberta bollards over here and...
Okay, yeah, I mean, I get Alberta here for sure. I mean, it's got the bollards, it's got the blue street signs. You could probably 5K that even because it has the township road seemingly and the rangeline road. What else speaks to Alberta here? What else would you say? No front plates rules out Manitoba, I guess. And it doesn't have the typical like Saskatchewan like poles, but that doesn't technically mean anything. But yeah, there's probably a lot you could say there.
To the left of the car, we have a blue road sign telling us the township and range road coordinates, and we also have a 403 area code on this sign, which indicates southern Alberta. There are enough trees that I go pretty far north in that southern Alberta range.
Okay.
And finally, we have
fair enough. This is obviously Manitoba with all the oh, what are those called? The trembling the trembling birch trees or something? Oh god. Trembling aspen. Okay, I wasn't extremely far off. So a lot of trembling aspen. Manitoba poles. You got the green and white sticker. You've got the Manitoba bollard. You've got the front plated car. You've got, yeah, I mean that's kind of a lot of stuff. So yeah, it's good.
And the green and white on the stop sign, not to mention the license plate, the front plate. We also see a lot of aspen trees. It should scream Manitoba, and we see patches of snow over here in the gutter, and that'll push us up north towards Winnipeg near Lake Manitoba. Want to review what we covered today? I recommend just playing this Canadian prairies map. I checked through it quickly. It's got everything you need just to hammer these points home. Link in the description.
Okay, very very cool. So next video is Ontario here, and
hello, it's Jasper. Welcome to part 4.
This one's actually only 20 minutes long, which is nice. 2 times speed, that'll be even faster. Let me put this in the chat. I encourage all of you to give the video a like and everything. Yeah, definitely support this channel, support this content here, because I don't want to just, again, leech off the content and everything. So, well, yeah. But yeah, very good stuff.
My Geoguessr Canada series, and welcome to Ontario. Now, just like last video, I'm going to start and end with 3 images.
Okay, first of all, Ontario poles. Front plates, driving on the right. Why are there white lines, though? That's weird. But yeah.
Each of which will include some of the meta clues that you should know by the end of this video. Some of the clues are specific to Ontario, some are based on geography, and some of the clues are more specific to the city or region. Before we get into any of the tips, though, we need to look at the Google coverage for Ontario, as we normally do. And since the US makes this map way too confusing, I'm going to crudely
wonder how much fire hydrant meta there's going to be.
The fact that most Canada coverage is in the south of the province. With Ontario, that's especially true. And most of the coverage is much further than even the rest of the country.
Yeah, I feel like 95% of the time everyone's just clicking over here, honestly. Like, who's going, like, over here and stuff like that? Like, it's just, yeah.
We looked at previously out west. So if you talk about northern Ontario, what literally counts as northern Ontario, above the northern half, nobody really lives there. So when I talk about northern Ontario in this video, when most people talk about northern Ontario, they mean a much more generous section that corresponds to all of Ontario that's in the Canadian Shield, more or less. Of course, when people in Toronto talk about northern Ontario, they mean anything north of Vaughan, but that's a joke. Forgetting that, the point is that this region of southern Ontario contains more people than all of the western provinces combined, everything we've covered. Next, let's talk about...
I think there is, like, some kind of, like, real-life lore video that's just, like... He always draws, like, a line in between the country or something, and he's like what, like, 95% of people live, like, below this line. Probably lots of videos like that, but yeah, it's Canada's definitely very concentrated in certain areas for sure. Oh yeah, and we did learn this KMH thing with the black background means Ontario, which is pretty cool. We also learned about this diamond-shaped bollard thing. Yeah, front plates. Yep. Okay.
But Ontario meta in no
We'll
particular
probably
order.
know a decent
Ontario
amount
can
of
be
this,
quite a tricky province to
seemingly.
guess. Sometimes it's easy to confuse with the prairies, very easy to confuse with Nova Scotia or Quebec, and often easy to confuse with the U.S. as well. However, there are some well-known tricks to pinpoint it. Starting with the black bar underneath the speed signs. This is found on 90% of speed signs in Ontario and 0% outside the province. The license plate isn't particularly distinctive, but they do use front plates, which helps
I think
distinguish it.
KMH was also in BC. It just doesn't have the black border. Pretty sure. So, God, I got around earlier, guys. I swear it was pretty flat, and I saw KMH and it had no black like background behind it, and I was just like, I guess you go Ontario here. I guess it's just one of those rare occasions where it just doesn't have black in the background. And it was freaking BC, and I was like, are you joking me? Why is BC this flat? It's so troll. It's so troll. Like, I don't know, man. You can learn a lot of Canada meta, but there's also just stuff that's just like so like just devoid of anything, and it's just devoid of any meta.
Between Quebec or Nova Scotia, which do not use front plates. And Ontario loves diamond-shaped bollards, a variety of sizes and colors. Now, finally,
Yeah, Ontario
has a lot
loves
of
their
different area
diamonds,
codes. The two area
honestly.
codes in the north are rare to see because all of the coverage is so
Probably
The
real
four area
diamonds
codes further
and
south are very
diamond-shaped
useful,
signs,
for
like
differentiating
literally.
between different cities down there.
Just
See
spam
part one
them.
for a refresher and helpful quizzes on area codes if you need it. Ontario poles are quite distinctive from the rest of Canada, although not always different from the US. Ontario loves using cup-shaped line posts. There's a semicircle line post and then what's called a line post insulator that connects it to the cable. The only other province that uses these is BC, but that's
Yeah, they love these like little things that kind of
much
stick
less
out.
common
It's
there.
really weird.
You will see the same design in the States, however. The other technique for guessing provinces out east involves markings on the bottom wire, the phone cable, of some utility poles, but not all. So you can see a large amount of orange stickers or orange tags on this wire and on the junction box down here.
What the heck? Oh, okay, sure. I didn't know about that, I guess. Let me write down Ontario in my notes here, and I'll say loves orange stickers. Wait, guys, instead of writing orange, I wrote orangle. So like orange with an L before the E. That's ridiculous. Okay. Orange stickers on pull wires, I guess. That'll work. Pull wires. Epic.
I'll be contrasting these orange stickers with other markers that you see in Quebec and the Maritimes in the next few videos. But if you see more than one tag, you should be in Ontario. Going a bit faster, these construction bollards, orange and black only, are rarely in other provinces but are common as dirt in Ontario. These wood post guardrails are ubiquitous.
Oh, and I remember this. In Quebec, they're white and orange, I think. While in Ontario, they're black and orange. Okay. Yep. It's all coming back to me. I forgot all of these, like, in the past few days, honestly, but yeah.
Notice in Northern Ontario, it's all I would see for days every summer when I used to drive there on vacation. And then Ontario uses a myriad of different methods.
Oh,
and
this
metal guardrails.
guardrail here.
Some we've seen before, such as the
Very
Geoguessr, which
distinct.
is similar in Alberta, but some I haven't introduced yet, although I'm sure they exist somewhere in North America. And then Ontario has a lot of different ways to mark underground pipelines or cables. Like the rest of Canada, you can sometimes see the orange cylinder on a stick method, but you can also see different kinds of designs, including a metal cylinder here that looks suspiciously like the American version. And that's a
Oh,
quick
that's
reminder
kind
of
of
what
cringe,
American
actually.
underground line markers look like. Next, we go back to Ontario's geography. And again, the main difference is between the Canadian Shield in Northern Ontario and the farmland of Southern Ontario. So Northern Ontario, you should only confuse it with Newfoundland if you have no markings to see, while Southern Ontario can be
Makes
confused
sense,
with all
makes
manner of
sense.
elevations. We'll look at the Google Map coverage on the left and the elevation on the right. The brown areas here are
Might skip this part. Also need to pause the video just for copyright and everything. Oh yeah, he's gonna mention the Canadian Shield having a lot of exposed rock kind of along like a lot of Ontario, and then also on a lot of Quebec and Newfoundland and whatnot. So yeah, that's definitely very useful. Oh, what? My mouse drives me crazy. It just double clicked out of nowhere. Okay.
way to make room for the flat road. And there are two areas of Northern Ontario that are
It'll
meant for
double
flat road.
click half the
Ring River
time,
area is by the US border in
and
the
then
northwest. It's
the
very
other
difficult
half
to
of the
guess
time
in most
it'll
geoguessr rounds,
not
but
click
it's
at
possible
all.
to convince yourself if it
So
looks
it's the
exactly
most
like Manitoba,
frustrating
then
thing
Ontario
ever,
meta clues.
but
It's totally
it's
doable.
whatever.
It's just hard to convince yourself. And then there's
Should
the
probably get a
Quebec
new
and
mouse,
Northern
but I'm
Ontario,
not gonna
which carries
pay
over
money
into
yet
northern
for a
Quebec
new
as well,
mouse.
even to greater extent.
This mouse
It combines
technically
full
still
northern trees
okay.
like Aspen, but with more farms. It's still very hard to guess it correctly, but there's relatively little coverage in the grand scheme of things, so I wouldn't worry about it very much. Moving on to Southern Ontario, I want to show the classic look to a Southern Ontario agriculture. Compared to Western
Makes
Canada,
sense.
the farms
Yeah,
are much
it's
smaller. It means there will be multiple houses all in
farmland
the
and
same image, and
whatnot.
not all of them are used for farming to the same extent. So you'll have old farm buildings next to newer houses, you'll have more horses for recreation and fewer cows, those kinds of things. Even with larger lots and real farming going on, you should only be confusing with eastern provinces or states.
This like almost could pass as like a Saskatchewan, like a weird Saskatchewan maybe, but yeah, it looks too. I don't know. It sounds weird to say that. It looks too Midwestern, honestly. Like it sounds weird, but it almost does. Like I think a lot of Ontario looks very similar to just stuff like you'd see in Michigan, Indiana, like yeah, even the East Coast to some degree, a little bit like New York. Not New York City though, just kind of the more flat, like rural parts of New York.
if you're skilled at guessing these areas in Geoguessr. So again, we see different farmhouses for each lot here. There's a farmhouse over here, there's buildings over here. And the other thing is these small grain silos, which I'll blow up in this picture, are also something you should expect to see a lot out west in North America, but not out west, where they'll use different types of buildings. Now,
okay, I'm going to write that down, actually. Why not? I feel like that's useful in like an NPC. Grain solos, common in Ontario. Let's do that. Grain solos. Or silos. Wait, they're silos, not solos. What am I talking about? Okay. Silos, common in Ontario. Hooray.
Of the elephant of Southern Ontario. So you can see that it's an elephant if you rotate it 90 degrees. One guess on where I spent all of my summer holidays growing up. Yes, the charming town of Ontario.
Wait, that's so correct. It is like an elephant. What the heck? Okay. That's really funny. I didn't see it at first, but like that's the trunk, and then you have the head here, and then little tail, legs. Wow. That's hilarious. I've actually always thought of something. I don't know if you guys have thought about this. My whole life, I've always envisioned Mexico as like half of a mermaid. Like, look at this. Like, this might change your life, maybe. Or maybe you disagree with me. But like, here maybe you have like an arm coming off the side, and then it's like, this is like the mermaid tail kind of coming in right here. And then here you have like the tip of the mermaid tail right here. It looks like half a mermaid to me. I don't know why. Like, and I've always just thought about it that way. I don't know. Is that insane? Like, you guys should, let me know if you feel the same way, I guess. But I think I told somebody this, and they were like, no, dude, no, it's not really. I don't really see it, and I'm just like, no, it does. But I don't know.
All of my summer holidays growing up. Yes, the charming town of Owen Sound, Ontario. But there are two general rules of thumb for guessing Southern
Owen Sound? Like,
hills,
what kind of city name is that?
Trees, the further you go west.
Okay,
so I
that's
managed to
fine.
pull off some pretty spectacular guesses using just that combination of tip. Further east, we get geography like this. So you can see the dense tree coverage on the side of the road. Now, the land around London is the go-to hedge for a generic flat farmland in Ontario, with regular copses of trees around, but also lots of fields.
Makes sense.
Ontario around, it really does look like the prairies. Very flat, few trees. That's when I start to go for the elephant's trunk near Windsor, Ontario. It's extremely flat. There's some windmills sometimes.
Isn't Windsor near Michigan? I feel like that's really close to Michigan. It is, yeah.
For example,
looks like the other side of Detroit almost.
So we're not getting to Timmins. I'm not giving you a single meta clue about Timmins, but Timmins would be the third biggest city in Saskatchewan. So instead, let's focus on what we do see here. If you've watched any of the other videos in this series, you can guess what the color of these city markers represent that I've shown. Fire hydrants. Ontario.
No. Stop with the fire hydrants. Honestly, with this one though, I think you could literally just write like all of them are yellow except for Hamilton and Sault Ste. Marie. I think that's all you would need to do. Right? Like, yeah, I think that is all you need to do. So you could just write, Ontario has yellow fire hydrants. Yellow fire hydrants. Except for, Sault Ste. Marie. Sault Ste. Marie and Hamilton being red. There we go. Perfect.
About fire hydrants. Everything has a yellow body, with two big exceptions. Sault Ste. Marie in Northern Ontario, and this star, which I've labeled here Hamilton++.
That's much easier.
Now, zoom in on this area around Toronto, sometimes called the
I hate the fire hydrant meta. It's going to be annoying,
Ignore the colors
but
that came with the map.
pretty useful for urban Canada, I guess.
As soon as you leave Toronto proper and enter the municipalities of Mississauga or Brampton. Then they run all the way along the shoreline of Lake Ontario to Niagara Falls. The region shown here along the shore...
Wait. Oh, God, dude, why? Okay. Well, I guess... Wait. So the Niagara Falls region has red, or I'm a little confused about this a little bit. Like, what is this? Is this in New York, or is this in like here? I don't know. Probably here, but it's fine. Honestly, Hamilton's a good hedge. It's fine.
Line from Niagara up.
We don't need to 5K every Canada round. It's fine.
All are part of the 905 area code. So when you combine the 905 area code with any fire hydrants that you can see, you can often get some really good guesses. So we've covered all of the cities with red fire hydrants in Ontario. And you may not know.
I feel like Sault Ste. Marie would look quite different from Hamilton as well. So I don't think that's a problem.
Is to differentiate the remaining large number of cities in Ontario that use yellow fire hydrants. Let's start with the north. How can we tell apart Thunder Bay and Sudbury? This is Thunder Bay. Northern Ontario has a general aesthetic. It's a bit poorer, so the houses will be smaller. The roads have more cracks due to the cold winters, and it just looks colder. More evergreen trees. The month of May does not look like this in Toronto. Now, beyond the aesthetic, I'll mention two specific meta clues. All yellow fire hydrants. I mentioned.
Okay, just pausing for copyright. I just watched my video on the stream to make sure everything was going well. Just real quick there. So if you heard any background noise, that's what it was.
This before, but the nozzle colors on hydrants are less reliable than the body. But for me, all yellow fire hydrants act as a trigger. I should consider Northern Ontario. And for Thunder Bay, the sleeping giant Angel Park. It's a peninsula visible from a few places in
Yellow fire hydrants considered Northern Ontario? Wait, I'm actually a little confused because why Northern there? I actually need to rewind that. I'm sorry.
I mentioned this before, but the nozzle colors on hydrants are less reliable than the body. But for me, all yellow fire hydrants act as a trigger. I should consider Northern Ontario.
Oh, all
And
yellow.
Thunder Bay,
All
this
yellow.
giant provincial
Got
park. It's
it.
a peninsula visible from a few places in the city across Lake Superior.
I will write that down. Why not? All yellow fire hydrants. Consider Northern Ontario. Wow. That's kind of scary, honestly. Consider Northern Ontario. Because that's like a risky guess, you know? If you're going Northern Ontario, that's risky. Like,
That's where my parents got engaged. Now, the lake alone differentiates it from a lot of cities in Northern Ontario. Next up, Sudbury, the nickel capital of Canada. Sudbury is substantially similar to Thunder Bay and easy to mix up. To tell them apart, we need a new map. And here is a map of Ontario with the proportion of residents who speak French as a first language. So like you'd expect, it's overwhelmingly close to the border with Quebec. And you'll notice some overlap with a lot of places, but you'll notice overlap with Sudbury.
probably a little bit of
Because
French
this,
in
expect
Sudbury
most street
then.
signs in Sudbury to be bilingual. So even if you can't read the street sign, the French will always come before.
Oh, it says
so
Rue on it and
Street.
street. I
Now,
see.
it's not 100% reliable, unfortunately, but if you get all
Okay.
English Sudbury, probably just take the L and guess Thunder Bay. Finally, 2 more clues on this utility pole. Remember the
Okay, so Sudbury often has bilingual signs. Okay, nice. Not sure how incredibly useful that is, especially since New Brunswick exists, but yeah.
The area code is different between Sudbury and Thunder Bay. So this 705, you would assume that you're in Sudbury.
Oh.
You maybe can't rule out some smaller cities nearby.
705 Sudbury. Okay.
And then the other thing I've learned to expect in Sudbury is these large yellow letters on almost all of the utility poles. Now, I'm
Weird.
trying to be careful in saying this because Ontario spams utility poles with all kinds of numbers and metal markers. So other than this one clue, I can't keep them straight, but big yellow numbers in Sudbury seem to be a thing. Now that finishes up with Northern Ontario, leaving the much harder challenge of Southern Ontario cities with yellow fire hydrants. We're going to start with Ottawa because it's the easiest. Now that we're out of the rocky Canadian Shield, expect things to look a lot more lush. This is
It's funny, guys, because I'm writing down all this fire hydrant stuff. Like, when am I ever going to use this? Am I really going to be in a duel? And I'm just like, ah, yes, a yellow fire hydrant, and then I'm going to remember where that is? Like, I don't know. Maybe, but probably not. But I don't know. It's kind of weird, too. It's like, how often do you even get urban Canada? I feel like most of the time I get Canada, it's not very urban. Like, sometimes you get, like, Quebec, kind of like suburban areas, sort of, but, like, I don't know. Yeah.
May coverage again, just like at Thunder Bay. We have a big maple tree here on the lawn. The maple leaf is a symbol of Canada. It's on the flag, but it really doesn't grow in most of the country, and that's surprising for a lot of people who grew up in Toronto or Quebec because they pepper the landscape. And so we've got a big maple tree on the left here. We also have large brick buildings.
A lot of maple trees
these
in
large,
Ottawa, I
expensive brick
guess.
buildings
Okay.
can really only be Ontario, Quebec, or the States. But you only need 2 clues for Ottawa. First, this
Okay, blue. I'm assuming it's going to be blue street signs here, probably. But he said 2 clues for Quebec, no, sorry, not for Quebec. Toronto? Is that what he said? Wait, let me.
Quebec or the States. But you only need 2 clues for Ottawa. First,
Ottawa.
street signs. They're all blue, and they have both French and English. So not only is it
Okay.
Fifth Avenue, but it's Avenue 5th. And the second is the Ukraine flag fire hydrants. So I've said before,
Ukraine flag fire hydrants. That's awesome. Okay, so Ottawa has blue street signs. I feel like the blue street sign stuff is maybe more useful in the sense that it's kind of easy to remember because there's only like a few. Because there's Ottawa, which looks very different from like Regina, for example, right? Which is the other one that has blue street signs. And I think you have Fort McMurray or something, and I guess probably a lot of Alberta to be fair, but like I don't know if you know that it's Ontario, then you just go Ottawa if you see blue street signs. So blue street signs and is bilingual, or I shouldn't say is bilingual, but has bilingual signs. So that'll work.
a lot of towns and cities use blue and yellow for their fire hydrants, but in Ottawa, it is almost always blue top, yellow everything else. Ukraine flag. I would also say that Canadian flags in general are more common in Ottawa, like we see on these houses. It's the nation's capital, and this is the kind of flag waving I would expect in the States, but we see it here, and we see exactly.
See, so Ukraine flag fire hydrants. It's a very funny way to think about that there, but sure. Okay.
This color combination is fairly unique to Ottawa. It's quite useful. Next up is Toronto. It's a city larger than most provinces in Canada. Now, I'm actually starting with Toronto suburb just to give you a vibe. You just don't see neighborhoods of brick houses this expensive in other parts of Canada. But Toronto city proper has enough meta that you should almost always get it with confidence. There's a lot of meta in this one picture. Just by
Yeah.
accident. I meant to just start with what's front and center.
It seems like a fairly
most
easy
cities in
city
Ontario
to get
use blue
because, yeah, you literally just go Ukraine flag fire hydrants, blue signs, like bilingual. Like, yeah, it's pretty recognizable, I'd say.
signs, and so blue stands out. And then the white background in blue is really ubiquitous in Toronto and unique to
Oh,
Toronto.
white
But
background
I've said almost
behind it
nothing
too.
about garbage bins so far in this video, and that's largely because most of Ontario doesn't have municipal garbage bins yet. But Toronto bins are often displayed prominently, and they have a recognizable City of Toronto logo on them. You can see here.
Oh,
The last clue is
Okay.
just a reminder that Toronto uses a unique 416 area code. But instead, let's talk about fire
416 for
hydrants. Here we
Toronto.
see a yellow
I
fire
won't
hydrant,
remember
a
that,
blue
but
ring
it's
on one
fine.
side, a black ring on the other. The nozzles happen to be yellow. Am I about to tell you to memorize another fire hydrant? No. End of the line, everybody off. The problem is there's just a huge number of large to mid-sized cities in Ontario with very similar yellow fire hydrants, and the markers on the nozzles change all the time based on the flow rate. The only fire hydrant meta for Ontario is to remember where the red fire hydrants go. All yellow might mean north, and Ottawa is
And the red ones go, I think, Hamilton and Sault Ste. Marie, basically. But I think parts of Mississauga and, like, St. Catharines might use red as well, but it's fine.
the Ukrainian flag.
I think
After that,
for
things get really
a
hard.
hedge, you
So
go
what can we do?
Hamilton,
Well,
for
remember your
sure.
area codes,
So,
that can help. We can go back to street signs. So almost all of these cities use green.
Or you could do water
but not
hedge,
Toronto, not
which
Ottawa,
would be pretty baller, not gonna
so
lie.
add Guelph to the list of pinpointable cities if you can tell that it's not Toronto or Ottawa. And then I'll also add Mississauga and Niagara, which use blue street signs.
No, wait, they all use blue street signs? That's so lame. I mean, still the Ottawa fire hydrant stuff, but dang. Okay.
Fire hydrants. And finally, Kitchener, which uses a white striped border around all of its signs, which I think makes it unique in Ontario and pretty recognizable. Is this too much to ask people to remember? Maybe, but there's good news and bad news there, because this is pretty much all I've got. You combine the fire hydrant color with road sign color to figure out half of the cities, and then you do a fudge factor, where the closer you are to Toronto, the nicer looking your homes, the nicer looking the streets, that kind of thing. And after that, how do you tell Kingston and Windsor apart? You tell me. Most cities don't have garbage bins. The exception is Toronto, and I would also add Mississauga and Brampton have a region of peel bin that can be useful. The next logical step might be transit system. That could...
Okay, just writing down the white background part then, because that's going to be more important now that has white backgrounds on street signs. That'll be more important now that a lot of cities seem to have blue street signs, so pretty lame.
Help with London, a fairly large city with an intuitive LT symbol, London Transit, on the buses. But unfortunately, I find that
London,
Toronto and Ottawa
yeah,
are the
LT.
most distinctive bus stops, and are based on a less common red color scheme. And they're already easy cities to guess. Everything else
cool.
is either easily forgettable patterns, or it's too small for transit to even matter much. I don't think I'm subjecting you or me to tracking down and memorizing every vaguely blue-colored bus stop. And in the end, I don't know how important that
that'd be awful.
Ontario correct anyway. Instead, let's finish with the rural map. And unfortunately, there's only so much for me to tell. By far, the most important thing is to remember the geography, which can get you good guesses in southern Ontario.
I mean, I already think I have a little bit of intuition here with this. I mean, this is going to be forests, generally speaking, like very cold looking and stuff. This is just going to be farmland and whatever, so probably that.
Geography, which can get you good guesses in southern Ontario at least. But the next most useful clue involves rural house numbers. So these rural house numbers are either blue or green signs, and they can exist all over North America. Unfortunately, I don't know as much about what they look like in the States. But in Canada, they can either be blue or green in the prairie provinces, but they just are much, much less common there. They are common in Quebec and the Maritimes, but in Quebec and the Maritimes, they are always blue, or at least not green.
Okay, so what are these called again? Like house numbers or something? I don't even know.
I don't know as much about what they look like in the States. But in Canada, they can either be blue or green in the prairie provinces, but they just are much, much southern Ontario at least. But the next most useful clue involves rural house numbers.
Rural house numbers. Okay, so rural house numbers can be, can be blue or green. Blue or green in Ontario. Perfect. Absolutely beautiful. Not bad.
If I see a blue sign, I usually guess Nova Scotia. But what if I know I'm in Ontario? Well, then you want to guess it in one of these red regions. Either.
No. Okay, it's okay. We're fine. Is this like London area? It's not exactly London, but what is that area here? I want to be able to write down like a specific thing here. Is this? Like Port Stanley, I guess? Yeah, that's kind of what that is. Okay. So these are looking at the blue ones, I think, right? Just looking at the blue ones.
If I see a blue sign, I usually guess Nova Scotia. But what if I know I'm in Ontario? Well, then you want to guess it in one of these red regions.
Yes, it is blue. Just had to check that because don't want to write down the wrong thing. So you either go, not Thunder Bay. What is that other one there? What is that? Kenora? Is that where that is? That's kind of weird. Or is it Dryden? Or is it, can it be both? It's right above that little like Minnesota like thing there. So yeah, Kenora. It should be Kenora. Okay. Blue house markers. Or house numbers, I guess. House numbers in Kenora. Ottawa, seemingly. And south of London. South of London. Perfect.
Either south of London, east of Ottawa, it's a pretty large region that uses blue signs there, or if I'm in northern Ontario, far west around Kenora. Now, I'm fundamentally just not that good at northern Ontario sometimes, but if I'm really stretching for advice here, I'll highlight some ideas. Very rocky sides of the road, over there. Snow, over here, near Nipigon Thunder.
Okay, yeah, we did know that snow coverage is generally western Ontario, but it's also western Quebec, I think, which is a little unfortunate. And then we got very rocky over here, which is kind of interesting, I guess.
Right.
But, okay.
A lot of Generation 2 coverage on a lot of these smaller roads, and some of the major roads.
Ooh, Gen 2 above Sudbury, I guess? That might be useful, actually. Hold on. Gen 2 above Sudbury. Oh, God. Sudbury? What am I doing? Sudbury. There we go. Perfect.
They have new coverage as well. And then finally, bilingual road signs close to the border of Quebec. And that's it. That's all I've got for northern rural meta, unfortunately. So in conclusion, let's revisit the images we saw at the beginning of the video. There's a lot of meta to see here. We've got cup shape.
Are there a lot of metas? Because this obviously, right? I don't think that bollard is specific to Ontario, no. I guess it's very flat and kind of plainsy. So, I mean, I feel like you go around London here, maybe. Uh, London, Canada, obviously, not British London, of course. I mean, we got front plates. We've got what looks to be an area code back there. I think it says 515 or something. I can't really see, but
line posts on the pole. We've got a diamond top bollard, although it's hard to see. We have a 519 area code for southwestern Ontario, and an extremely flat prairie skyline.
southwestern. Oh, that is near London. Yeah, so I think I was kind of spot on, even without knowing the area code, actually, which is really pretty awesome. So
this image is from the Elephant Trunk near Windsor. We've also got these
wait,
spring poles over here. I've never seen them before.
Okay, I would have went like, to be honest, I mean, I would have done a hedge, right? I would have been safer. I would have gone like here, so like between like London and Kitchener or something, probably. But like, okay, that's fair enough.
I have no idea how common they are, but that's interesting. And then in this photo, we have tops again, just barely.
Okay, yeah, Ontario tops. Let's see how many other things we can spot. Green house number, so that excludes a few regions for us. We got what else do we have here? I don't know. The soil color is kind of interesting, I guess. Wow, is it bad? I don't really see anything else here. There's got to be something, right? Like some kind of fire hydrant or something. No, maybe not. Okay,
we have a black
fair
bar
enough.
underneath the speed sign. We have a green house number sign that excludes certain areas in our guess.
Dude, how do you even see that black bar, man? I don't think I really see that. Not gonna lie.
And mostly we have big rolling hills, but still with the southern maple trees. So this location is in central Ontario, an hour north of Guelph or so.
I mean, I would have guessed near there as well,
Ontario construction bollards.
Okay, yeah, Ontario construction bollards. As he said, we got green street signs. Wait, that's weird. That excludes a lot of different areas then, I guess, right? What else do we have here? I don't know if that's bilingual. I can't read it. We have, well, transformers facing the road or whatever. So or I guess it's, God, parallel to the road. That's what I meant. So it's Ontario. Well, I guess that doesn't mean it's Ontario, but it excludes a lot of regions here. Well, I don't see anything else.
And we have a yellow fire hydrant. We can hardly read
the yeah, the yellow fire hydrant.
Just make out a hint of text before the name, which indicates that there's French there. And also, entirely by accident when I chose this, we can just
wait. How do we know there's French there? I have to find out.
We can hardly read the street sign, but we can just make out a hint of text before the name, which indicates that there's French there.
Hint of text before the name? Why does that necessarily mean it's France or French? It doesn't make sense.
Also, entirely by accident when I chose this, we can just barely make out these large yellow letters on utility pole. This is the easiest Sudbury guess of your life.
Oh, it is Sudbury. The yellow thing on the pole. Did I write that down? Has bilingual signs. I should write that down, right? Like, Sudbury has yellow sticker on poles. Perfect.
So as always, practice these ideas on a good map of Ontario. I just linked to the first map that came up.
Okay, yeah, we're not going to do that until probably we get through all these videos here. So we have still have some left here for sure, unfortunately. But well, I mean they're good videos, and you know, like taking notes. I'd rather play the game than take notes, but you know, we'll do that later just as some practice. But yeah, we have Quebec next here, so yeah, I'll put this in the chat as well, and I encourage you guys again to basically like the video, or you know, you can do whatever you want, of course, but really enjoy these videos, and I don't want to take advantage of me just playing the video on the stream. So make sure to give that video a like, possibly even check out his other content because he makes really good stuff. So yeah, I don't know why that took so long for me to send there. I don't know why. Computer's being slow today. Okay.
Bienvenue and welcome to part 5 of my Geoguessr tip series for Canada, this time turning to the province of Quebec. Now we begin with the now normal 3 teaser images that you should be used to from the rest of the series, each of which contains at least 3 meta clues. And I feel like I have fewer options this time, so stuck to cities in most cases. But this rural round has some province-specific meta and one very specific clue. Again, pause if you want a chance to see what you can find.
Oh yeah, you had the boring-looking intersection signs in Quebec. I do remember that. Sometimes it's funny to just like be like, oh yes, this country just has a boring thing or whatever, and that's how you remember it. Like I feel like I was learning like European pedestrian signs, and not to make fun of Romania, but I feel like their pedestrian signs are noticeably more boring than like a lot of other countries. So anytime I see a boring enough pedestrian sign, I'll just be like, Romania maybe? But I'm kind of memeing though. I mean, I think the Finland one is also a little bit boring. Not that this even matters, obviously. Like, I'm kind of completely memeing. I mean, they're just pedestrian signs. You don't need to make your pedestrian signs look super beautiful or unique or anything. Obviously, that doesn't matter. So, yeah, it's kind of just a meme, but, you know.
Let's look at the coverage in Quebec. And as always, we're focusing on the northern coverage because most everything will always be in the south. Now, at first glance, it looks like there's quite a lot of it. But this section here in red is all unofficial coverage, so don't expect any of it in your Geoguessr maps. Instead,
Okay,
we can zoom in on southern Quebec to highlight the real coverage in the north. And there are two major population centers. One out east is the Lac Saint Jean region, where I lived for a month to improve my French, and it features fairly major cities like Saguenay and Jonquière-Chicoutimi, while out west we have smaller towns out in the Clay Belt, which we learned about last time in the Ontario video. Now, there are two sections of roads that go even farther north than that. Out west, we have this blue road connecting the Clay Belt with Lac Saint Jean, and it is either connected with Generation 2 coverage or with this blurry and sometimes wintry Generation 3 coverage. So the blur meadow.
Okay, so wintry Gen 3, like over here, basically? Okay. So where is that? That's near that port something there. It's like above this New Brunswick region.
Okay.
Okay.
Section of the road is definitely worth
Pretty cool.
Out east, we have the highway north to Labrador, which is high quality Generation 3 coverage, but it's only paved part of the way. Now, the red road that keeps going along the Gulf of St. Lawrence, that is a higher quality road, although there's a lot of dirt on the sides, but I thought I'd highlight them both. Thinking about province-specific meta, Quebec is usually one of the easiest provinces.
Okay, 819, 418, 450, 514. Maybe these will stick in my head, maybe they won't. We got the RA sign, red and white chevrons. We've written all this stuff down in the last stream. What is the meta here? Probably the plates. We can't see it though because this video thing is blocking it. Actually, you guys probably can't see the RA because I bet my video is blocking it as well, or my face basically. We got, is that a blue square bollard type thing? Boring intersection sign, some truck sign, I guess. Maybe that's specific.
Or regions in the world, yes. They're in Canada, but they speak French. So if you recognize French and you see any language, what country are you going to confuse it with? France? Maybe? Senegal? But let's get more specific. Quebec has 4 area codes, and once again, I'm trying to convince you that if you're going to learn any area codes, Canada, it really is a good country for it. Now, the license plates are very neutral blue, but with no front plate.
I was about to say, imagine confusing, like, Canada for Senegal, but I think I've probably made equally embarrassing guesses in my life before, somehow. I was thinking about this question, guys. Like, what if you were asked right now, what is the worst blunder you've ever made in Geoguessr? Like, what comes to your mind? And you can feel free to put it in chat if you'd like. I was thinking about this the other day, and I was thinking, I remember there was this one round where I thought it was like Poland or something, and it turned out to be Cambodia. And I don't know how the hell I confused the two. I don't know how I confused Poland for Cambodia. This was years ago, by the way. This was not like more recent or anything. This was a very long time ago. But I somehow remember this from like years back. And cause I think I saw a bollard, and I was like, oh, maybe that's the Polish one or something. Like, this was probably back when I didn't even know what I was doing that much, to be fair. And yeah, I just sent Poland on Cambodia. It was just pretty bad, honestly. Like, pretty bad.
Is the thing to remember. And Quebec is the only place in the world, at least with Google coverage, that uses stop signs that say arrête. They also have some more specific sign meta. So they have European-looking red and white chevrons here. They have small rectangles on top of thin metal poles that can be either...
Oh yeah, Thrive Fan Central LMAO. Clambrodia. Exactly.
Blue, yellow, sometimes orange, or mixtures of those two colors. Quebec likes to use 2 poles for their signs more than other locations I've seen. Can't think of any off the top of my head. And they...
What did you say about this sign, actually? Hold on.
Of those two colors. Quebec likes to use 2 poles for their signs more than other locations I've seen.
Oh.
Can't think of any off the top of my head.
I'll write that down.
They use this sign to indicate the end of a kind of major secondary highway, usually, that's coming to a T intersection. So if you haven't seen this before,
Quebec uses
like in most of
2
Canada.
poles.
And by the way, these signs are good for telling you you're not in the US.
On many
now,
signs.
Construction bollards are very different from other provinces. They're fat with this white and orange stripes, while other provinces that have the fat construction bollards, it'll be black and orange. Then for the guard...
Okay, yeah, obviously French here, and then red and white bollard. I think we wrote that down. I think so. And then these bollards, okay.
Guardrails in Quebec aren't particularly noteworthy by themselves, but they come with these unique bollards. So this long white with red in one direction and green in the other direction. You'll also see 2 different ways that the guardrails can end here in these 2 pictures. And let's talk poles. So a lot of poles have this yellow marker on them with a Q on.
Oh yeah, we did write this down as well. What's the meta here exactly?
On top for Quebec.
I mean, it looks weird, but
I really wanted to find a way to put these codes to use, but for the life of me, I couldn't work out a reliable pattern. I also find that Quebec cables that lead to the ground, they're more likely to feed into a metal covered cement block before they actually reach the ground, and that's what we see here. And then these parallel metal bars, especially when they're a bit longer like this, they tend to pinpoint you that you're in Quebec. And also, I would say the pale...
Oh yeah, they're like the longer, like slanted ones. I think we did write this down. I almost want to make sure even. I think we did though. Quebec poles have insulators. Wow, I wrote this down horribly. Quebec poles have insulators angled slightly upwards. But for some reason I wrote roads in between Insulator is an angled. Okay, that makes no sense, but okay, sure.
The white pole itself.
I wrote these out really fast last stream. Like I literally
finally,
just, yeah.
we often have these colored markings on the bottom of the lowest cable. So that's the telephone cable. An orange version is just barely visible here, second to the right. And then we have this rounded, slightly rounded yellow version on the far right. And this is a pretty fine distinction between Ontario and Quebec. And they both like to use a lot of these colored tags on the bottom wire. I do think I can...
Okay, yeah. Colored tags here. So kind of like Ontario, but these can be yellow and they're like slightly... They're less rectangular shaped, I've noticed. So we could say Quebec uses orange and yellow, I guess. Orange and yellow tags on poles, I guess. Tags, or on wires even. Tags on wires. Solid. Okay.
Always, often tell them apart, however. Quebec usually has one slightly rounded tag, more or less right in the middle of the pole. And often that rounded tag is alone, just very good clue for Quebec. But even if there are other tags around like you'd also see in Ontario, you can usually make it out because of the rounded tag in the middle, at least if you like. Now, I want to call myself out a bit, because I don't think I've spent nearly enough...
Okay, yeah, I need to learn these probably on my own. I don't know, there's a certain episode, I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's but it's one of my duels episodes basically that I do every like 4 times a week or whatever. And there was this one round where I think we were in like Nova Scotia or New Brunswick or something, but we had a sign in the shape of Manitoba, like exactly the shape of Manitoba. And I was like, "Oh, it's Manitoba." I click on Manitoba and it's yeah, New Brunswick or something. It's like I wonder where that is on here or like why that happened. Because like I have no idea why it would be Manitoba shaped in like New Brunswick. Like it's just the most troll thing in the world. But yeah.
I'm talking about highway symbols in this series. Probably should have just covered them in part 1, the introduction. Now it's true, you can usually remind yourself what the highway symbols look like in games by zooming in on the map. But I especially find it useful to naturally know...
I mean, I think this one's obvious for many reasons. But yeah.
Quebec's are easier because they have the fleur de lis on them. That's the flower that kind of looks like a decorative sword. Next up, it's geography time. And pay attention, because this is about all I'm going to offer you in terms of rural meta. And I'm not even that good on my Quebec geography, so you've been warned, but they can all be of exactly the same familiarity, can't they? But there are 2 main places with flat farmland in Quebec. By far, the flattest region is this tiny wedge just southwest of Montreal, which pushes into Ontario, falling just south of the St. Lawrence. Now, as you can see in the picture, it could almost be mistaken for the prairies, although with the larger number of buildings in the distance and the old farms, it actually means you should only really be confusing it with Ontario. And you can also get somewhat similar coverage in the clay belt, even sometimes around Lac Saint Jean. But it is a poor imitation. There will still be more trees and more hills than a true prairie landscape. Now, the unpopular...
I don't even, yeah, I really struggle with like region guessing this area and kind of, I don't know, just the non-plainsy parts to me, I don't know, are weird. I'm just like, I don't know, like honestly I blundered like Newfoundland, Quebec, and like Yukon like too many times, or like more times than I'd like to mention, I guess. In fact, I think I did recently even, so yeah, it was not good. I think it was yesterday maybe even, or 2 days ago, something like that. Yeah, it was really bad. Like they should look completely different to me, but for some reason they just don't. Like, and it drives me crazy. I did look at them earlier today, so hopefully we don't do that when we do some practice games later in the stream.
Parts of Quebec with little coverage, they're all part of the Canadian Shield, meaning a mix of spruce and aspen trees, occasionally rock walls. Think northern Ontario without the Ontario map. And that leaves the bulk of populated Quebec to tell apart. So in theory, the geography north of the St. Lawrence River should be different than the geography south of the St. Lawrence. And I've outlined that river in blue, if you're not familiar with it. But north of the St. Lawrence, we have the heart of the Laurentian mountain range. And if anything, I would say that this comes with somewhat taller hills and a slightly colder climate. You know,
okay, taller hills.
More with, being
so just near northern Montreal, I guess. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, like if I saw this, like, would I be dumb enough to think this is West Coast or like who knows? Maybe I feel like I even do that a lot, like way too much. Is like blunder east to West Coast kind of stuff, like because if there's mountains at all, I'm just like, oh, West Coast probably, but then I'm not sure. I mean, you don't have front plates here, so you don't go BC. I mean, that's pretty standard. I think. You know what's sad is I don't see anything else though. Like I don't see anything else that would tell me anything, right? Like this is what I mean about Canada. It's like yeah, you can learn all these metas, but like they don't always come up, you know, and it's rough to be honest. Probably true with every country though, to be honest.
Now I like to think that these hills are often slightly shorter because you know with that mnemonic, it's the end of that mountain range. That mountain range is mostly in the United States. Still, the fact remains that the 2 regions are extremely difficult to distinguish a lot of the time. And then finally, we have the landscape of the Gaspé Peninsula out here. This is still technically part of the Appalachians, but because of the higher latitude, I find that it has far more evergreens and it's rockier in general.
Definitely looks a lot more like New Brunswick.
The peninsula is usually easy to guess because you're almost always along the coast. It can be pretty difficult to distinguish the Gaspé Peninsula from the coastal road on the other side of the Gulf of St. Lawrence.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that's rough.
The distance is there, but just remember there's a lot less coverage up here on the northern coast, and I'll try to give you another rural tip later on. When it comes to cities in Quebec, there are 2 questions. Can you distinguish Montreal from Quebec City? And that's usually pretty easy. And then can you tell apart the many other medium...
Oh, so are these all red fire hydrants? That's pretty decent, I guess. Why not? I mean, I'd probably figure it out in another way. Probably not that, but Yeah, and I think it was all yellow for Ontario, right? Except for I think it was all yellow. Yeah, except Sault Ste. Marie and Hamilton. Okay, interesting. So red fire hydrants, you more likely go Quebec if you don't have anything else to help you. Uh, so all red. That's very nice. All red fire hydrants in Quebec. Nice. Very, very cool.
Size cities, and that's usually really hard. In principle, it could be easy to pinpoint almost any Quebecois city or town. The problem comes down to memorization. And let me give you an example of what I mean with explanatory
No,
round.
no, no, no,
So
no,
first,
no,
take
no,
the
no.
general
I'm not
feel of
doing
Quebec's
this.
largest city. And when I say largest city, I mean
If they say we're
almost
gonna
every
memorize every
Now, a lot
city's
of
like
Montreal is dominated by neighborhoods
fire
with
hydrants or
brick
whatever.
three-story apartment buildings. And
No.
it's generally hard to confuse with anything except probably Quebec City, even in other provinces or states. More importantly, though, front and center is the logo for the city. So if we zoom in, we see the Montreal flower logo, which is all over the city, at almost every intersection, on the street signs, and on other pieces of
So
infrastructure.
Montreal flower in, well, Montreal. Okay. Montreal flower on Montreal street signs. Makes sense. Yeah, street signs. There we go. Perfect.
Well worth remembering. You've got this little floral pattern. And the great opportunity, and simultaneously the big problem, is that almost every city in Quebec, and even dinky towns of 2,000 people, have their own logo that often bedeck street signs, bins, and other bits of infrastructure. Some are intuitive and easy to recognize, some less so. So I'm just going to focus on the 5 largest municipalities. We've already covered Montreal and its floral logo. Quebec City and Trois-Rivières don't use their logo in the signs, but the city of Gatineau does. And believe it or not, the simple oval in Gatineau makes it pretty easy to recognize.
No, dude, what? Okay. Okay. So what do we really say here? So what even is this one? His camera's kind of blocking it. So what did he say actually? It's probably in the subtitles. Gatineau? Gatineau? Probably Gatineau. Okay. So anyways, Gatineau. I'm gonna get off the subtitles or whatever. Gatineau. How do you spell that? I'm struggling to spell that for some reason. Okay, Gatineau has yeah, blue street signs. Blue street signs. I like how just a few minutes ago I was like, I'm not gonna memorize this, and now I'm like, why not? That doesn't look that bad, I guess. Or wait, no, I think I said I wasn't gonna memorize the fire hydrants, which I won't. I refuse. But yeah, Troy Riviere or something like that. Riviere has green street signs. Let's see, green street signs. Quebec City has white ones. Has white street signs. And yeah, okay, perfect.
Believe it or not, the simple oval in Gatineau makes it pretty easy to recognize from a distance.
Oh, the
Sherbrooke
oval,
shows
yeah,
you the
yeah.
danger you're in by playing this game, though. Older street signs do use a Sherbrooke logo, but since 2013 or so, they've replaced it with these blue signs. And you could just start memorizing signs. But first I'll say, the logo for Sherbrooke, it's pretty hard to recognize from a distance. It says the city name on it, but that's only if you get really close, and then you don't need a tutorial on how to get Quebec cities.
Not amazing.
The point of learning just logos is that it simplifies things a lot because it's on different pieces of infrastructure. So you see similar logos on each city's bin.
Oh,
Here we
God.
have Montreal flower, and
let me just look at these. I'm not gonna write these down, obviously. Okay, so you got Ville de Sherbrooke, which is, guys, like, I just love the disparity here. Like, you have these, kind of creative symbols. Like, you got this one, you got, the flower, the Montreal flower. You got the, honestly, this is pretty ugly, but at least it's something, right? And then you got, this one looks pretty cool, I think. But then you have Sherbrooke here with, like, it's just, oh, like, we're just gonna do our name, basically. Like, okay. Good job, Sherbrooke.
You also have the Gatineau oval on their bins. I actually only recommend remembering 3 city logos, however, unless you want to get really
okay.
One, the flower.
Montreal flower, that makes sense.
It's very common.
Gatineau oval, maybe.
Oval of Gatineau, also distinctive. You can just see an oval from
In
a distance.
Quebec City,
finally,
still.
I would remember the Trois-Rivières logo because it's very easy to remember if you speak even a little bit of French. Trois-Rivières means 3 rivers. This is what the logo is.
Oh, it's like 3 rivers. You know what? I have newfound respect. Newfound respect, actually, for the Troy Riviere or whatever. Riviere? I don't know, something like that.
Now, let's return to Montreal.
Newfound respect.
For the most part, it's a lost cause to memorize bin colors in Quebec. The only exception is
yes,
small brown
thank
bins,
God. I don't want to.
I'm pretty sure it's a compost bin, and I don't think there's another like it in the whole world. I'm probably wrong about that. But this picture also lets us segue into fire hydrants. However, in Quebec and the Maritimes, virtually all fire hydrants are red. You can't even really see it here. But the east coast of Canada gets a lot of snow, and so to ensure that fire hydrants are still visible in the winter, most fire hydrants in Quebec have a visibility pole of some kind. And these poles vary city to city and region to region, just like colors used to.
I will probably practice these fire hydrant stuff like as well, like probably another time or something. Because, I'm writing all these down. Will I remember them? Like, no, not right now. But if I practice them on a map or something, I mean, I could get some pretty crazy, like, urban Canada rounds, where I'm just like, oh, look at that. It's the yellow fire hydrant in whatever city, and I'm just like, yeah, I just somehow get it from that. Like, that'd be kind of wild, honestly.
West. Now, Montreal and Gatineau both use a yellow post that sticks off the side. There are always exceptions to these rules, especially around Montreal, which has really a city of a million suburbs, but it's still a good rule of thumb that these yellow posts are the ones further west. Quebec City is the most reliable meta for this clue. All of its hydrant indicators use this full blue rectangle on the left side, and as far as I know, this isn't true anywhere else in the province.
Okay, I'm not gonna write that down, to be honest, but useful enough, I suppose. Not doing these buses either.
Starting with Montreal. So Montreal is located on a wide portion of the St. Lawrence River, and it has many islands on the river. There's an amusement park on
Oh, there's an amusement park near the river.
They're both visible from many vantage points. Next up, Quebec City.
Wait, what? There's a like a glass dome thing? What? Wait, where is that in this picture? Is that even here? Like I don't see that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not in that field of vision there.
The old part of the city,
okay,
Quebec, is a tourist attraction with a distinctive European feel, although with the North American cars. And I think it's called the only wall in North America. There's definitely enough coverage there that it's worth remembering that this kind of unique North American coverage.
Really pretty.
And then the region of l'Ancienne Lorette in western Quebec City uses all red on the back of its signage. Now, I want to thank Unassumed in the comments of my BC video for this one. They have put together a really nice doc.
What? Okay, I'm not going to remember that specific city name. I think I'm going to put red-backed signs. Okay, so red-backed signs. Max West Quebec City, I guess. Max West Quebec City. And that will be what we put for that.
On Canadian signposts, Canadian guardrails, utility poles, and I'll link to that in the comments. I feel like there's always a Google Doc out there somewhere for all the Geoguessr tips I need, but I never know where to find them. I'm not going to Discord. So, big thanks for sending me this one. I'm sure.
Dude, literally, there's like Geoguessr docs like everywhere, but some of them are so irritating to like actually access. It's crazy. Like, oh my god, guys, there's this one website that I found. It's got to be the worst, most irritating website in the world. Hold on, sidetrack for a second here. Indonesia Geoguessr. Oh my god, what am I doing? What am I doing? I like how I can't type at all. Okay. Yes. Scribd or something. This website. I don't get it. Look at this. Watch this. So it looks like a normal website. You're like, oh, I'm reading the doc. Watch this. Yeah. That's what it does. Every time you go on a new page, it'll be like, oh, you have to wait 10 seconds to actually view it, and then you have to push skip ad. And you do this for every single one. So when you're trying to read stuff, like, oh, like vegetation or oil palms or whatever, when you're trying to read things, it'll just pop up in front of you. Yep, there it is. And honestly, it's even worse than you guys think, because I've already viewed this document. I had to wait for every single page, basically. It actually normally doesn't allow you to view it at all, I think. It just, because I viewed it before, it pops up and then does that again, if that makes sense. It used to be like you literally couldn't see anything until you went through every single time that it did that. So for every new page, actually the worst website in the world, basically. But yeah, it's okay.
Use even more of the tips in the Maritime video next week.
Very interesting, though, that a website like that exists. Like,
Ottawa,
what the heck?
That's in Ontario. And because of this, a lot of people live in Ottawa but work in Gatineau. So a totally valid method, especially if you're confused between Gatineau and Montreal, which is easy to do, is to look for front plates, which are coming from Ontario. And finally, a tip for Sherbrooke.
Makes sense.
I told you that I really wanted to use these yellow number tags on the utility poles, and this is the only somewhat reliable meta that I was able to confirm, because Sherbrooke, and I think surrounding rural areas, only use numbers, no letters. I haven't seen that anywhere else in Quebec, but I'm sure I'm missing something. And I'm also sure there's some pattern to these.
Probably won't write that down, honestly. I feel like that's not, like, super useful.
But it's really unreliable. Let me know if you find out anything about what that means. Probably nothing. Now, let me introduce you to the ugliest slide I've ever used. I want to talk about fire hydrant indicators more holistically, because they're one of the most common meta clues you'll see, but it's tricky to pick out a pattern. By far, the most common signs are some version of black on yellow, like
Wait, these are fire hydrant signs? No, we're gonna skip this part. Yeah, let's go over here.
We'll cover that next week. Don't let them throw you off. The only non-geographical rural tip I have is for the Gaspé region. Other than the higher number of evergreen trees, which are large, you're also much more likely to see L-shaped poles like this.
Okay, L-shaped poles near, I'll say above New Brunswick. L-shaped poles above New Brunswick area. New Brunswick area. There we go. Perfect.
one on the Gaspé Peninsula. And in fact, I don't think I've ever seen one anywhere else in the province. So that's a super
Okay.
tip if you're not
That's
sure
really
between
good.
Gaspé and Quebec generally, or
Very,
between
very
the Gaspé
good.
Peninsula and that other side of the St. Lawrence. Because having the St. Lawrence to the south can look the same as having the...
NMPC though, how do you even know that this is Quebec, right? Like, yeah, you might know the L-shaped pole meta, but it doesn't even mean it has to be there either. You know what I mean? That's the difficult thing, is like I don't even know how you would necessarily think to go Quebec here, I guess, but that's fine.
Atlantic Ocean to the south if you're on the peninsula. In conclusion, let's look back at our teaser slides and see what bits of meta we can find.
Okay, yeah. And let's do this practice without him telling us as well, because I think I learn better if I can just do this. So we got the Montreal flower here, so we're in Montreal, and we're in Duluth Street and Drolette Street. What other metas are there, though? So we don't have front plates. Is there a fire hydrant nearby? I mean, they're all red anyway, right? So fire hydrants aren't really useful in Quebec. We do have a hill to our north. I think he said that the hilly parts are generally north of Montreal, so maybe more likely to hedge north here. Or just find the streets, obviously, right? Yeah, I mean, you could use road angle to try to figure out where the streets are as well. I found that's pretty helpful. I don't know if there's anything else that we have here, but let's just see what he says.
License plates and ignoring French. First, we have a Quebecois construction board, and more importantly, we have the Montreal logo on the street signs.
Yeah, we do have the... Yeah, I didn't even notice that.
And we also have a few well-camouflaged small brown bins, and that betrays that this image is without a doubt from Montreal. And now all of my meta for this round is in one vertical strip.
So brown bins in Montreal? I don't think I wrote that down. So actually, I'm gonna write that down. I think he said there's also brown bins in like... Oh no, Regina, right? I think it's Regina. Yeah. But I guess if you're in Montreal. Okay, brown bins in Montreal. We'll say trash bins as well, just to be very clear. Trash bins in Montreal. Very cool. What are the clues here? I'd say we have a lighter pole or whatever, which tends to be East Canada. So we have that. So let's say we know we're in East Canada. Red fire hydrant means we're most likely in Quebec, but not 100%. We have what else do we have here? One of those fire hydrant signs. I think those are common in Quebec. I think. Man, what else is there? I'm not gonna lie, I don't really see anything else, but I might be nuts.
First, the long metal holders on top of this pole tell us that we're in Quebec. As do, if you really squint.
Long metal. Oh, they do. They do. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
The orange tags on the bottom wires, including one that's dead
orange tags. Missed those two.
This is Ontario-Quebec mixed meta at this distance. But finally, we have the blue rectangle that's on the left side of this sign, and that tells us we are in Quebec City.
Oh.
In some ways, nothing special about this last round. We have two signs unique to Quebec, both the end of the road sign.
Okay, well, we have the 113, so that's technically findable. We have the Quebec intersection sign here. So we know we're in Quebec, and we find the 113. This looks like a Gen 3 road. Looks pretty cold. What if we tried to find out right now, actually, just really quickly? Because I think it's findable. It's probably up here. The 113. Oh, Ismail Backstrom, hello. Welcome to the stream. We're just doing some Canada practice here. So, yeah, we're actually almost done, and we're going to play some games pretty soon. I think I just have like one more video after this. But, yeah, basically, we're watching through these Jasper Woodard videos. And we're just going to watch the Atlantic Provinces one. We're not going to watch the Canada playthroughs with tips, I don't think. So, yeah. But where is the 113 anyway? If I were to find this, like, I don't see it, to be honest, but kind of weird, admittedly. What is this? What is this road here? I don't know. Route du Nord. No idea. Oh, here's the 113. Okay, yeah, that is findable. So guys, we would have done really well in this round, theoretically, in a game.
Sign on the left here and a highway marker. And if I wanted to be really generous, I would also grant this pale pockmarked pole, which you would see further east. But
oh yeah, the pale pole.
Here we have a square blur, which you can kind of make out. And that camera, along with the wintry coverage, is a bit redundant because we have a highway marker, but that does say that we are on this northern highway, Highway 113, up here, where we have the border.
Okay.
As always, have fun with the practice.
Very nice. We're not gonna do that yet. And then we will go to Atlantic Provinces. And as usual, I'm going to put this in the chat. And again, I encourage you guys to give the video a like and whatnot, just to show support for this. I mean, for Jasper Woodard and the Canada videos he's created, basically. So, yeah, just want to be grateful to even be able to show these on stream, I guess. Just, you know, in 30-second intervals, of course, to not break copyright. I wonder how 2 times speed affects that as well. I don't know actually, because yeah. Do you make streams into videos or just for streaming? I'm honestly gonna just stream, I think. I don't know how I'd make this into a video, honestly. Like, maybe through like really painful editing I could, but yeah, problem is I'm planning to stream for maybe even, well, after I finish this video, and then I want to play a decent amount of games, so probably be over an hour left of the stream, I would imagine, right now. So, um, yeah. And I've already been going for, what, 2.5 hours now? So, yeah, I'd have to edit, like, over 3 hours of footage, which, yeah, would be pretty rough, probably.
Welcome to the final video in my Geoguessr tip series.
Okay, let's see. So we got, I'm going to call these the Atlantic provinces.
PEI, and Newfoundland. In the past, I've called these the Canadian Maritimes in my intro series, but I didn't realize that the name usually isn't used for Newfoundland. And as a Canadian, I'm legitimately pretty embarrassed by that. Alas, this beautiful region, the Atlantic provinces, they're the only provinces in Canada that I have yet to visit. So we will start with the normal 3 teaser images, which sample some of what you'll see in this video. Some of the clues in these images just...
I love the way he teaches these, by the way, where they're like the teaser images or whatever, so like you can figure out yourself the metas that you learn through the video and just practice through that. I really like that he does that.
Just allow you to pinpoint the province or maybe the general region, but there's definitely a clue in this round that would allow me to get it within a few kilometers.
I think that second one was New Brunswick. I think I do notice
so
the transformers there.
Everything in this orange region today. But when we look at the Google car coverage, we see that the most northern region of Labrador only has one road, which runs from Labrador City to Happy Valley Goose Bay. So in reality, we won't spend very long.
I've looked at this road. It's I think it's all Gen 2. I think. It's like up here. Yeah, like if we just click on it, it should be like Gen 2, like pretty cold, pine trees, good road quality. Yeah. So this is a very memorable road, I feel like, generally speaking.
Long covering Labrador. The rest of the provinces in general have a lot of coverage everywhere. It's usually worth thinking separately about Newfoundland versus the Synoptic Maritimes. In New Brunswick, there's a lot of coverage on the western border with Maine in the US, and otherwise the rule is that the Maritimes will always have a lot of coverage near the coast and generally less in the middle, even though that's where the best hedges will be. In Newfoundland, the best hedge is probably kind of close to Gander, due to the way the Trans-Canada Highway curves around the north coast and only branches downwards occasionally. A huge amount of the more...
Definitely didn't know that. I guess if I know somehow I'm in... what would this be Labrador technically? Because isn't... Oh no, this is Newfoundland. The northern area is Labrador. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll click around Gander then next time, but yeah.
Urban coverage in Newfoundland is near St. John's on the east coast, so that's usually the best guess around houses unless you see other coasts.
Okay.
Now let's talk about the province-specific meta, because there's a lot of it for 4 provinces. I want to start with ways in which these provinces are all...
So we got 506, 902, 709. Not really going to memorize those, probably, but...
And you will definitely see them sometimes, but mostly out east, they don't actually write down the 3-digit area code before the other 7 digits.
Oh, yeah, that...
Presumably, they're just...
I'm definitely not going to write it down in that case.
Now, there's a general feel to Atlantic provinces and their architecture. It's always a little bit hilly, and you have this particular architecture, so it's generally more colorful. It's less likely to be made out of brick than in Ontario or Quebec.
I feel like you also, very colorful, like houses with kind of these, I don't know, these horizontal things. I swear they're like East US, like East Canada type stuff, always almost. I feel like that's generally true. Probably not always, but yeah.
Although that's certainly possible. And we see here a few more examples of pretty nice houses in New Brunswick and Newfoundland. And it's not exactly unique architecture, but notice things like the driveways, vinyl siding. Typically they'll have mailboxes as opposed to joint boxes that you see more of.
So they have mailboxes instead of joint boxes or whatever. I think he did say generally in East Canada you have more mailboxes than in Western and like Central Canada. I guess he did say that earlier.
West, I'd say. And it definitely has a certain Atlantic Ocean aesthetic, I would say. Now, poles out east are definitely a very important clue for region guessing. A tiny aside is that I did spot a few of these Ontario and US...
Dang it, why do they have to have Ontario poles in like a lot of different provinces? It's so annoying. I wonder what's specifically interesting about these poles, I wonder, and these, like, I don't know, they don't look super interesting, but...
Style cup insulator holders
are super unique.
These slides, even though I didn't know they existed out there, and I still think it's a really good hint for guessing Ontario. But instead, let's look at a classic Eastern pole, and it's in the center, this very pale white, and for this one, it's even a little bent to the top. I see more of it being bent to the top. I see more of it being knotted throughout, that kind of thing. I've already mentioned that you can see similar poles in Quebec and Ontario, but I don't really see these poles in the US, and I still find them a great clue for the Maritimes. The other clue is that you'll often see these poles with a little bit of tape of various colors right in the middle of the bottom.
Oh, that's so weird. When will I ever notice that, honestly? But I'll write it down anyway. So... many times poles have tape, like, I guess, on the wires. Like, poles have colorful tape on wires? Don't know. Colorful tape on wires. Perfect.
Telephone cable. Check out part 5 on Quebec if you want to compare that to the tags that you'll see in Quebec and Ontario. They're very different. Just a little bit of tape right in the center. Now, next in my ugly collage collection, New Brunswick. New Brunswick is the only province in Canada that is officially bilingual, and so you'll often see both English and French on its signage. And that includes the classic stop.
Guys, also, I just thought of something really fun. What if, when we practice like Canada through like a party or whatever on Geoguessr, what if we did like duels where we literally had like, half of the people go on one side, half of the people go on the other side, and we just like see who can win that duel basically. That'd be really, really interesting, I think. I think that'd be really fun, but obviously we're gonna get through this video first. But yeah, what do I even write down here? So it's bilingual. Like we know New Brunswick's bilingual. Jesus, and like this is obvious. I'm not gonna write this down. I guess this is the flag. Maybe I'll memorize those later. Sometimes front plates, sometimes not. This is interesting. I don't know what this is, but
That sign, which you'll almost never see anywhere else. We covered some other bilingual areas in Ontario, close to Quebec, and there's definitely French communities throughout Canada, but they're fairly rare. And like I said, New Brunswick, that's the official language. The important thing is that the French word for street comes before, and the English word comes after. And so when you see a sign like this, even though the word for avenue is the same in both English and French, we know that this is bilingual because we see both Cranston Avenue in English and Avenue Cranston in French. And so that bit before tells us that.
Oh, that's what he was saying earlier with Quebec, where the fact that we even have an avenue at the front means it's like French. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Guardrail endings have 2 yellow and black squares. Yellow and black squares. Nice.
It's bilingual. Then next, New Brunswick often uses either a red little bollard at the beginning of its guardrails, especially on major highways, or a green bollard on the other side. And that's a good way of telling it apart from other provinces. We'll cover these meadow guardrails more later on, so you can compare them directly. And then a few.
Or maybe that wasn't. Maybe the yellow squares are not unique to New Brunswick. Maybe I shouldn't have just wrote that down. I shouldn't have written. Jesus, I shouldn't have written that down without playing it probably. So red bollards at the end of guardrails. At end of guardrails in New Brunswick. Okay, that works. Oh, I accidentally muted the video.
The province, as you see here on this sign, New Brunswick changed from having front plates and no longer has front plates. They changed it in 2019. So you'll often see a bit of a mix in newer coverage. And then finally, this flag here in the top right, that's the.
What got you into Geoguessr? So honestly, I think most people share this story where it's just like watching GeoWizard videos, honestly, and then just realizing like, oh wait, like you can get crazy guesses in this game. Like, I think GeoWizard like opened up a lot of people's eyes to that basically. So yeah, as of more recently, because I've kind of been in and out of Geoguessr for like technically years now, but yeah, GeoWizard is the GOAT. I totally agree. More recently, I'd say I watched Jake Lyons because I think Zigzag had a video about how Jake Lyons was the best moving player, and I've never seen that like side of like moving play basically. So when I started watching Jake Lyons, that partially got me back in the game. But also, there's a channel. Let me go on YouTube real quick. It's Where's Wetzler. Where's Wetzler recently got me kind of back in it because he started making these pretty chill videos where he just plays duels and everything, and I was like, wow, that sounds really fun, honestly. But yeah, he also has some good interviews as well. Definitely recommend this channel for sure. Pretty underrated. He doesn't even have 300 subs, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, but pretty cool. But I'd say that was more recent. GeoWizard was the original, of course, as most people probably would say as well. So, yeah.
Canadian flag for a historic French region, and it's pretty common in the northern half of New Brunswick. Now, just to show off what I mean, this is a map of New Brunswick by.
Oh, yeah, the New Brunswick is pretty similar to the French flag, I guess. Yeah, didn't even notice that.
Percentage with French as a first language. So unsurprisingly, most of the French is closer to Quebec, and also there's a lot of French near the capital city of Fredericton, since the government is bilingual. So if you see a sign that says only stop in New Brunswick and not stop arrête, I say guess somewhere closer to St. John on the south.
Okay.
Now finally, utility poles. New Brunswick is often cited along with British Columbia as the only other province that uses perpendicular transformers, so that this metal box here is perpendicular.
It's like New Brunswick and BC, I think. Yep.
To the way that the power lines run.
It's funny that you weirdly, in theory, if you got like a weirdly flat BC run, I wonder if you could confuse that for New Brunswick, because like you could have the front plates and then you could have the perpendicular transformers as well. I just wonder. I wonder if there's some weird like bait round that you could make with that. That'd be so troll, but probably not though. I feel like that'd still be hard a little bit, but I don't know.
I do find that
they look pretty different, honestly.
So we see, for example,
I think I'll have to go for a little while. Maybe come back in a while. Oh yeah, it's no problem. Thanks for joining the stream. Yeah.
One power pole here where the transformer is parallel to the cables, and then in the same picture, we see it perpendicular to the cables but pointing away from the road, and then over here perpendicular to the cables pointing towards the road. In BC, the transformers always point towards the road. Now, the other tip for New Brunswick is much harder to make out, and in cases where you have this single insulator atop a pole, it is only connected by one screw in New Brunswick. In other provinces, it's connected with two poles.
I can barely even see that. Like, so there's a screw here. Where? I feel dumb. Where's the insulator even? Like, I don't even know. Like a screw near the top of the pole. Like, okay, I don't know. Screw near the top of poles in New Brunswick. Let's do that. New Brunswick. All right.
Instead, I'm not really going to point that out more, but you can practice it. You can start to see a difference, especially useful between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, I'd say. Now we go to Prince Edward Island, and there are two main things.
Memory Road.
First,
wow.
Most important is the red soil color.
You know, they were so close. They could have just said Memory Lane, right? Like, come on.
Don't guess Brazil. Second,
they're
is
so
poles,
close.
and not utility poles, but we're just talking about signposts, things like that.
Oh, yeah, Prince Edward Island is known for its like red soil. I have heard that before. Prince Edward Island has red soil. Man, I had a really easy round recently where I had red soil, and I went New Brunswick instead of Prince Edward Island for some reason. Like, New Brunswick can have a little bit of red soil, but it's not like this. Like, this is different. Like, this is very Prince Edward Island-esque.
So for one thing, most of PEI also uses bilingual street signs. And the other thing to note is the pole itself. While Canada is known for having a lot of wooden poles, PEI uses exclusively square poles with holes in them. And I basically never find the license plates of PEI easy to notice, but there are no front plates. So that's the only thing you need to know.
PEI.
Here's a good PEI round. So note the red soil color and small letters if you're at least looking.
Dude, are you serious? You're supposed to get Prince Edward Island from this? I mean, sure, the soil's red, but... Dude. Okay. PEI has metal signposts. Metal signposts with, like, holes in them, right? Holes in them, I think. All right.
Looking at this on a laptop, you should be able to see small letters coming just before the street name, even at a distance. And then I also like this because there's an Acadian flag over here on the left, and it proves it's not only in New Brunswick. The region of Acadia used to include PEI, New Brunswick, bits of Quebec, and maybe Nova Scotia, I think. But just pointing out that you do see.
Oh yeah, Arcadia. Yeah, I remember that.
PEI can have a lot of
from the last stream.
I don't have a good grasp on them because they're just too.
Oh, isn't PEI something weird? Like, it can have perpendicular transformers, but like not usually or something. It's kind of weird.
Rare. But two things I will note. First, unlike New Brunswick, you will not find transformers perpendicular to the power line.
Oh.
You'll either find them parallel with the power lines or at a 45-degree angle, which can be hard to tell from a distance, especially from a still image without context. But
why?
Like in PEI at the 45-degree angle and in Nova Scotia. And then the other thing about the utility poles is you will find this number plate on them, and it's the best way maybe.
So like a white sticker on PEI poles, I guess. Okay, sure. White sticker on PEI poles, I guess. Sure. All right.
Sometimes in those tricky rounds to distinguish PEI from Nova Scotia is just numbers written on a metal plate in this horizontal thing, and it's on almost all the utility poles. But speaking of Nova Scotia, the guardrails on major highways are often fronted with these long yellow bollards. So remember them in contrast to either the red or green bollards in New Brunswick, or zero bollards.
Okay, so Nova Scotia obviously has the blue plates. We got what are those bollards? Like, it looks like a wood stick, basically.
On major highways are often fronted with these long yellow bollards. So remember them in
Okay. Nova Scotia. Let's see, Nova Scotia has long yellow bollards. Long yellow bollards. At the end of guardrails, I guess. At the end of guardrails. Okay. Obviously blue plates. And we'll write that down. I don't think I've technically written down that Nova Scotia has blue plates. I don't think I've written it in my notebook. So Nova Scotia has blue plates. Hooray. And then the white poles, basically. Yeah, very white even. It almost looks whiter than like anything. Okay, so Annapolis Valley, South Shore. Okay. 102 with the flag there. Okay. I think the stop sign has a weird like white border. Maybe that's what he's gonna say for that.
Either the red or green bollards in New Brunswick, or zero bollards in other eastern provinces. Then we have the Nova Scotia license plate, which is quite recognizable due to this blue ship that's in the middle. Nova Scotia highway markers use a Nova Scotia flag on the top, if you can remember that. And then Nova Scotia utility poles. I find that the utility poles with 3 cables are often much narrower with the crossbeam here up top. And although that's not 100% reliable, if I see the long crossbeam up top, I'm much more likely to guess New Brunswick instead. And now is a good time to remind you, looking at poles like this, it's much more common in other provinces like Nova Scotia or Newfoundland that we will see when it's a metal pole, it's circular with no holes in it, as opposed to PI again, which is square and holy. You can see both of these throughout Canada.
That's really weird. Okay, so like, I guess street signposts in Nova Scotia are circular. Very weird. Okay.
So it's only useful if you're trying to tell the provinces apart and you're in a toss-up. But here we see a solid circular metal pole, and we also note that French has disappeared. It's only Poplar Street, and there's no woohoo in front of it.
True,
Finally,
true.
We get to Newfoundland and Labrador, the last province to join Canada in 1949.
Oh yeah. People in the last stream kept telling me that about these like hexagonal like wood bins, which is very strange. They also have these like weird rectangular like signs around the diamond sign, which is weird. Newfoundland. What even is that license plate exactly? Like, it almost looks like there's like a blue strip on the very top there. Kind of similar to like, maybe not quite Illinois plates. It's much thinner, but something like that. Newfoundland has hexagonal, basically, like wood boxes, sort of. Kind of weird. Almost like crates, kind of. But yeah. Rectangular sign. I'll probably play it.
Probably the easiest province to recognize of the bunch, but the hardest province to guess in. So the key to Newfoundland is recognizing the gray, rocky Canadian shield and distinguishing it from Ontario. But we also have this unique end of the road sign here, whereas most Canadian provinces just kind of have this bit in the middle. Here we have extra chevrons on either side. And we also have these hexagonal garbage bins where Newfoundlanders will put their garbage.
Those are garbage bins?
Like Brunswick,
what?
But it's a good clue. I find Newfoundland
Very
plates
strange.
very nondescript. They're only on the back, and they're just here for...
I couldn't even tell, honestly.
Now, here's a sample of Newfoundland. The rocky sides, like over here, tell it apart.
I mean, bro, I don't know, man. This kind of looks like Ontario to me. Like, I see the rocks, probably go Ontario. I guess we don't have the Ontario guardrail. And I guess it does look a little more like East Coast, a little colder in Ontario. I'm trying to think, like, because like vibes are just something that like you're not gonna be able to. I don't know. It's very hard to figure out definitively where you are from vibes, right? Okay.
From other Maritimes for the most part.
Is this thing like distinct? I mean, maybe actually. I think that actually the top here, I think this top actually might be Newfoundland meta if I remember correctly. I feel like I saw something like that in the last stream we had with Canada here. I actually want to see if that's true. So let me see what I wrote here. So Newfoundland has a yellow rectangular border around intersection signs. Yep. I guess I didn't. What did I put here? Newfoundland has pyramid-shaped tops on guardrails and signposts. Oh, so that's this. Yes, so I'm right. That is a Newfoundland meta. Okay, perfect.
And Northern Ontario wouldn't use a metal guardrail like this. Northern Ontario, if you remember, uses these wooden posts with metal wiring, and you can see that in part 4 of the series.
Yeah, he didn't even mention the pyramid thing, which is nice that I know that as well. So, yeah, I guess it's weird to say, but like, this is very little information here, you would think, but this is Newfoundland. It's crazy. It's like so specific. It's so crazy how specific you can get here, honestly.
These wooden posts with metal wiring. A lot more to be said of them, and they're crucial for telling apart difficult rounds out east. They're less useful.
Oh, he is mentioning this. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say.
For PEI, I'd say, which is usually just somewhere in between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia.
NL, is that Newfoundland Labrador? What is that? Oh, New Brunswick. Oh, Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. Okay, I see. So Newfoundland Labrador has the pyramid shaped. New Brunswick has the. I don't even know. Like, there's a reflector, I guess, and then these weird, like, giant, like, brick-looking things almost. Or, well, it's wood, I guess. Oh, is the difference with Nova Scotia that it kind of goes over the guardrail a little bit? That's so weird. Mostly Nova Scotia has... Who knows what the difference is here, honestly? I don't know.
For different reasons. Again, big hat tip to Unassumed in their Google Doc in the comments. Once again, if you want to check it out. Newfoundland has quite a distinctive wooden post that hold up the guardrails. So they end with this little pyramid point on top. And here I'll go back so that you can see a bit more of these pyramid points on the right side.
I'm glad I remember that from last stream too. I'm very happy to remember that actually.
They have an extra wooden piece built in. So there's one wooden block that goes down to the ground and another wooden block.
Yeah, that's so weird, right? Yeah. Okay.
That attaches to the guardrail itself. The difference, which I'll try to show later in a better image, is that in Nova Scotia, that second wooden block that attaches to the guardrail is longer and it pokes out beneath the metal itself.
Okay, yeah, so it's longer in Nova Scotia than it is in New Brunswick. Wait, and you know a way we can remember this, guys? So New Brunswick is much shorter than Nova Scotia, right? Like Nova Scotia is literally longer, right? So we can say, oh, their guardrail things are longer, right? Okay, perfect.
You can just see there's some wood beneath the metal in Nova Scotia and nothing poking out in New Brunswick. You'll also see some slanted beams in addition to the double wooden poles, and especially in Nova Scotia. And so that's one slanted beam that's both going into the ground and attached directly to the pole. Here's a little sample round. We see that there's 2 wooden posts on the side, so one attached to the metal pole, and we do see some of that wood poking out beneath the metal. So we know that in this round we're in Nova Scotia. Next up, geography. And I've turned on terrain to get a sense of the hills that we see in all of the Maritimes, and that's generally the problem here.
New Brunswick and Nova Scotia look exactly the same to me. I have no idea. I don't know.
The Maritimes look very similar. It's mostly hilly, and it's more forestry country than farming country as a rule. So just for example, here we see some of the hills around the river valley at Fredericton, and
this might be a pretty, this might be a pretty typical, like, New Brunswick kind of round. Honestly, you could easily get this confused too with like the U.S., right? Like, this could be Northeast U.S. and like, how would you know? Honestly, like, I don't even know. Like, just looking at it, I can't. Like, I don't think I would know. I really don't know how I would figure it out, honestly. Yeah, I don't see anything. But
in comparison, this region near Bathurst out in eastern New Brunswick is a bit flatter. But the other problem with the Maritimes is that the trees are generally so thick and close together, I often can't tell how flat it is at a distance. One thing I'll say is that when I see particularly tall hills in Nova Scotia, I often like to guess this spot here, kind of in the center, but further north on the main island bit.
How would you even get that that's Nova Scotia exactly? I mean, you got the wider, like, poles, so, I mean, you notice in far east here. Far east, yeah, okay. Far east. But, like, what else is there? I mean, it's just, it feels hopeless a little bit. I don't know.
In the center, but further north on the main island bit. The major exception to this geography, though, is PEI, which is dominated by farming acreage.
Red soil.
And even though it's still generally pretty hilly, you just see fewer trees. Don't get me wrong, there are also farms in New Brunswick and especially Nova Scotia, and you have to be careful not to confuse them with Ontario or Quebec on occasion, but trees upon trees are more the rule there. And speaking of PEI, the island acts as a bit of a red bullseye around which to remember your soil colors. So you'll definitely also see red-tinged soil on northern parts of Nova Scotia.
A little bit New Brunswick, a little bit in
and similarly, I tend to see dark brown
West
soils in
Nova Scotia,
eastern
kind
New
of.
Brunswick, with varieties of gray elsewhere. It's
North?
kind of light-colored in some parts of western New Brunswick, in my experience. And now, I actually feel like I'm pretty good at my guesses in Atlantic Canada, but I won't lie that rural Newfoundland is a big challenge. There just isn't that much rhyme or reason to what you'll see there. And just when I think I've mastered some trick about bigger mountains out west or fewer trees up north, a random round on the southern peninsula here will trip me up completely, and that'll happen to you too. But the one route that is worth mastering, I'd say, is this Highway 430 that goes way up in north.
Okay, I mean, the road angle is very, like, distinct, right? Because you got the very north, what would it be, east, Jesus. Guys, I still, east and west, I don't know what it is, man. It takes me a second, not gonna lie, it takes me a second. But, yeah, northeastern, like, road there. Obviously, we got the coast there. I think I did get around there recently, and I actually got it, I think. And, yeah, just kind of the landscape, like, kind of works. Yeah, I mean, not terribly, not terribly hard, I guess, probably.
There are always a lot fewer trees, and they're very short trees, and they're fewer the further and further you go north. And the ocean being always directly to your west, I do find that getting that highway correct is possible and useful because it's so far away from the rest of the island. Next, we're on to city meta. I don't know how other people feel about my city meta rounds.
Oh, no, dude.
No. Already, but I often think it's some of the best stuff on this channel.
Okay.
And these are the major cities in Atlantic Canada.
More fire hydrants. Hooray. Well, they all use red pretty much. Atlantic provinces have red fire hydrants. Red fire hydrants. Except, was it Halifax? No, it was St. John's. Except St. John's, which occasionally has yellow. I don't know how to spell occasionally, to be honest, but whatever, it's fine. Occasionally has yellow. Perfect.
Even though most of them would be very small by international standards, we'll go through them from west to east, and at the end I'll pop in a few honorable mentions that have particularly easy meta clues. And starting off with the first of the big 3 cities in New Brunswick, which is Fredericton. The one thing that I remember for Fredericton is blue. As you might have noticed on my cities map...
Oh, Fredericton is blue. Blue tops. Why not? We'll write that down. Fredericton, I think that's how to spell it, has a blue top on fire hydrants. A blue top on fire hydrants. Perfect.
almost all of the fire hydrants in Atlantic Canada have a red body, but Frederictons almost always have these blue nozzles, and that's a pretty rare combination of red and blue in North America generally. And the other part of blue Fredericton is the street signs. There's blue street signs bilingual in the newer coverage since 2015 because it's the capital city.
Blue
and
in Fredericton.
To add the French, I guess, but most of New Brunswick, most of Canada doesn't use blue signs, so blue is usually a better one to remember than green is usually the default. But let's actually jump to St. John here just to compare. In contrast, St. John is a bit of everything. The signposts are usually green and usually bilingual. The red fire hydrants can have all kinds of markers next to them, I've seen. So here's an example of a red hydrant with this red circle.
Okay.
On a pole next to it. You see markers, you see no markers. But the other thing I wanted to note is these odd metal joinders atop this pole. These show up in quite a few maritime cities. I don't have a full list. They look a bit like Quebec.
Wait, St. John, but it's not St. John's? Hold on. Is there really... Okay, is there two things? Because there's St. John's and then there's... Where's St. John? Oh, it's down here. Oh, okay. For some reason I could feel... Or I feel like that would troll me at some point, but... Yeah.
Which often does this, but they're a lot shorter. Quebec's metal insulator connectors are often a lot longer. And you'll see them both in rural Quebec and in urban Quebec as well. And so, again, with St. John, there are two ways that I recognize St. John, because most of the other meta isn't reliable. It's hilly and on the ocean, which isn't really true of other cities in New Brunswick.
Okay, St. John is hilly ocean environment, kind of. I mean, it just looks very Atlantic, too, just looking at it, too, so.
And a lot of the signposts are so rusted that they look brown, which is just kind of interesting.
Oh,
you can see it on some of the images, too, if you go back. But
brown
now
signposts.
And Moncton can have a wild mix of street signs. They're made to confuse other cities, I suppose. But the main things to remember is that it's flatter than the other cities. I don't know why,
that's kind of funny.
There's more French generally than those cities, and so you maybe should only confuse it with smaller cities in northern New Brunswick or along the east coast. But finally, it has these orange poles next to the red fire hydrants. I call these Winnipeg hydrants.
Oh yeah, the Winnipeg ones. Yeah, I did remember that. Oh my god. I don't know what I just did there, but okay.
And store Moncton in the same part of my memory as Winnipeg. They kind of look similar, even though the two cities don't look anything alike. Now let's leave New Brunswick for PEI and talk about the somewhat tricky town that is Charlottetown. Charlottetown can be tricky because it doesn't always look red like the rest of the
Charlottetown,
island. So
okay.
I forget that PEI is an option. And also, when I see this image, I see a very boring fire hydrant that could be anywhere in North America, a boring license plate that could be anywhere too. Charlottetown's also just pretty small, so it's rare to get these rounds and it's easy to forget. You can see bilingual signs here.
I also noticed the L-shaped poles like are occasionally on that that area of Quebec, like above New Brunswick. So, where did this end up being again? This is called what is it? Charlottetown or something? Where is that? Charlottetown. Charlottetown. I could look it up, but I kind of want to find it for some reason. Charlotte. Okay. I give up. Charlottetown. P-E. Oh, that's why I didn't find it. It's here. Alright. Okay, and yeah, usually those L-shaped poles are on, what, this area, kind of? I'm just curious. If I go to a random road, will I see it? No poles. It's not worth trying to find it, guys. It's not. Okay.
Easy to forget. You can see bilingual signs here, which is good because I often mistake the aesthetics of Charlottetown more for Nova Scotia than New Brunswick. And you also see a lot of asymmetrical poles. So whether it's metal or wood, you'll see a pole that's just sticking out one side towards the road. And that often triggers my memory to look for Charlottetown.
Okay. So I feel like that's somewhat useful. Charlottetown has asymmetrical poles. Hooray. Kind of like a lot of Indonesia, I guess. Asymmetrical poles. Very useful to learn those. Anyways.
And don't forget the niche PEI meta. So we've got a diagonal box transformer up here. All the poles are square with holes in them. And then...
That looks so weird, dude. Why?
We've got this characteristic numbered strip on the pole, which is really hard to see in this thing. But
oh, yeah.
And you should almost always get it as long as you're not thrown off by the lack of red soil and forget to consider PEI. But now it's time for Nova Scotia and its capital of Halifax. This is easily the largest city in the group.
Also, since this is double speeded, we only have about 6 minutes of this left, besides pausing, I guess. So just know after we're done with this video, we are going to do some Canada games. So definitely feel free to load up your Geoguessr or whatever and join the games. It'll be in a party. And maybe we'll do duels. It maybe depends on how many people we have. We'll see. We'll see. But duels sound pretty fun. And we could do no moving and NMPZ even, maybe. Although I don't know how hard NMPZ is going to be, because it sounds terrifyingly difficult, but we'll see. I'll probably do a balanced Canada or something as well. So definitely stay tuned for that.
By a wide margin. And it's also the easiest city to get and guess. Longtime viewers should know why with this map, because the color of the star. And that's right, Halifax uses orange fire hydrants. It might be difficult at a distance to always tell them apart from red fire
Writing
hydrants,
that down.
You should be able to with a little practice. Other things in the picture give it away too. We have the maritime city pole here, but we have apartment buildings over here that you can only
Halifax
really find
has
in a city
orange
Halifax.
fire
We have a
hydrants.
blue blob in the center of this license plate, and that's for Nova Scotia. And if I allowed you to zoom
Very
it
cool.
to the right, pan it to the right, you would see this easy to recognize bus. It says Halifax on it, pretty prominent.
Wait, what did it say? What about the poles as well? What about the poles? Is Nova Scotia here? I don't see what that. I don't get the idea here.
give it away too. We have the Maritime City pole here, but we have apartment buildings over here that you can only really find.
Is it a Maritime City pole? Why? Am I missing something? It just looks like the Quebec pole where it's like slanted like this. I don't know.
Weird.
Weird.
City as big as Halifax. We have a blue blob in the center of this license plate, and that's for Nova Scotia. And if I allowed you to zoom a bit to the right, pan a bit to the right, you would see this easy to recognize bus. It says Halifax on it pretty prominently.
Oh, yeah.
I'll show you that there's the same pattern on the bus stops in Halifax as well. But again, the only thing you really need for Halifax is the orange fire hydrant. And the only city that also uses similar fire hydrants is Portland, Oregon. Now,
You know what's weird is it's not impossible to mix the two up. It's really not, honestly. But I think you'd look at the plates and you'd be like, these are not Oregon plates, so.
would forgive you for confusing Portland for Halifax, actually, if you're newer to Geoguessr. They're both kind of coastal cities, but realistically, you should be able to tell the two apart. And other cities in Nova Scotia.
It's like, you hope so, right? But like, sometimes it happens, you know? And sometimes you get a hard enough round where you're just like, I don't know. Urban somewhere.
Much more difficult, however. We'll just look at Sydney, that's on Cape Breton Island right now, out east. And this is the first city on the list that I really can't guarantee you good metaphor. Sydney's
Well, we got the orange thing here, right? Isn't that, where was that again? Oh, I already forgot. Actually, did I even write down where that was? Maybe I didn't, honestly. It's probably like Fredericton or something. I can't remember. Huh.
chameleon taking on the shape of other cities. Actually, come to think of it, that was a good metaphor. Take this round. We've got a Winnipeg kind of style fire hydrant, so it looks a bit like Moncton, and it's got this solid round pole too. The English only road sign doesn't work, so maybe you would guess another city in Nova Scotia. But then in this
Yeah, solid round poles would be Nova Scotia, right? Gotta remember all these. Where is it, dude? Nova Scotia has long yellow bollards at the end of guardrails. No, that's not it. I thought it was Nova Scotia, so where are the circular pole things? I kind of can't believe I can't find it, actually. Oh, no, it's no, it is. It's street signposts in Nova Scotia are circular. Okay, nice.
road sign doesn't work, so maybe you would guess another city in Nova Scotia. But then in this shot, we have a square post with holes in it, and we have a basic red and white fire hydrant there, even a bit of red tinged soil, I'd say, so I might easily
So
guess
Sydney, Nova Scotia
And
has this.
I think Sydney is a good example of a general rule in Canada. The further north you go and the further away from a province's capital city, the more likely you are to see signs that the city is just a bit poorer. So you'll see patchwork roads where potholes get repaired instead of a new road put in. You'll see a sidewalk on one side of the road. Not only are the streetlights attached to the wooden poles, which is pretty common out east, but is generally a sign. In newer neighborhoods or very rich cities, the streetlights are more likely to have their own pole. But also we see the stop signs are attached directly to the wooden poles. So it's just that sort of thing that might push me towards Sydney or towns in that neighborhood more than towards Charlottetown. But
Okay,
now that I'm done moving on
interesting.
Sydney's economy since the steel industry left, let's finish with St. John's, Newfoundland. Note that St. John's and St. John are totally different cities and
Yeah, that's what I was doing earlier. I was like, wait, St. John? What? I thought there was St. John's. Yeah, but yeah, red and yellow fire extinguishers. So I'm sure he's gonna point that out here.
next to them with a diamond symbol halfway up. Not always this symbol, but some kind of
Oh, like a yellow bollard on the. Oh, that's kind of weird actually. Yellow stick, I guess, next to fire hydrants in St. John's. Amazing. St. John's. There we go.
diamond on the post. And as a side note, I'm just not talking about garbage bins for any of these cities. Today, they're all generic. I've never found them useful, unless, of course, you're actually close enough you can just read the town name on them. But
I'm not
it's a very
memorizing
convenient, cloudy
garbage
city,
bins
and
anyway.
downtown houses are very
Ridiculous,
colorful
honestly.
sometimes. You can get that
That's
elsewhere,
too
but
much.
That's just very Newfoundland, and it's easily the largest city in Newfoundland, so usually a good one to guess.
It does feel arbitrary though, because I'm memorizing fire hydrants to some degree, right? But I think there is slightly a difference. I feel like you could say like, oh, the base color of these fire hydrants are this color in these regions or whatever. That's not that bad. Garbage bins is a whole new thing. You're literally like I guess you could memorize base colors kind of, but you're probably memorizing like the tops of it and everything as well. It's just, I don't know.
I didn't actually realize how reliable the yellow hydrants were.
Maybe I'm
in the video.
crazy.
The problem is that there's a lot of well-populated suburbs and other towns directly in the St. John's area that'll confuse you. So this is Mount Pearl, which to non-Canadians playing Geoguessr, it's going to be exactly the same as guessing St. John's. They're right next to each other. But here you see a red fire hydrant, and again we have the large metal pole and it's got a little diamond on it. So the problem is that having the big red poles, even with the diamond pole next to it, that's very common in Newfoundland.
The red pole, wait, is common in Newfoundland? Oh god, that's actually really annoying. Okay, well,
They love their cities and towns will often have big red poles next to red fire hydrants.
okay,
And so just
interesting.
to kind of talk about that, let's work our way backwards to cover some of the very obvious.
Gander,
obvious
Mount
things on the island.
Pearl, St.
So
John's,
we've
Corner
covered
Brook.
the hydrants,
Okay.
Mount Pearl and nearby towns. But if you see diamonds on a stick, probably guess near St. John's. Gander actually looks a bit like
Okay, so the diamonds you go St. John's.
Winnipeg,
Okay.
maybe. It's got white street signs and it's got red hydrants with this yellow post on them. But this yellow post is actually a bit more like what you see in Western Quebec, not like the orange pole. that
It's
sticks
so
up in
weird.
Winnipeg. And again, Gander doesn't look anything like Winnipeg, so that helps. But probably the most useful and unique is Corner Brook. They number
Corner Brook
every
has
single
like a
fire hydrant with a giant red sign,
flag on it, basically. Interesting, okay.
and it's visible from a mile off. It's definitely worth remembering the Corner Brook fire hydrant number meta, in my opinion. And then picking some random smallish towns with distinctive fire hydrants. Yarmouth is
Yeah, I'll write that down. Why not? Corner Brook has a flag. Has a flag next to. Geez, next to fire hydrants. Awesome. Okay.
Another rare example of yellow hydrants. Note that sometimes they've got this freckled green pattern on the top.
Oh,
Amherst also has
Yarmouth
yellow hydrants, and they have
has...
this unique yellow on red hydrant post. It kind of reminds me of Quebec fire hydrant
I'm
posts.
not gonna write this
And then
down.
Edmonton is very close to Quebec, so in my mind, they have Quebec-style red on white fire hydrant posts, but they have yellow hydrants because Quebec doesn't have any yellow hydrants as far as I know. So kind of memory trick. Close to Quebec, but not quite Quebec. Edmonton. Okay. Once again, I think most of my rural meta tips get consumed during the sections on either the province meta or the geography, but I'll throw one out for Newfoundland. There's a very specific style of insulator that's more common in eastern Newfoundland. So although I don't know the exact boundaries, the point is that the top circle is larger than the bottom circle.
So we got a giant insulator in... This is the St. John's region, right? Yes, it is. Okay. I'll write that down. Poles near St. John's have a very large insulator at the top, I guess. Have a very large insulator at the top. Oh, I wrote large twice. Wow, that's not really amazing. Large insulator at the top. Okay.
So that's more likely to be in this little red area, even in the rural areas of this part of the province. So compare that to insulators in the rest of Atlantic Canada, which I got this one from out west in Newfoundland. They typically look like this. So they'll have kind of a cone with the main big circle, one big circle on the bottom. The point is that they definitely don't have a larger circle on top of a smaller circle. It's a fine thing, but it can get you a good guess in eastern Newfoundland. And then it's important to tell apart the island of Newfoundland.
Also, did I ever put this video in chat? Also, because I should definitely. I did put this video in chat. Okay, perfect.
With the northern region of Labrador. So remember that there's only one road, and it's all done at one time. So it was done in November. So you're either going to get trees with no leaves, or you're even going to get snow sometimes a bit further.
Oh yeah, I did. I think I said this earlier in the stream actually, but I did look at this road just to try to see what I could get from it. Yeah, Gen 2. Nice road quality, and you got these trees and everything. So.
East. And then it mostly is done with.
Oh, you also have the New Brunswick, or sorry, not New Brunswick, Newfoundland like things.
Guys,
so.
Whereas most of Newfoundland is usually cloudy. As a rule, and it's Generation 4, this coverage too, so that's the other big thing. So as a general rule, Newfoundland itself won't have snow, it will have cloudy skies.
Wait, it's not, I don't think it was Generation 4, was it? Am I crazy? Why do I feel like it was Generation 2? Hold on. Generation 2, jeez. Hold on. Let me go to that road again. Is this road, right? No, it is Gen 4. Did I say Gen 2 earlier? What was Gen 2 then? I don't know what I'm thinking, actually. I think I'm just nuts. Like, what about this area? Gen 2. Or, I mean, 4. Okay, I don't know what I was thinking then. That's fine.
And it mostly isn't Gen 4, it's either Gen 2 or Gen 3. And so if you see all of those things,
okay,
and you're feeling risky, go up ahead and guess up Labrador. Oh, you do get this Newfoundland and Labrador meta clues, and so it's not
of
even
course.
that risky. It can be a great guess if you can pull it off. Oh, and here's an arrow just to make sure you know that that's the picture for it. And otherwise, just remember your soil colors, your general geography, the degree of speaking French, and that also correlates with the Acadian flags you're going to see. Fortunately, the Atlantic provinces are mostly smaller, so if you can get the province correct, you can usually pull off some good points. That brings us back to our teaser rounds that we saw at the start of the video.
Yes, okay. So these teaser rounds, I love them. Let's figure out what this is. So you have the white thing here, we got the red soil. This is a very obvious Prince Edward Islands with those two things. Is there anything else we can gather here, though? It looks like we have a bilingual sign here with the two different things here. We have either 45-degree or perpendicular transformers there. So, yeah, Prince Edward Islands works for that as well. Besides that, though, I don't know if we have anything else.
Hopefully you look at this now and know immediately where you are. The first thing to note is the soil color, making this PEI or maybe New Brunswick or Nova Scotia right next to PEI. It's really hard to see, but that transformer up ahead, which looks perpendicular, is actually a bit angled. But let's agree that meta isn't as consistent in the Atlantic provinces. On our right, we see a street sign with both English and French, which rules out Nova Scotia. And we see a square whole pole for that street sign, which suggests not New Brunswick. And this...
Wait, square whole pole? What is this? What is he saying?
With both English and French, which rules out Nova Scotia. And we see a square whole pole for that street sign.
Square hole pole for the street sign. We did write that down. I can't remember. PEI has metal signposts with holes in them. Oh. Honestly, I can't really tell that that's square. I mean, kind of like square, I guess, now I think about it, but hard to tell.
Not New Brunswick. And this very red soil is probably not New Brunswick anyway, in my opinion. And finally, a characteristic PEI metal plate with numbers on the pole. I'll blow that up a bit so you can see them all. But really, that was a lot of useless stuff for around this red, this flat, and with this few trees. It's PEI. And what do we think about this one? So the first.
Okay, let's look at this round. So, we seem to have front plates, so I'm already thinking New Brunswick here. What else do we have here? Perpendicular transformers. Oh, I called this one out as New Brunswick even before I watched this, so I think I would have gotten it even before the video, just from the transformers alone. Oh, I mean, we have a New Brunswick sign here. Literally, it has New Brunswick on the sign. Do we really have much else here? I mean, not really. We probably have a phone code there. I don't know phone codes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say about this round, I don't think.
I'll point out that there's a phone number here on this sign, which has no area code. It's only 7 letters long, 7 numbers long. And so that suggests strongly Atlantic Canada. But we can say New Brunswick confidently due to a number of clues. We have a perpendicular transformer up here. We have a front license plate, which you only see in New Brunswick.
Okay, we got
PEI has a lot of tourists, so that's
everything seemingly.
You will only generally see front plates in New Brunswick. And the other thing we see here is, of course, the provincial logo, so the provincial outline for the highway number, and we see a bilingual sign, North and Nord. And so, judging by the generally flat landscape and fairly brown dirt here, where people have walked on the side of the road, that puts us somewhere in the northeast. Although there aren't amazing clues for that, but that's where we are. And then finally, in this.
Okay, so we got this one now. Let's see what we got here. These already I noticed on the guardrails we have the pyramid shaped. So we're in Newfoundland Labrador most likely here. We do have the Newfoundland Labrador like rectangular sign here with the diamond shaped thing in the middle. We have. What else do we have here? I mean, the landscape works, I guess. I mean, like, sure, we would have already gotten it by now, I know, but like, I also just want to like, you know, get as much as possible because I feel like I'd want to do well in every round that I get this, right? Like, so I want to find as much as I can. Is there even anything else though? Maybe there isn't, but I just don't know here. There might be a fire hydrant over here. I can't tell though.
Round. We have a single wooden post here that's holding up the guardrail, and it has this little pyramid point on the top. And we have this wide yellow sign with 2 chevrons on either side of it. And both of those.
Okay, we got those. We got
the
those.
Trees, the rocky sides of the road, and the cloudy skies suggest Newfoundland. Finally, off to the right, we have a red hydrant, which I will deliberately not zoom in on to prove a point. Even
Okay.
at this distance, and maybe I would say even on your phone, you can probably see a giant red rectangle on top of the
Giant red rectangle. I think I see that. I think I see that.
fire hydrant, and that's enough to know that this is the numbered fire hydrants around Corner Brook, Newfoundland. So you could probably get a 5K.
Oh. Oh shoot. Yeah, the flag, guys, the corner brook. Oh my god, that's crazy. It's crazy that you could 5K this with just this picture. Like, that's crazy.
And with that, our Geoguessr Canada series is coming to a close.
All right, and that's the end of the Jasper Woodard videos. Again, as I said, this guy makes great videos, so go support his channel. Very, very good series there. And now with that, we can actually play some Geoguessr. So if you guys have a Geoguessr account, of course, you can join me so we can create a party here. If I can't get enough players, then, well, I don't know. We'll just do some practice solo or whatever, but I will put this link in the chat here. Let me see. I'm sorry, my computer is like lagging. I don't know what's going on. This should work, I think. So join that code, and I will get a balanced Canada up. A balanced Canada. Here we go. And maybe I'll do a live challenge. Maybe we'll do duels. I don't know. We'll see what we can do here. We're gonna restrict moving. A minute 30 seconds. I think we give ourselves 2 minutes here. Probably 2 minutes. That sounds better. Geoviolinist, welcome. I'll wait like a minute or two. We'll see. We'll get some people in here. Yes, I will do the emoji as well, because why not? But yeah, we'll see what we can do here. Just wait for people to join. And again, I think there's only 3 people on stream, so there can only probably be maximum like 3 people coming on, but we'll see. But yeah, we'll see how many of those metas are actually like gonna show up, because honestly, those were so niche, honestly. Like, I'm not actually sure that they will come up, but we'll see. I guess for the sake of competition too, I might not even say anything like on stream when I'm making my guesses. I might just like look around, honestly. So Giovannis, do you think we should do duels? I'm curious what you think. Would you rather do duels or live challenges? Duels. Okay, I kind of agree. I think I kind of agree. I'm gonna have 3 to 20 just in case more people join. So let's see. Okay, we'll give 1 more minute. Thinking 1 more minute for people to join. And if you need more time, just put that in the YouTube chat, and we'll just wait for you at that point, basically. So let's see, when it turns like, I guess 5:45 kind of, and then yeah, just maybe the middle of that, just to give people a little bit of time here. Have a feeling it will probably be a 1v1 though, or 1v1 though, which is fine, of course. Okay, maybe 20 more seconds here. Oh, what did I just click on with my YouTube? What did I just do? I can't see chat now because I just messed it up. Oh no. That's not great. Okay. I don't think anyone else is going to join. So we are going to do just a 1v1, I guess, which is totally fine by me. So totally fine with me. Let me see here. Got to get my chat back on screen here because I lost it. Live. Finishing Canada practice. There we go. Okay. Let me look around here. So interesting. I have no idea where this is. Not really. Okay. You guessed there. I mean, I think it's New Brunswick. I think. And I think you're gonna agree with me from the Transformer, I would imagine, but I'm not so sure, honestly. Okay, yeah, we both went New Brunswick there. Nice. Very cool. That's honestly very useful, that Transformer thing. I think I kind of knew that from maybe a Zigzag video a long time ago, but dude, I didn't realize you were at 1200. Jesus, that's crazy. Nice job. That pole, I think I recognize that. And I definitely recognize that. So, and it's okay. We're cooking. I think this is very cookable, actually. I think this is gonna be like one of these. This feels so cookable, but I'm not. Oh, okay. I didn't even notice that. Oh, we are on the right. Okay. I'm curious where you go here. I think you're gonna get it. Probably. But we'll see, I guess. We'll figure it out. Let's see where you go here. Oh, okay. Yeah, it did have. Oh, you were on the one. Oh no. See, you cooked. I don't know what happened to my voice there, but I mean, you got the road, so that's pretty good for sure. I just kind of thought it was near a city because a lot of cars and everything. Okay, that's. I'm trying to think about this one. I'm not totally sure. I mean, wait a second. Is there anything on the... Oh, it's cookable. It's so cookable. Let's go. I love saying that, honestly. It's so cookable. Really awesome. If there's anyone new in the chat, by the way, or on stream, on the stream, basically, you can always join this game. I left a link in the chat, so feel free to join us after this game's done, whoever wins. Which multis are gonna come soon, so it's, yeah, gonna be very scary in a second. So, let's see. Okay. Not the least cookable round, probably, but yeah, honestly, there's not much here. There's really not much here at all, honestly. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I actually see, like, basically nothing here. I'm gonna be honest, I have an insane idea here. I think it's PEI, honestly. I think it is. It's weird, right? Because, like, it doesn't look like it, but I think it is. Okay, it wasn't. I don't know if you saw this, Geoviolinist. There was a metal, like a square metal thing with the holes in them. Oh, I put the healing round in. Dang it. Okay, it's fine. Let's just do our best on the healing round, I guess. I think I know what those poles are, I think. And... well, is it what I'm thinking? I think it is. Okay, I don't know. It's weird. All right. It's doing that. That's really weird. Okay. I mean, it should be. Where would this be? It's so weird. Ah, this could be like over here. I really like this actually. I think. I I'm thinking Manitoba here, and I'm thinking it's like on this weird windy road here. Let's try this. Uh, pretty close. It wasn't the right road, but okay. Makes sense, makes sense. I like how that didn't do much for like any of us. I should not have had a healing round in there. It's fine. Uh, I mean, this is like just kind of, hmm. I mean, this is lovely to have on 1.5x damage. Am I right? Like, what is this? Uh, Not gonna lie. I think there might be a meta here. I'm not sure. I am thinking like maybe, yeah, like something like this, or I don't know. It looks more like south of here though. Maybe this road. Let's try that. Let's try that. It's almost certainly not right, especially looking at this road angle and stuff now. I have no idea where this is though. No idea. Curious to see where you go here, G-Violinist. Uh, oh wow, that was bad from both of us. Jesus. What the heck? I don't know what you're thinking, G-Violinist. I was thinking, I thought we had the giant pole insulators there for like near St. John's area. Very weird though. I have no idea why that was there, but okay. Um, Maybe I'll look at that after actually. Maybe see if I could get that. What is this, by the way? This looks absurd. This looks so weird. Oh no, dude, what is this? I don't like this at all. Uh, I don't like this at all. I'm thinking like possibly like I'm thinking possibly this. Hell, I'll try it, honestly. I don't know. You could just win here. It's 2x damage. I have no clue. Oh, that doesn't even make sense, does it? Or does it make sense? Maybe. I don't know if that makes sense where I clicked at all. No clue. Yeah, no, it's just completely wrong. Entirely wrong. I actually don't die from that though, so you know what? We'll take it. I will look back at these rounds because I'm really curious, honestly, because like there's been a lot of blunders already. Definitely some usage of meta here, but some blunders as well. This looks kind of, yeah, I do have a thought here. I don't know though. Why? I don't know why. I keep feeling Manitoba here. I don't know why. It just I'm not sure. Could be Alberta or something. Oh, we were both thinking Manitoba, and it was northern Alberta. Jeez. Okay then. That was tough. Alright, triple damage. I like how we watched like so much Canada videos and we're getting like the worst guesses ever. It's okay. Birch trees. Very fun. This is hopeless. Wow. This is just nothing. Man. I don't know. I have no idea. What? I had the most absurd guess. I have no idea. I have no idea. It's probably I probably die, honestly. I don't think this is right at all. I'm just thinking about something right now and I don't know. I can't shake it off my mind that it might be this, but nope, just completely wrong. Yeah. No, it was near Sudbury actually. Wow. You might think that was an absurd guess going Max West there, but the reason I was thinking that is because he said that there was like what a lot of those types of birch trees like near there. So I was like, why not just try it? I guess. License plates with red tinge. Interesting. Oh, I almost didn't see it, by the way. I was thinking Alberta anyway, so I would have probably went Edmonton or whatever, but yeah, I'm sure you got this. That's why I said it. So, oh, you didn't see it. There was an Edmonton like thing. I think that's GG actually. Yeah, GG. Yeah, there's like an Edmonton truck or something. It's really funny. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's see. Anyone else want to join the party? I don't think so. I think I would have already joined by now. So, yeah, let's just. Oh, I forgot to check the game to see what I did wrong. That's okay. All right. That's all right. Just try to make better guesses from now on, I guess, and just I'll check the game if I do blunder here. Round 1 in. Wow, looks like Canada. Pretty crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Hmm. Dear violinist, I think you should send the US here. I think it's clearly the US. I think that is the best thing to send here for sure. Let's see. I don't know. I'm just gonna go here. No idea where this is. No clue whatsoever. Oh, you actually did send US. That is so funny. Damn, confident, honestly. Very confident of you to do that, to just take the points, basically. Hilarious. I think there was a little bit of French in that round, but it was kind of weird. What's this? Oh, interesting, interesting. Well. Just pick a random area here. I'm trying to find this intersection, not gonna lie. I don't think I'm gonna find it, but definitely sounds fun to find it somehow. Whatever. Are you joking me? Are you joking me? Well, good job. I thought that was literally New Brunswick. Okay, that is awful. All right. Good job though. Okay. Well. Okay. Okay. Wait a second. Does that mean something? I can't remember. Wait. Oh, that's weird. What? What? Okay. I guess this is like it has to be New Brunswick, right? It can't I don't think it can be anything else. Yeah, okay, thank God. Oh, jeez. I almost don't trust myself anymore after that last send, like New Brunswick for BC. Jeez. That could have been yeah, I'm glad that was better than the previous round. Jeez. I'm gonna have to look at that round afterward. I really need to look at that. This is awful. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You know what? Not much distinct here. Not much distinct, but maybe something can be made here. Maybe. This is cringe. This is also New Brunswick? I swear that transformer or whatever is like perpendicular. I think it is. I guess you go New Brunswick here. Nope. It is Manitoba. How? I don't know. But it is Manitoba. Okay. Oh, I forgot to get rid of the healing rod again. I apologize. Yeah, that's okay, I guess. Manitoba was my first thought. Oh, damn, that's terrible. That is terrible. Yeah, the transformer was so weird there. I think it just trolled us a little bit. Okay, well, happens. Oh my God, where do you even go here? Gospel Light Baptist Church. Huh. I literally have no idea. Just so you know, I have no clue. Like, literally no idea at all. I'm gonna go near Ottawa. I don't know. Okay, it was Nova Scotia. Wow. You know what? I don't know if this means anything exactly. We did have those really light poles, like really, really light. Maybe that's why you go Nova Scotia there. I don't know. Honestly, it's pretty weird. Okay. I like that. I like to see it. Yeah, I don't blame you for insta-sending here. Just hoping I don't see the alternative poles or whatever, the alternate poles. Yeah, I guess you could just go middle. I don't know. Okay, yeah. I was thinking of insta-sending there, but I was like, maybe I can find something. But nah, there's nothing but the alternating poles, I think. It's got to be a really useful meta there, the alternating poles. I feel like that's everywhere. This is just bad. This is very bad. Gen 2, I think. I don't know. You could win here. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Okay, yeah, that's probably GG, maybe? Yeah, it is. GG. Hold on, I read in my notes, I think I put Gen 2 was somewhere. What did I put though? Gen 2. What did I put there? I know I put something about Gen 2 in my notes somewhere. I don't know. I can't find it. I don't know why. Okay, it's fine. Honestly. I'm gonna go in game summary. Let me look at that round. How would have gotten New Brunswick here? I don't know. I mean, what do you think about New Brunswick there, Geoviolinist? Like, cause or if you put it in YouTube chat, that'd be even better. Cause then I can still look at these and then, yeah. And then BC for this round too. I gotta figure that out. Yeah, this diamond thing, but that's not quite the Ontario one. Oh, we do have front plates. Well, that could still be New Brunswick. Wait. Oh, it's just really mountainous, kind of. Of course it's BC. Wait, that makes sense. I don't know. Okay. No, that makes sense, actually. Okay. This round was fine. That round was bad. Manitoba, turns out. Manitoba, how do you get that here? I think fall coverage. Fall coverage is decent for that. That looks perpendicular, though. So does that one. That's kind of troll. I think this is just kind of a troll. Okay. Well, then. I think we just continue. I don't know. Canada's just kind of troll, I think, honestly. Canada's just kind of troll. Okay. Round one here. Yeah, good games for the last one there. We could try NMPZ soon, too. That'd be terrifying. Okay. That would be terrifying. NMPZ in Canada. That's really terrifying. Keep using the same word there, but it's fine, probably. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. Oh. This was... What was this? This one, maybe? I can't remember. Okay. Interested to see where you go here. Oh, okay, it was all the way up there. Yeah, I saw the white signs. I think those were Quebec City, but I don't think the symbol was right for Quebec City there. I don't think it was. So yeah, honestly, probably good for you to hedge in between anyway, even though I got the better score there. Makes sense to hedge though. Okay, this looks like nothing in particular. What the heck? Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know for this one. But I have to assume we're here-ish. I don't know where though. Maybe up here? Like, does this make sense? Like, maybe. Yeah, this kind of makes sense, maybe. Around here or something. Let's try that. I'm not sure about this round. I could be even blundering the wrong side, but I think this makes sense. Probably. Nope, it is the wrong side. Hold on one second. Alright, sorry about that. Mic's on now. Okay. What is this? Okay, that's useful. Yeah, it's bad that I still blunder the wrong side of Canada, by the way. It's really bad. But, it looks so mountainous, you know? I had to go BC there. I don't know. We had front plates and everything, too. I was like, surely it's BC, but... Okay, guess not, though. I don't know what that is. I mean... It's probably findable. You probably found it, honestly, but Fortierville or something? I mean... No idea. It might not even be Quebec in theory, because I didn't look around enough. But, yeah, I'm just gonna go here. Okay, I was actually closer. Oh, dude, Fortierville is so small. Holy... Oh my god, that's tiny. Alright, round 4 here. Okay. This looks, hopefully distinct. You would hope so. But, I'm not sure. This looks crazy. This actually looks crazy, dude. I mean... It's Gen 4. I wonder. I could, like, here or something. Like what about here? Probably not, but... Okay, it was all the way up there. Oh, and you, like, 5K'd. Wow. I was thinking about that area. Oh, that's GG as well. Okay, GG's. Yeah, I was thinking about that area. I'm gonna look at some of these rounds. So we got this round here where it looks... Yeah, I mean, it's really cold, obviously, and it's Gen 4, so it makes sense. I was just thinking, like, it still could be VC, but I guess with the trees this low, I guess you don't go for that, yeah. And then it yeah, has that road angle. Yeah, I mean, that totally makes sense. Let me look at some of the other rounds. So, did fine there. Did not do fine there. Did fine there. Okay, so this round. How do I not send BC here? I guess you know what actually? Trees are really green. I feel like maybe it's how green it is? I don't know. Really weird to be honest. I don't know. Yeah, probably just how green it is maybe. And it just doesn't quite look northern enough maybe. Not really sure. I don't know why. It's actually really hard in my opinion to blunder the sides of Canada. I don't know why. But yeah. It is what it is. Let's just go to this game here where we have okay, that got that. We got okay, that. Oh, wait. No way, dude. Okay. You're not convincing me otherwise, or no one is. This is here. Like, surely. Surely. Surely it is. If it's anything else, then I have no idea. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, this has to be New Brunswick. Like, come on, like, it can't be anything else. Okay. All right, let's see what we got next here. We got Canadian-looking house. We got poles. Very Canadian-looking, for sure. Huh. I mean, I don't know. Not really getting a very distinct vibe here. Not gonna lie. It looks very Eastern. Like, honestly, kind of New Brunswicky. Not gonna lie. Kind of New Brunswicky. Okay, it was Nova Scotia. Kind of makes sense. Yeah, kind of got that very Maxis vibe. Damn, that's 1,200 damage for that. That's unbelievable. Okay, round 3 here. And something. Oh, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. Okay. Well, I don't know if the trees work for that. Where am I thinking here? So I'm thinking like this area or something, or like, no, it wasn't there. It was like there. It's like there or there or like here or something. I think that was it. Violinist, are you thinking the same thing with the blue like house tag things? Man, I don't know which one it is though. I might go here, honestly. Let's try that. No, okay, it was up here. Oh, are blue house tags supposed to be up there? I'm trying to think. I can't remember actually. That was Quebec actually, so that's kind of weird. I was like fairly sure that was Ontario, but a little unfortunate. Okay. Okay. Great. Great. Trying to make my headset more comfortable here. All right. Straight up have no clue. Not gonna lie. Actually, on the last round, I don't know if we had plates or whatever. Maybe we did. But anyways, this round I'm really not sure. Do you go like just around here or something? Where do you go here? Where was it? Oh, it was New Brunswick. I thought about it, honestly. I wasn't sure. Dude, I keep forgetting to get rid of the healing round. Unbelievable. Okay, we got Mines Creek. Wait. Oh. Oh. Hold on. Hold on a second. Do we have what I think we have here? Or no? No, maybe I'm not where we think we are here. This, I don't know. There's something really familiar about this here. I mean, Mines Creek. I've heard of it. I swear I have. I thought we were here. Are we not, though? Why does Mines Creek sound familiar? Like, It's so generic sounding, but it sounds familiar. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. Let's go there. I don't think it's the right road, actually, but whatever. Oh, wait, it was the right road. Oh my god. Dude, that's too bad there was only a healing round. Dang it. Yeah, that's crazy. I had a feeling it was that road. I wish I saw fireweed, though. That would have confirmed it, because I wasn't actually sure. If I saw fireweed, maybe I would have went there. Or, I mean, I did go there, but I mean, I would have been confident in going there. That's what I mean. Okay. Okay. I mean, okay. Gen 3? Unpaved? That's a bit weird, actually. That's a bit weird. Almost wondering if somehow it's like up here. I feel like with that, though. Do you go there with that? No, probably not, but it just looks too crazy, though. I'm gonna go for it. Let's just try it. Why not? Imagine I get the road again. That'd be so crazy. No, I didn't. In fact, that might be death, even. No, not yet. Not yet. Yeah, I should have went BC. I know, because we had the yellow sticker thing. Yeah, that yellow sticker thing. I think that's specific to BC. I was just thinking it looked too northern. What the heck? What? Okay, that's dumb. This is kind of weird, actually. This is giving me weird vibes, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Because some of these are not what you'd think. I'm not so sure about this one, weirdly enough. I don't know. Okay, it was Saskatchewan. Yeah, I wasn't sure there. Because some of it looked more like Alberta, like, yeah, with the kind of weird, like, random poles. Like, not all of them alternated or anything, so it was very confusing. Okay, well... Wow. This might as well be random, to be honest. This might as well be random. I straight up have no clue what this one is. It's either... Oh, I didn't even notice the Quebec, like, signs. Oh my god. That's probably gonna go near there anyway, but I think I would have possibly hedged more towards Ontario. Try there. Okay, that'll work. I'm alive. You know what's funny, Geoviolence? If you went where I went and I just went where you went, I would have died. That's crazy. This is gonna be very hard to win this, probably. Not gonna lie. Because on these more like hedge type rounds, it's just, yeah, it's over, honestly. Or it's Jover, as Barbara Binks would put it. Let's see. I mean, I don't know. Actually, I'm not really sure what those plates are exactly. Okay. Okay. This isn't really that great, honestly. These plates confuse me. Man, maybe I'm just bad, dude, but like, I think it's... No, it can't be New Brunswick with those mountains, right? I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay. I think I'm dead, funny enough. I think that's actually death. That's so stupid. It is. Yeah, GG's. Yeah, that would have been really hard to win. I was thinking New Brunswick at first. I don't know why. But, no, I was like, yeah, the mountains are just too tall. They're just too tall. Yeah. All right, perfect. I am getting pretty tired. So I'm thinking two more no moving games, and then for the memes, one NPC game. Thinking that that'll be probably the end of the stream. Just getting a little too tired, unfortunately, but it's been a good stream for sure, and I've learned a lot about fire hydrants. So that was pretty awesome. I'll have to practice these myself, honestly. I actually, now that we're so far in it, and now that I have all these notes written down, I can organize them, and I might just try to become as good at Canada as I can. Jeez, I couldn't say that sentence there, but not gonna lie, by the way, I literally did not know what this is until I saw the trash bin. By the way, no idea till the trash bin. 29th Street. That is like around here, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, did you see something that said Coquitlam or whatever? Because I had no idea. I just saw the what was it? The Vancouver thing. Okay. Well, this is. Oh, we have signs. Oh my God, signs are my friend. Okay. Or wait. Oh, that's. No, just a hedge? Oh, shoot. Okay, good job. Very good job. Dude, where is that town, dude? Saint, like Antoine de Tilly or something? What the heck is that? Antoine de Tilly. I like not seeing that. I mean, is this ever like region guessable possibly? I mean, Like Saint Antoine de Tilly. How am I so blind? It's probably like super findable. Probably super findable. Hmm. You know what? It's not worth looking for this. I can't find it. It's just not even worth like waiting to send, honestly, at this point. Like, we'll see if you find it, I guess. I just don't see it. I don't know why, but okay, it was just near Quebec City. Um, dude, where is that? I still don't see it. Saint Ant. I don't know. Okay. Rip. Very weird. You know, that's quite helpful. Okay. That is quite helpful. This looks interesting though, doesn't it? This doesn't look. Yeah, I don't. I'm not even gonna lie to you. This looks pretty far west for Ontario, right? Like it totally looks like Western Ontario. I hope I'm not just blundering everything here, but okay, yeah, I was gonna say it looks very far west. Honestly, your guess was really sensical though, like how the road has to line up vertically like that, because that's the thing I wasn't understanding there, was like how does this line up vertically? Yeah, I didn't get that at all, but 17B, Thessalon. But where are we exactly? I mean, it looks a little distinct, not gonna lie, but at the same time, it's not like I know where those places are, so okay, that's actually really interesting. 17B, Thessalon. Where's 17B for one? I don't know. And Thessalon doesn't ring a bell, and I also don't see it. Where is this, by the way? This is to our west. Why is it to our west? That's actually pretty weird. Never be here, would it? No. What is this? Thessalon. Thessalon. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. Yeah, Thessalon is not something I'm seeing. Or 17B, for that matter. I mean... What? I have no idea what this is. And I don't... Wait, Lakeside Drive? I mean, that's not helpful. Not yet, at least. Wait. Oh, what? What? Are we really over here? Did you notice last second that it has the Ontario things? The Ontario, like, polls or whatever? That's, I'm actually really concerned. I might just die here. I might genuinely just lose. I honestly don't understand this round. Yeah, it's so troll, right? Like, okay, GG, but... What? Why do we have... Oh, no, front plates are in Ontario. What am I talking about? I was thinking, yeah, I was thinking, New Brunswick for a second because I saw front plates, but... No, Ontario has front plates. I don't know what I'm thinking. Okay. Yeah, I noticed the Ontario poll like last second. I should really try to look at everything before I make a guess, because I'll tell you, I was in New Brunswick the entire time, by the way. Like, I saw that last second. Like, yeah. Okay, that thing. Well, it's interesting. We actually have those things, which is interesting. No, that's never what I think, though. Never what I think it is. Okay, we have that. A lake. Okay, well, yeah, this round is not very distinct here. At least, I don't think so. Okay, well. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure about this one, straight up. Oh my god, we were close. How did we get that from that, like, that picture, by the way? Like, or not picture, but, you know, from that, like, what do you call this? Like, 3D, like, panoramas. Panoramas, yeah. But anyways. Yeah, crazy how close we were from, like, nothing, basically. Wild. Ooh, we got a red fire hydrant. Wow. Spicy. I honestly, it sounded painful at first, but I kind of genuinely want to, learn all the fire hydrants to the point where, like, I just get the city, basically. It's stupid, but I might honestly want to do that. It's really unnecessary, but why not, honestly? We got these yellow flags. Wait, do we have... What is that? That's really weird. I don't think that's anything. I honestly don't know what this is, by the way. I'm not sure. It's not Ontario. That's not very helpful, though. A lot of white sand. I really hope this isn't like, Oh, no, I literally clicked, like, right near there until I clicked away from the last second. Dang it. Okay. There was part of me that wanted to click Manitoba for the white sand, but I was just like, no, it just wouldn't be that hilly. Um, but yeah, hilarious to be honest. Eh. Okay, well, this looks pretty interesting here. Okay. Maybe go up here. I don't know. I don't know. I really hope this is like near where I clicked. Okay, you know, I'll take it. I'll take it. Not terrible. That was impressive, by the way. I think you got the road. Yeah, you did. That's nuts. Good job. Oh, Happy Crimson. Just noticed you joined. I'll read that in a second here. Just got to play this round here. There was a sign. Oh, there was a sign. Oh, I didn't even see it. Jeez. Yeah, some things I just miss, and it's like, it's brutal, honestly. Uh, I don't know. I feel like gonna do really bad on this round here. I don't know what this is. I mean, yeah, this round just literally has nothing pretty much. Like a dirt road, Gen 4. Like, I have no clue. Maybe around here? Okay, It's like the fourth time in a row that I've forgotten to get rid of the healing round. And I apologize for that. Yeah. Okay. So, I probably have to go in a few minutes. And I don't know what this is, especially because I haven't been focused, unfortunately. I forget where these center lines are, usually. That was Alberta, right? What? This doesn't look that much like Alberta, though. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. A good tip is for poles with singular insulators if the insulator is perpendicular to the road, it's Quebec, Nova Scotia, or PEI. If it's parallel, then any other province. With singular insulators. Oh, that is interesting. Yeah. Thank you for the tip. So with singular insulators, if they're perpendicular to the road, it's Quebec, Nova Scotia, or PEI. Okay. Nice. Well, that helps. What are the... Okay, none of those. Okay. I don't know. Maybe you just go here or something? Okay. Yeah, we will play one NPC game after this, and then I definitely gotta go. Might even have to be a moderately quick NPC game. But yeah, definitely learned a lot today, for sure. We got the maximum. Dang it, what are you seeing here? Oh, that's what you're seeing. I see. All right. And it's a dirt road. It looks northern, not gonna lie. Like, I bet it's like near Saskatoon or something here, right? Ah, dang it, man. That might be death, right? No, it's not. Okay, it's still a decent amount of damage. Okay. So I gotta remember that Quebec, Nova Scotia, or PI for single insulator. Okay. Just want to remember that for sure. So. Okay. That's helpful. Would that count as... No, that's not perpendicular. I don't think that's... No. Okay. Not totally sure, honestly, for this one. I mean, it looks like your average rural Canada round. Very average. Trying to think if there's anything here, honestly. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is not great. Maybe go here. That was Nova Scotia. Wow. All right, GG's. I couldn't tell if you're watching Happy Crimson, I couldn't tell if the that insulator kind of on the side there was like, is that what you meant by perpendicular? Like it doesn't even seem clear like why that's even there. Like I don't know. Yeah, so the insulators that sit on top of the poles here are what are important. So like, are you saying if they're like diagonal almost? Like if this is the pole and then it's diagonal? That's what you mean probably? Okay, I'll just be 1 second here. Let me see. Okay, so the ones in the distance in each direction were facing the road, if that makes sense. Uh, okay, if you have Discord or something, I can send you an image showing what I mean by that. Yeah, I have a Discord. It's just Sword Slicer 56 actually. So if you add me on that, I'll follow you on it. Also, double yellow center lines are always a good indicator for Nova Scotia. Wait, I did learn that somewhere. Was that the Plunkett? I don't know actually. Can't remember if that was Plunkett or if that was some random zigzag video possibly. Okay. All right, let's do an NMPZ Canada here. Did I finally? Okay, I finally got rid of the no healing round. Jesus, I forgot literally like 4 times. But yep. Honestly, I'd be willing to do 2 of these because I'm waiting for my food to come anyway because my mom's ordering food. That's why I had to leave for a second. Okay. Round 1, NMPZ. Oh my god. Hold on. I might be cooking. Maybe. Just maybe. I'm really not sure about this, but okay, yeah, we both got it too. That's hilarious. No, do you think we had the flags or whatever? I wonder. I wonder if we had the corner brick flags. Those trident poles are very newfie. I honestly got it through the guardrail actually, the pyramid things. Yeah, but you could probably get it through multiple ways. I hate this round though. What am I supposed to do here? Like, oh no. Yeah, this one's just bad, honestly. Like, uh, I don't know why I like Alberta here. I could see Manitoba too, but I think I'd see more trees. I kind of like Alberta or something, Saskatchewan kind of area here. Okay, it was actually Saskatchewan. Not awful. Oh yeah, those are good too. Yeah, the guardrails. Yeah, very useful. All right. Let's see, round 3. Okay. I mean, I can't read those signs, so that's not the greatest. There's an Ontario pole. I mean, yeah, it looks kind of like Ottawa kind of area. It looks foresty enough to where you could even go Quebec just based off landscape, but I think, yeah. Oh, you went Nova Scotia there. Did we have double yellow lines or something? That might be why, possibly. Not really sure. I don't even remember like seeing what the what that was. The yellow lines were. Um, and then you could just win right here because like what is this like? Oh God. Oh God, what is this, dude? I mean this is pure region guessing here. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna try this. I have no idea if I'm right. Let's see. It could all. I could just lose right here. Who knows? Okay, it was actually over here. Yeah, now that I think about it, I probably should have went more towards Quebec, like, because it could have just been any random Quebec forest, honestly. But I don't think I would have won there no matter what, honestly. Like, honest. So, what the? No. Why? Why? Hmm. Why? This could literally be like anything almost. I'm feeling this region. It could literally be Ontario. Like, I don't know. Oh my God, you got Alberta. Oh no. That's game, isn't it? Ah, good game. Jeez. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy that you got that close. That's so nuts. What? Wait, how did you... I'm really curious how you got that, if you could say it actually real quick. Or if it was just a vibe. It could just be a vibe, to be fair. Just vibes. Yeah, that's totally fair. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I could see the vibes here. It's just, yeah, I mean, to me, I look at it, I'm like, oh, it's plains. It could be like 4 different states, basically. Like, I don't know. I'm down to play another, actually. I think that might have been 2 games. I can't remember. I am down to keep playing, honestly, till my food gets here, pretty much. Ordered from Donato's, which I haven't had Donato's in like a billion years, so pretty interesting. This, notably in Gen 2, you're guessing immediately, jeez. Gen 2, looks plainsy enough to where I could go like northern Alberta, Saskatchewan kind of region here. And it's not northern at all. It's actually down there, so yeah, good job. I bet if you could learn where all the Gen 2 is, that'd be pretty helpful, probably. There's got to be a map somewhere. Probably a decent amount of Canada Gen 2, like scattered everywhere, though, a little bit. Okay. Looks like Saskpole even without the alternating insulators. I agree. I just didn't trust it that much. But you're right. You're absolutely right there. Maybe I should have went for it. This has to be New Brunswick, right? With front plates and like a little like Sieva looks like a French looking like kind of or inspired town at least. Yeah. New Brunswick, pretty epic. I guess New Brunswick's fairly recognizable besides the times when I mistake it somehow for, BC. Anyways. Okay. I mean, I think this is Manitoba for sure, right? Like, probably. Yeah. Okay. Because you got the kind of like white, like rocky soil-ish kind of, and then you got, yeah, the poles could have been Manitoba. It could have been, yeah, I don't know. I don't think they were exactly trident poles, but yeah. Okay. This, we got a kind of sort of gravel road Gen 3 with like that. I mean, birch trees kind of what? It's almost just kind of looks there almost. I have no idea. Could be a lot of things over here. I'll try that. Could be very wrong. Who knows? Okay, that kind of worked actually. That kind of worked. Decent 2,000 damage. I'll take it. Yeah, I wasn't sure how to feel there. It was either like Quebec or like New Brunswick in my opinion. I don't know why. Just the vibes. Um. Well. Okay. There's a few reasons why I'd want to go like kind of like near here almost. We got the red fire hydrants. We got kind of a very East Coast looking houses. Do I commit this far though? Not really. Let's commit that far. Oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. I thought those looked like East Coast houses, man. Not gonna lie. Like, I even saw the red fire hydrant. I was like, oh, well, red fire hydrants are everywhere. Like, Corbin, welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, I'm probably gonna end it pretty soon. I am very tired. I've been streaming for like over 4 hours, I think. Okay. But yeah, we're just practicing Canada. Been doing it all day, basically. Or not literally, but yeah. Okay. This, to me, looks pretty, maybe here somewhere. Yeah, that's a long time. Yeah, it's a decently long time, I'd say. Yeah, for sure. This could be, oh, imagine if I cooked that hard. I don't think I'm gonna cook that hard. I'm not even sure that this is Manitoba, by the way. It just kind of vibey, like it just kind of looks like it in vibes. Wait, Nova Scotia Road though, right? That was bad. That was really bad. Okay. Yeah, Nova Scotia Road did not end up working. Also, did I click on a southeast road when it was southwest? Okay, whatever. 2.5x here. Okay, we got that pole there. Kind of. Yeah, I don't know. Assume you go here or something. No idea. Have a good rest of the stream. I'm out. Oh yeah, see you, Corbin. Have a good one. Oh, get destroyed, Geoviolinist. No, I'm just kidding. Honestly, joking. GG. Wouldn't want to be toxic like that. So, yeah. I'm actually okay. I keep saying one more. Let's actually do one more. And this will declare the ultimate champion of Canada. Let's go. Nice guess. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I had no idea, honestly. I mean, that was like Geoviolinist's guess was like completely fine there. I have no idea. I mean, it could have been anything. All right. Who will be the champion of Canada? Let's find out. Only 2 candidates. One will win. In the most generic Canada round of all time. Lovely. I don't know why I think Ontario here. It might not be. Like, it could literally be anything, but it feels like Ontario. Just maybe here? Like, kind of where I went last time, honest. Yeah. It was like Ontario-Quebec border, literally. It was like, yeah, it was barely Ontario. Wow. I could see that kind of thing ruining like a state streak. It's just like, yeah. Okay. Very rocky. Oh. No. Wait. No, surely not, though. Happy Crimson, surely that's not what you're talking about, right? Like, this is like, it has to be here. There's no way. There's no way that that's what you're talking about. Like, yeah, no, I think I'm going here. Like, I can't justify anything else. I don't think anything else makes sense. Okay, yeah. That was actually kind of an insane guess a little bit, slightly. I like how I only get 4,200 for that, by the way, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's really funny, the point system with this Canada map. It's like, you have to be like literally right on it if you want a good score. Oh. Oh, I get it. This is kind of an evil round here. I couldn't really see it. Oh, okay. It looked like the top of the insulator was like slanted towards the road, but I was like, there's no way. Like, there's no way. No, what am I doing? Oh my God, go Yukon. Jesus. Okay. Maybe up here or something. Not sure. Oh my God, dude. Of course it's Northwestern Territories. Of course it is. Dang it. Yeah, the road I clicked on was probably Gen 4. Yeah, it's about as trustable as the Transformers, if not a little more trustable. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. For some reason, I started moving around. Of course, I can't do that. Okay, well. Where do you go here besides just hedging, honestly? Dude, oh my God. Good job, dude. Holy crap. That's incredible, dude. Great job there. So, like, use it with caution. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. With most metas, honestly. Like, use with caution, I guess. This could be the end. I mean, it's not like I don't know probably kind of where this is. It's just that it's too easy of a round. It's not something I can win on, if that makes sense. I don't want to be arrogant. I don't want to be, like, super arrogant with it, like, but it doesn't, this just doesn't look like a round that I'm going to win on, honestly. It had to be a little bit more difficult, I think. You know what's funny is this round is probably 5Kable. but like it's not very easy to find. Yeah, like I don't see anything that quite matches here. I'm guessing it's Southern Sask here, like, but I have no clue. Holy, oh my god. Oh, you actually went Manitoba. Oh, wow, GG's. I mean, it could have been Manitoba. I just thought the polls looked more Sask there. Um, but wow, yeah. Also, I guess Sask looks kind of dry like that and has the lakes, I guess. Well, I guess I'm the king of Canada. But no, I mean, Geoviolinist, he won like maybe 70% of the games. I'm not sure. I didn't calculate it or anything, but yeah, I mean, you won like most of the games for sure. So like, maybe you're the real king. Maybe I'm just gonna say I'm not, but not really. But anyways, um, yeah, very productive stream. I think we watched all the Jasper Woodard videos. We, you know, did the NMPZ and no moving games. I've definitely gotten better, but I mean, I still blunder wrong side of the country sometimes, so that's pretty bad. But it'll happen every once in a while, I suppose. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning into the stream. I will have a schedule that I need to work on, so yeah, PCE out. Sorry, I joined late, but hopefully you learned a lot. Yeah, definitely did. A lot of it was about fire hydrants, which I need to probably solidify. Those are going to come up so rarely, though, not going to lie. Like, when am I going to get fire hydrants in Canada? Like, I don't know. Probably not most of the time, but it's fine. But, yeah, again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. And, yeah, I'll come up with a schedule pretty soon. But anyways, with that, well, I need to actually end the stream. How do I do that? Oh, yeah, the button. Okay. Yeah, but anyways, see you guys. Have a good one.